Gente, hoje vamos falar de Kingdom Hearts, que é uma franquia de jogos que eu gosto muito e tá pra sair o quarto jogo da franquia. Na verdade, assim, é o jogo de número 4, mas não é o quarto jogo. É tipo, sei lá, o 20º já, uma coisa assim. Mas assim, é o Kingdom Hearts 4, entendeu? Cereal, quando é que vai lançar? Não tem ainda data, mas vai lançar em algum momento, tá? Mas já foi anunciado que vai ser lançado em todas as plataformas de uma vez, lançamento multiplataforma. Então vai sair pro PC e pro PS e pro Xbox e tudo junto. Nintendo também vai ter pra Nintendo. E eu fiquei muito feliz com isso, né? Porque eu vou poder jogar no lançamento, então, já que vai sair pra PC. Não vou ter que esperar um ano, tipo como foi com Death Stranding 2, né? Então, pra mim é ótimo. Mas ainda não tem data. Eles mostraram um novo teaser na Summer Game Fest durante a parte da Nintendo, o que foi bem loucura. Tipo, mostrar na Nintendo é uma coisa que ninguém esperava, com certeza. Mas foi bem legal. E aí, fiquei muito hypada, gente. Sério, o teaser foi muito uau, que mistério, porque Kingdom Hearts é sempre muito mistério. E daí, eu decidi, então, fazer uma loucura. Uma maluquice. Assistir um vídeo de 6 horas contando a lore completa de Kingdom Hearts. Eu joguei quase todos os jogos que estão disponíveis pra jogar, né? Porque tem jogo que não está disponível pra jogar. Mas, por exemplo, o jogo mobile eu não fui muito a fundo. Eu até joguei quando lançou. Mas, tipo, eu não avancei muito. Só joguei um pouquinho, assim, conheci o jogo e tal, e foi. E esse vídeo, ele conta bastante da lore do jogo mobile, que é maior do que eu pensei que era, aparentemente. Então vai ser bom, porque muita coisa eu não conheço, mas eu também vou, né, sentir muita nostalgia, porque vai contar as coisas dos jogos que eu joguei quando eu era mais nova. Pra quem não sabe, gente, a primeira lembrança que eu tenho de Kingdom Hearts foi quando eu tinha, acho que 6 anos. Eu tenho 27 hoje, tá? Faz tempo que eu estou nesse mundo. Que 27 de INSS? Não, não. Então, é uma franquia que eu tenho assim no meu coração, né? Olha aqui, eu tenho a Keyblade, que é a espada do jogo. Eu amo. Eu tenho Funkos. Eu ganhei um Funko novo de Kingdom Hearts, inclusive. Eu ganhei o Roxas. Olha que lindinho, gente. Meus amigos me deram de aniversário. Ele tem 2 Keyblades, ele é muito foda. Olha que fofinho. Então, vai ser um dia de muitas emoções hoje, tá? E estou animada pra isso aí. E quem já conhece Kingdom Hearts, acho que vai curtir também, né? Quem não conhece, agora é sua chance. Eu só vou dar um aviso já, eu já dou oi pra quem eu não dei oi ainda também. O vídeo é em inglês e ele não tem legenda em português. Ele tem legenda em inglês, que o cara colocou. Só que quando eu mando o YouTube traduzir essa legenda que o cara colocou, ele buga e ele traduz só a primeira parte da frase. Então, todas as frases que o cara fala ficam pela metade na legenda. Então, eu tive que colocar a legenda em inglês automática e daí mandar ele traduzir automático essa legenda automática. Então, vai ficar meio pepega. Não vai ser uma legenda incrível. Mas, assim, gente, nós, jogadores de Kingdom Hearts, já estamos acostumados, porque o jogo não é traduzido, né? Não foi traduzido esse lançamento pra PC, eu acho que não, mano. Eu acredito que não. Até onde eu sei. Se alguém souber e disser aí pra mim, mas eu acredito que não. Acho que é só por mod, não. Né? Japonês é complicado, né? Esse povo. Vai ficar com delay igual da Behavior. Não. Não fica com delay, mas algumas palavras ele não entende direito, né? Coisas assim. Square Enix não traduz, eles são foda. Mas, assim, tem a legenda ali. Tá ali, tá ali. Oi, Gusta. Oi, Alequinho, desmiolado. Guarda, acho que eu tinha dado oi. MV, Cola, Gusta, eu falei. Vini, Emanuel. Oi, gente. Boa tarde a todos que eu não tinha dado oi. Nintendo é complicada. É, mas é que o jogo não é da Nintendo. A Nintendo também é complicada, realmente. Mas o jogo não é da Nintendo. Tá podendo criar conta de fã no Insta de Kingdom Hearts ou viajei? Não tá podendo criar conta nenhuma, né, Gusta? Não tá podendo. É da Square e Disney? É. Eu não sei direito o que a Disney tem direitos, mas, por exemplo, nos parques da Disney tem alguma coisinha ou outra de Kingdom Hearts. É bem pouco, mas você consegue comprar itens de Kingdom Hearts nos parques. Bem pouco, mas tem. Então, algum direito eles têm da franquia aí. E aparecem os personagens da Disney, né? Então, tipo assim, tem a Frozen, tem A Que Pena Seria, tem Bela e a Fera, tem Big Hero 6, tem muita coisa. Nossa, tem o Pateta, tem o Donald, tem o Mickey. Tem o Mickey vestindo um sobretudo preto muito foda. Ai, que pena seria. Então, é da Square Enix com a Disney. Pateta é o Gold, não sabia disso? Aham. Só depois de 30 anos que os jogos de Pokémon vão ter legenda em PTBR, então quem sabe o próximo Kingdom já não vem com... Ah, seria... Uau! Eu ficaria gag. Eu acho que eu ia jogar em inglês igual aquela amiga. Hoje em dia, os jogos que eu jogo em off, eu jogo em inglês. Ai, gente, que horrível. Sério, eu me sinto péssima. Eu me sinto muito uma fake BR. Desculpa. Peço perdão à minha comunidade brasileira, que é minha comunidade inteira, no caso. Oi, Cauê. Eu me acostumei. E, tipo assim, eu entendo completamente o inglês. Então, se eu tô vendo a legenda em português, o meu cérebro buga porque eu tenho que prestar atenção em duas coisas, tipo, que são a mesma coisa, mas estão em línguas diferentes. E daí, tipo, eu fico meio... Ai, muito trabalho. É mais fácil pra mim só deixar em inglês. Ai, só vim dar um oi. Obrigada, Augusta. Valeu, viu? É nóis. Vazou a Virgínia da Twitch? Não. Jogando em inglês você acaba aprendendo, pelo menos. É, também, né? Volta e meia eu ainda tenho que pesquisar alguma palavra ou outra, tipo, quê? O que é isso? Aí eu pesquiso, Mas no geral eu entendo já tudo, assim. Oi, Miúti, oi, Naomi, oi, gente. Joguei pouco Kingdom Hearts. É uma franquia bem legal e hoje em dia ela tá bem mais acessível, né? Você consegue jogar os jogos no PC. Na minha época, você tinha que ter 15 consoles pra conseguir jogar todos os jogos. Hoje em dia, gente, essa geração Nutella tá muito fácil. O primeiro que eu joguei foi PS2, exatamente. Não havia falando essas coisas. Então, ó, tá chegando um AD, tá? Só avisando. Eu vou esperar o AD terminar pra eu começar a ver o vídeo, né? E daí eu vou dar só o aviso de novo, gente. Hoje não vai ter DBD. Hoje é uma live especial pra gente ver esse vídeo de 6 horas sobre a lore de Kingdom Hearts. Tem uma legenda em português, mas ela tá bem capenga, tá? Infelizmente. Mas eu estou ansiosa, eu acho que o vídeo vai ser bom. E vamos aprender aí a lore do jogo. Lore que nem eu mesma sei ainda, porque como eu falei, eu não joguei muito mobile, então eu não sei direito o que acontece no mobile. E até onde eu sei, acontece muita coisa no mobile, então vai ter muita coisa que nem eu sei. Vai ser insano. Na minha época, disse a velha, que... Antes era uma bagunça, tinha que ter Play 2, Game Boy, 3D. Nossa, tinha que ter... Meu Deus, não dava. O que é Zeta Flare? Zeta Flare é a magia ultra mega top do Donald. Qual o limite máximo dessa live? Mano, é que, tipo assim, eu vou dar umas pausas de vez em quando, né, pra comentar alguma coisa, mas não vou também ficar pausando o tempo todo, né? Cara, eu acho que, tipo assim, até as 10 a gente termina. Até as 10 a gente termina, pô. Calma. 6 horas explicando a lore do KH. Vamos sair sem entender menos existe esse problema, né? Oi, Fatal! Mas é isso, ó. Intervalo comercial encerrado. Foi. Então vamos para esta tela. E eu vou botar o volume pra sair, né? Na gravação e no VOD. Eu explico a lore de cagar. Que isso? Eu vi um meme de Kingdom Hearts falando de Zeta Flare, que só o Donald e um monstrão conseguem usar Zeta Flare. É uma magia muito forte. Que demanda muito de quem vai castar ela. Aí o Donald é um dos magos mais fortes. Gente, o Pato Donald é um dos magos mais fortes do universo de Kingdom Hearts. Tá? Esse é o nível da loucura. Este é o nível. Contemplem o mago. Eu ia falar, o que eu ia fazer? Eu ia digitar alguma coisa. O que eu ia digitar? O que eu ia digitar? Não lembro. Ó, no fixado do chat tá o link do vídeo, quem quiser assistir, dá o like e por aí vai. Tá? Eu ia digitar alguma coisa, não lembro. O que o Mimi me mandou? Ah, tá. Entendi. Com seus poderes. Ih, não peguei, eu acho. O mago é implacável. Que foi o maluco da Disney que teve essa ideia. Então, não foi da Disney. Agora, quem foi o maluco da Disney que aprovou a ideia, eu não sei. Mas o maluco que teve a ideia é o Nomura, o criador do Kingdom Hearts. O cara é louco. Agora, quem que aprovou... Mano, é doideira se você for pensar. Tipo assim, quem que foi o doido da Disney que falou... Ah, vamos fazer. Vamos, apoio. Faz aí. Não sei. Eu acho que ele tinha dívida de alguma coisa. Mas vamos lá, gente. Vamos começar a história completa até agora do Kingdom Hearts. Vamos, bora.
With Kingdom Hearts 4 on the horizon, bringing a new Lost Master arc for the series, I, Suggestive Gaming, figured now would be a great time to revisit a franchise I covered over 6 years ago here on the channel. This time, I've got more experience under my belt, and I will go much more in depth, covering things I breezed over or simply left out in my first attempt, namely the mobile installment Kingdom Hearts Union Cross Dark Road. Additionally, the franchise has seen multiple new releases since my original video, so if you've already seen it, this will definitely be worth another watch. Now, before we begin, since Kingdom Hearts has a famously complex and involved storyline, I'm going to skip over a lot of small details to try
Gente, ó, presta atenção. Mesmo com 6 horas de vídeo, ele tá falando que ele ainda vai ter que pular coisas. Oh my god. Será que algum BR já copiou esse vídeo? Olha, não duvido.
keep things as straightforward and easy to follow as possible. Unfortunately, this will include skipping over the majority of the protagonists of Kingdom Hearts' various journeys across worlds inspired by and depicting various Disney.
Por que ele tá mostrando Frozen nessa hora que ele falou que vai ter que pular coisas, hein? Por quê? Você não ouse pular... Não, gente, sabe por quê? Porque o mundo de Frozen é basicamente o filme mesmo, assim, tipo... ele não tem muita coisa original dentro dele, então, por isso que ele vai pular.
Franchises. Generally speaking, adventures through the Disney worlds in the Kingdom Hearts franchise weave through the plot lines of their respective source material.
Exatamente.
So I'll bring up the plot-relevant details as they occur, but if you want the full Disney experience, you'll have to play through the games yourself.
Meu Deus, cara, Mano, se Kingdom Hearts tem Piratas do Caribe, vai dizer que DBD não deveria ter. Já pensaram nisso? DBD tem que ter uma DLC de Piratas do Caribe, cara, ia ser muito legal. Estranho ver a legenda assim, minha legenda é dourada. Cara, a minha é branca e faz tempo que ela é assim, não sei. O que aconteceu com o Donald? Cara, nem vi o que aconteceu com o Donald.
Respective source material. So I'll bring up the plot-relevant details as they occur, but if you want the full Disney experience, you'll have to play through the games yourself.
Não vou saber o que aconteceu com o Donald.
Also, while I'll be covering the mobile games that have actually been released, I will not be covering the story of the upcoming Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. While the game's beta has revealed some preliminary plot details, I'm not going to touch that story until it's completely told. Another note is that
Esse Missing Link é o que foi cancelado, não é? Porque esse vídeo aqui, ele saiu há 1 ano, é o que foi cancelado. Amaram?
The Kingdom Hearts series often uses the Greek letter chi, which the games pronounce indistinguishably with the English word key. In my last video, I referred to something called the Keyblade as the X-Blade to differentiate it from the series' many similarly sounding but differently spelled.
Porque assim, a Keyblade é isso aqui, né? A Keyblade é a espada. E daí tem vários tipos de Keyblade, mas aí, aquela X-Blade é tipo a Keyblade mais foda. E daí meio que se pronuncia igual, mas não é a mesma coisa. Então faz sentido ele falar X-Blade, por exemplo.
Keyblades. This made a lot of purists very mad. So this time around, I'm going to pronounce it as Keyblade.
No!
So use those visual aids, context clues, or closed captions to determine which I'm actually talking about. I'm also very well aware of other mispronunciations I made on my first go-around, which I'm going to try my very best to rectify with this attempt. But I'm a single person doing all of this in addition to a full-time job, so...
Oh, mas assim, outra coisa. Jogar Kingdom Hearts é saber que você não vai saber pronunciar o nome dos caras. Porque é cada nome esquisito, nada a ver. Você acha que vai ser pronunciado de um jeito e é pronunciado de outro. Aí você pensa, ok, se esse nome é pronunciado assim, esse outro deve ser assim. Aí esse outro não é. Esse outro é de outra forma completamente aleatória. Tem isso também.
Sometimes I make mistakes. I'm sorry in advance. One final thing I want to mention is that this video would not have been possible without the incredible Kingdom Hearts community. I used various guides, enhancements, and mods in creating this video, including one made specifically for me by the incredible Dallin1016. So I'd like to encourage everyone to check out the description where I've detailed all of the resources I utilized in creating this video. Before we begin this massive dive into the world of Kingdom Hearts, I'd like to quickly thank today's sponsor, NordVPN, for making it all. Keyblade, tier encryption figure in a black server's world. Sora.
Hashtag publi, hashtag AD.
NordVPN covered. Giving you the piece of that is detection and information. With a 30-day.
Duvido que ele se empenhou assim no
Now,
TCC do
without
curso,
further
né?
ado,
Opa, vamos lá.
This is what you need to know about the key series and Darkseeker saga of Kingdom Hearts. Our story begins in the Age of Fairy Tales, where the world's inhabitants are warmed by the power of light, provided by Kingdom Hearts, the heart of all worlds. This light is protected by the legendary Keyblade, a key that could unlock Kingdom Hearts. However, as some begin to fight over its control, darkness is born in their hearts. The darkness soon begins to spread, swallowing the light inside of people's hearts, separating their hearts from them and creating monsters called Heartless. At some point during the conflict between light and darkness, the Keyblade is shattered into 20 pieces, 7 of light and 13 of darkness.
Aí você me pergunta, por que 7 e 13? Por que não foi igual? Boa pergunta.
Without its protector, Kingdom Hearts then disappears into the darkness. A young man studies the legendary Keyblade and learns how to forge new similar light-powered blades by extracting them from others' hearts. These blades are then similarly called Keyblades.
Keyblades.
Their creator, later known as the Master of Masters, then finds himself in a world called Daybreak Town, where he creates his own Keyblade, one with no name, which contains his gazing eye, allowing him to see anything the eye witnesses in the future.
Mano, isso aqui é
assembling these visions from the future, the Master of Masters creates the Book of Prophecies, foretelling a great Keyblade war in which darkness will prevail. To combat the overwhelming power of the growing darkness, the Master of Masters recruits 6 apprentices. Each apprentice is then given an important task by the Master of Masters, with 5 of them given a copy of the Book of Prophecies. The 6th, Lushu, is given the unique task of taking the Master's Gazing Eye Keyblade to hand down through the generations, through a ceremony of Keyblade inheritance known as bequeathing.
Bequeathing.
Bequeath. TH. This ensures that the gazing eye will see the events that allow the Master of Masters to write the Book of Prophecy.
Olha que mecanismo. Já estão vendo que é pura viagem, mano. O cara criou uma Keyblade com olho que vê o futuro. E daí ele escreveu o livro das profecias contando o futuro. Mas é um paradoxo, porque Pra Keyblade ver as coisas do futuro, ela tem que estar presente no futuro. Então ele manda o Luxo com a Keyblade, com o olho, pra ver as coisas do futuro. Pra ele poder escrever as coisas no livro de profecias.
Additionally, Luxu is given a large black box and is instructed to keep it safe and out of sight. The contents of this box, while unknown, are referred to by the elusive master as simply hope. It's like Pandora's box. The Master of Masters then forms 5 competing unions of young Keyblade wielders, each to be led by the other 5 apprentices, who are then called the Foretellers. One of them...
Não é os 4 contadores, né? É foretellers, tipo, meio que os... Meio que os... Qual que é a palavra, mano, pra quem lê o futuro? Pessoas que leem o futuro. O que eu fiz? O que eu apertei?
Now would be a great time...
Calma! O que aconteceu?
To revisit a franchise I covered over... Our story begins of light, provided by...
Meu Deus! Calma.
Assembling these visions from the future, combat known as TH. This...
Mano, eu apertei F5 sem querer. Eu tava limpando um negócio no meu teclado. Foi mal.
Of this box, while unknown, are referred to by the elusive master as simply hope. It's like Pandora's box. The Master of Masters then forms 5 competing unions of young Keyblade.
Oh, meu cu. Quebrou a legenda. Não vou mais encostar no meu teclado. Cadê o P? Pronto.
Videntes profetas. Each to be led by the other 5 apprentices, who are then called the Foretellers. One of them, Ira, is designated the leader of the Foretellers in the event of the Master's absence. He is tasked with maintaining order and calm amongst the group, despite the prophecy of the Keyblade War looming above their heads.
Ou seja, tudo no cu do Ira, né?
His leadership is challenged by the weight of this prediction, as well as the Master of Masters' sudden disappearance, which...
Aliás, sabe o que eu tava pensando que eu podia fazer? Eu podia colocar a categoria do jogo que estiver passando como a categoria da live. Não tem a categoria desse jogo. Eu vou colocar isso. O vídeo tem 6 horas, tem. Se for parar pra comentar toda vez, essa live vai ser até menos. Não vai. Tá tudo bem.
Thrusts him into his new role as leader. Envy is assigned the role of observer and mediator, ensuring harmony among the apprentices. She grapples with the heavy responsibility of her role, especially in the Master's absence, and struggles with the emerging tensions within the group. Ased is the enforcer, meant to support Ira in his new role, but becomes increasingly skeptical and aggressive. He proposes forming alliances among the unions, contrary to the Master's teachings, to prepare against the darkness. His skeptical actions create...
Quando você vai fazer desse da lore do DVD, eu já fiz vídeo de lore do DVD e ninguém assistiu, cara. Podemos fazer isso com o Proce na próxima, ele tem um vídeo de 1 hora, né? Podemos?
Further discord and suspicion among the apprentices. These rumblings aren't helped by the task Gula is given, which is identifying a traitor among the apprentices, using a lost page from the Book of Prophecies. This role leads him to mistrust and conflict with the others, particularly Ased, who feels betrayed by Gula's silence and actions. Finally, Ava is tasked with gathering exceptional Keyblade wielders from the unions and forming a group of children called the Dandelions, trained to keep the light alive within their hearts in the wake of the Keyblade War by being sent away before it begins. However,
pra saber a lore, deveria ter que assistir e jogar o equivalente a 10 anos de filmes e games de terror, ia demorar um pouquinho. Não, nem precisa. Nem precisa. Cara, ou seja, o mestre dos mestres, ele simplesmente, mano, pegou 6 pobre coitado, mandou cada um fazer uma coisa diferente e botou um contra o outro e ficou nisso aí mesmo. Sério. Ele descobriu o comando secreto, né?
Ava faces a moral dilemma between adhering to the master's teachings and her desire to prevent the impending conflict from occurring in the first place. As tensions rise, the apprentice's suspicions and accusations against each other grow. Ased's aggressive stance leads to physical confrontations, particularly with Envy, who remains committed to protecting the balance as instructed by the master. The search for the traitor intensifies when Gula reveals the existence of the lost page, deepening the divide among the apprentices, each struggling with their roles and the master's cryptic instructions. During this period, a child who we'll refer to as the player is given their own Keyblade along with the decision to join one of the 5 unions. Afterward,
olha o que esse cara fez. Não, mano, ele cagou muito, sério. O Master of Masters cagou muito. Demais, demais. Gente, a parada sobre ver o futuro é que você não fala pra ninguém que você viu o futuro. Porque daí você vai cagar tudo, mano. É simples. Quando eu vi o nome desse jogo, eu pensava que era algo mal medieval. Não, você não tem ideia do que tem nesse jogo.
The player meets their Chirithy, a creature called a Dream Eater created by the Master of Masters to guide and assist the Keyblade wielders.
É um gatinho.
The player quickly learns how to use their Keyblade to fight the heartless creatures of darkness, collecting fragments of light called Lux in their wake. The player is then taken to various other worlds to cleanse them of their darkness to collect more Lux. Soon, the player's Chirithy meets another, whose respective Keyblade wielder's heart had fallen to darkness. Due to their connection...
Tá. Fui cagar, precisava assistir todos os filmes da Disney e jogar todos os Final Fantasy. É, tem Final Fantasy também, né? Eu não comentei. O futuro que a pessoa viu foi o futuro que ela já previu que ia falar ou foi o futuro que ela não falou que viu? Não sei. É tipo um jogo do Kojima se tivesse Disney. Oi, cigarro. Dá pra falar que sim.
The Dream Eater is also overtaken by darkness, turning it into a nightmare. This nightmare Chirithy begins to interfere with the player, posing as their Chirithy to secretly influence them to empower the forces of darkness. One night, these dueling Dream Eaters influence the sleeping player's dreams, showing them a vision of the Master of Masters speaking to the foretellers inside Daybreak Town's giant central clock tower. The next day, the player meets another Keyblade wielder and a member of a different union named Ephemer. The boy then reveals that the worlds visited by the Keyblade wielders are no more than projections of faraway lands, which simply allow them to gather Lux quickly. Ephemer expresses his desire to learn more about the foreteller's plans, and the player shares his vision of the foreteller's chambers. The pair then agree to work together to find a way inside the clock tower, agreeing to meet there at a later time.
Esse é muito fofinho, esse é Fairfamer. Ele é muito fofinho.
Shortly after, Ephemer approaches Master Ava and begins to question the Master of Masters' cryptic plans.
Aí, de repente, também o CGI melhorou.
During their conversation, the boy also tells Ava about a friend he met from another union, sparking a discussion about their shared wish that one day the unions can work together instead of competing against one another.
Né?
Sometime later, the player has another dream, this time in which they see Ephemer waiting for them in the clock tower. Upon awakening, the player decides to search the clock tower, against their Chirithy's wishes. There, instead of finding Ephemer, the player finds Master Ava. Ava tests the player's abilities before sending them home, taking note and realizing that they are the friend Ephemer had told her about. After the player returns home and goes back to sleep, Master Ava arrives at their quarters to speak with their Chirithy. After the Dream Eater denies showing the player the vision of Ephemer, Ava reveals that Ephemer had fallen into an unchained state and is now in a different realm. She then surmises that the boy must have somehow reached out to his new friend from this other realm. Shortly after, the player meets another Keyblade wielder named Skuld, who was also visited by Ephemer in a dream. In it, their mutual friend urged the girl to go with the player as the end of the world is near. The pair are then interrupted by the sound of the foretellers Envy and Ased, clashing nearby.
Meu Deus.
They rush to the clock tower where they find the Nightmare Chirithy, finally turn to Darkness, who claims their Keyblade wielder is nearby. Skuld and the player continue into the tower and reach the foreteller's chambers, finding it empty. Before they can find any clues on Ephemer's whereabouts, their union's leader discovers the player. The foreteller tells them that Ephemer was simply using them before he was taken care of. The angered player then battles their master to avenge their friend, but is quickly overpowered. Suddenly, the player finds themselves back in the sewers beneath the clock tower, and their adversary is revealed to actually be Master Ava, testing them once again. The foreteller explains that
Meu Deus! Caraca, mano do céu, o que tá acontecendo já? Eu já tô perdida!
She created the vision to test the strength of the pair's hearts. She then tells them about the purpose of the Dandelions, revealing that she chose Ephemer to be the leader of one of the 5 unions after she and the other foretellers are eliminated in the Keyblade War. Ava further explains that he's now in a faraway place, awaiting his task to begin. Master Ava then invites the player.
Mas, Felipe, é isso mesmo. É remendo. A história inteira do Kingdom Hearts é remendo atrás de remendo. Os caras foram fazendo os jogos, tipo, na vibe. Aí, foi crescendo e eles ficaram, tipo, agora a gente tem que juntar tudo. E agora? Como é que a gente junta tudo? Aí eles fingem que, na verdade, era o tempo todo esse plano. O tempo todo estava planejado.
Player and Skuld into the Dandelions. While Skuld instantly accepts taking on the role of another Union leader after the Keyblade War, the player decides to instead take some time to consider, knowing that joining would mean leaving everyone else behind to perish in the war. As the player and Skuld say their goodbyes before they go their separate ways, Master Ava calls all of her recruited Dandelions to Daybreak Town's central fountain. There, she leads them in a speech, rallying them to carry the light into the future, leaving them the guiding motto of, "May your heart be your guiding key." Afterward, fights begin to break out between the unions after rumor over one of them falling to darkness begins to spread. As they begin to steal Lux from each other, the seeds of the Keyblade War are planted when Master Aced attacks the player.
Hey!
Master Ira steps in, warning Skuld and the player to prepare themselves for the inevitable. The player then passes out, dreaming of a vision of the impending Keyblade War. When they awaken, the player finds Skuld, who reveals that Master Ava has disappeared, leading to further chaos among the unions. The pair decides to talk to Master Gula about where Ava might be, and he reveals that she's likely searching for Luxu, who disappeared at the same time the Master of Masters did. Meanwhile, Ava finds Luxu, and he reveals his task to her, instructing that he cannot change the future, as his job is simply to watch it occur. Ava asks Luxu about the lost page, confronting him about being the traitor it predicted. Luxu tells her the truth, but she refuses to accept it, prompting Luxu to wield the Gazing Eye Keyblade he was given by the Master of Masters before the two duel. Elsewhere, Skuld decides it's time to join the Dandelions in the safe realm, asking the player to come with her. While they decline, they do agree to consider staying out of the Keyblade War so they can join the Dandelions in the new world. The two say their goodbyes and split once again, leaving the player to decide to stay out of the war. A returning Nightmare Chirithy, who then claims to be born from the darkness in the player's own heart, quickly taunts this decision. The player then fights off the darkness-fueled Nightmare, severing the bond between the two. As the Nightmare Chirithy disappears, it warns the player that it will see them in another dream. Meanwhile, another Dandelion, and one chosen by Ava to lead the unions, begins to search for the player. This Dandelion, named Strelitzia, had been secretly admiring the player, and hopes to convince them to join.
Como é que é? Admirando? Oh my god!
Strelitzia had been secretly admiring the player, and hopes to convince them to join the Dandelions before it's too late. Searching in an abandoned house, Strelitzia is suddenly attacked, and the book given to her by Ava with the instructions on how to lead in the new world is stolen. After this unknown assailant leaves, the weakened Strelitzia's heart is then released as she disappears.
Meu Deus, coraçãozinho.
A few days later, a massive war between the unions and their respective foretellers is raging on at an area called the Badlands. On the battlefield, the player is forced to fight each foreteller one-on-one, including Master
Tudo no cu do player.
Ava, who warns them to join the Dandelions and go far, far away. The player then collapses from the efforts of their battle, and their Chirithy protects them.
A gente não tinha prometido que ia ficar de fora da batalha das batalhas, cara? Que isso? Meu... Oxi, ouvi coisas. Apresenta a personagem em 5 minutos. Não deu nem 5 minutos. Foi muito rápido. Acabei minha prova de quântica. A gente tá fazendo a nossa prova de quântica aqui também, viu, Batata?
As the Keyblade War rages on around them. It's at this point that Skuld awakens in the future, finding herself in a desolate world in the wake of the Keyblade War. While the light in the hearts of the Dandelions keep the various worlds alive, the darkness causes them to split apart, with time now affecting each one differently. Soon, she meets with Ephemer, and the pair find themselves in a graveyard of fallen Keyblades after the massive casualties of their wielders. Skuld and Ephemer realize...
Mano, cara, é foda, é realmente foda, porque, tipo assim, é literalmente tudo culpa do Master of Masters, sabe? Porque o Master of Masters olhou o futuro e falou, vai ter uma guerra. Aí teve uma guerra, mas, tipo assim, tinha motivo pra ter a guerra. Se ele não tivesse falado que ia ter uma guerra, não tinha. Mano, é tudo culpa dele.
That they are the first 2 of the 5 Dandelions that will arrive to lead the unions. Aside from the 5, every other Dandelion's memories have been erased, as part of the Master of Masters' plans to begin the world anew. Skuld and Ephemer then meet the 3rd Union leader, a young man named Ventus who isn't sure as to why he was selected. The 3 then meet number 4, another young man named Brain, who, unbeknownst to them, was left a copy of the Book of Prophecies by Master Ava. The 4 then see the 5th Union leader, but not the one Master Ava had intended. While Strelitzia was the intended 5th leader, unbeknownst to the other 4, a different Keyblade wielder named Larium arrives in her stead. The 5 then make their way to the Foreteller's chambers, discovering the Master of Masters' research on the Dream Eaters, deciding to make spirits that can eat the nightmares of the surviving Keyblade wielders, ensuring their memories are fully erased.
Pera, o quê? Repete, calma.
To make the Master of Masters' research on the Dream Eaters, deciding to make spirits that can eat the nightmares of the surviving Keyblade wielders, ensuring their memories are fully erased.
Tá.
Skuld and Ephemer then find the unconscious player, who awakens to finally reunite with their friends, including their Chirithy. This moment quickly passes, however, as the player soon finds their Chirithy waking them up in a forest in the enchanted...
Como assim? Como é que ele tá vivo, cara? Como assim? Só inventar 60 recursos diferentes pra ir consertando cara cagada. Como é que o cara tá vivo?
Dominion world. Their Chirithy then tells them that they've only dreamt of the Keyblade War over and over again since the Night Master Ava invited them to join the Dandelions. In actuality, the player is now in the new world, with their memories of the war erased. The player and their Chirithy find their path blocked by a mass of brambles. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side is the evil sorceress known as Maleficent. Maleficent's appearance as
outro fato, pra quem não sabe, tá? A Malévola é, tipo, uma das maiores vilãs do Kingdom Hearts. A Malévola. Oi? Sim, peraí. Pronto. Cafezinho? Não, ainda não, daqui a pouco. Vamos lá.
It turns out, is facilitated by her ability to traverse time, as she is from the future, retaining her memories and objectives from her time. The woman states her delight that not even Sora could meddle in this world, before walking off, cryptically foreshadowing events long to come in the future.
Tá bem longe
the player,
ainda.
unaware of Maleficent's presence, resolves to find a way through the brambles and continue their journey, driven by the lingering unease of their recurring dreams and the unknown challenge.
Por que a Malévola tá aí? Eu só saí pra beber água, esse é o seu maior erro, Wolf. Se você perder 2 segundos desse vídeo, acabou. Perdeu todo o raciocínio. Porque no final das frases tem uma barra? Uma barra?
Unaware of Maleficent's presence, resolves to find a way...
É uma exclamação. É uma exclamação. Angelina Jolie vidente, é verdade.
Through the brambles and continue their journey, driven by the lingering unease of their recurring dreams and the unknown challenges ahead.
Tá em itálico.
The player simply continues their mission, visiting the various worlds again as if...
Tá, mas então ainda não teve a batalha, né? Porque ele falou que eles estavam sonhando sobre a batalha, ainda não teve a batalha. É isso, né?
Nothing happened, and clearing out the invading forces of darkness within. One world, Enchanted Dominion, however, is brand new. There, Maleficent laments not being able to change the past. A manifestation of darkness appears before her, claiming that she is there to erase her defeat in the future from happening, where she tries to collect the 7 Hearts of Pure Light. More on this much later.
Mais pra frente.
Darkness reveals that the Master of Masters foresaw this, and
Porque nenhum dos personagens da Disney, quando Sora os encontra, não fala que esse protagonista visitou eles. Não sei também.
Explains why Enchanted Dominion never existed before the Keyblade War. In actuality, the worlds that the player has been exploring are merely virtual projections
Acabamos de descobrir, Felipe. Olha aí, ó. São projeções virtuais.
Created by the Master of Masters from data in the Book of Prophecies. Darkness then tells Maleficent that she must be sent back to her original time. In Daybreak Town, Lauriam reveals that he is searching for his sister, who is none other than Strelitzia. He soon learns from her acquaintance Elrena that she was searching for the player. Elrena goes to the abandoned house where Strelitzia was last seen, while Lauriam speaks with the other Union leaders about it. Ephemer immediately recognizes who Lauriam is speaking of, and goes to find the player between his missions in the data worlds.
Oh my God!
Ephemer introduces the player to Lauriam, who asks about his sister, but the player has no idea who she is. Meanwhile, Elrena investigates the house and sees a glitchy vision of Strelitzia, immediately telling Lauriam about it. Back at the clock tower, Skuld, Ventus, and Brain all start to see glitches of memories as well. Outside, Ephemer and the player see the glitches start to overwhelm the clock tower, and they rush there. Meeting with Ventus on their way, the 3 then find Brain in the clock tower's control room. There, Brain is seated at a massive...
Mano, o nome do cara é cérebro, não é possível. O nome do cara é Brain.
Brain in the clock tower's control room. There, Brain is seated at a massive computer terminal, and he proceeds to explain the creation of the data worlds, revealing a virtual Daybreak Town that acted as the pathway between the real world and the projections. With the glitches currently going on, however, Brain begins to wonder which Daybreak Town they're really in. Hoping to learn more about the source of the glitches, Ephemer and the player enter another connected world that Brain states doesn't exist in this time. Brain soon determines that they're in the virtual world, and surmises that somebody must be behind the current situation, but he doesn't know who. He then considers using the Book of Prophecies, and ponders his options alone. At the same time, Maleficent arrives in this Daybreak Town, with Darkness telling them it's the key to returning to her world. The darkness then tells Maleficent to go to the clock tower, where she'll be able to return to the real Daybreak Town, where she'll be able to take an incomplete lifeboat back to her time. While Maleficent realizes the speed of which will separate her heart from her body, the darkness confirms that she exists in the Book of Prophecies, so she must be able to find a new body in the future. Brain reads the Book of Prophecies, finding the list the Master of Masters created of the Union leaders Master Ava was to recruit. Brain then shares this note with Ephemer, revealing that not only was he not supposed to be the original recipient of the Book of Prophecies, but also that Strelitzia was supposed to be a Union leader.
Mano, eu tô morrendo que a Strelitzia virou Austrália na legenda. Ai, ai. O ícone do Jason é bonitinho, né? Se você der 2 subs... Agora não, porque eu não estou na categoria de Dead by Daylight. Mas se você der 2 subs em alguém que esteja streamando o DBD, você ganha o ícone do Jason. Eu tô amando estar com o cérebro igual um peito de frango vendo... Mano, tem muita coisa que eu não sabia, não. Ah, como assim? A Malévola, ela não tá com o corpo original dela? Ou ainda vai mudar isso também? Vai ver, pode mudar, talvez, também.
The Book of Prophecies, but also that Strelitzia was supposed to be a Union leader, with Ventus's name nowhere to be found. Brain theorizes that Ventus leaders Master Ava was to recruit. Brain then shares this note with Ephemer, revealing that not only was he not supposed to be the original recipient of the Book of Prophecies, but also that Strelitzia was supposed to be a Union leader, with Ventus's name nowhere to be found. Brain theorizes that leaving the Book of Prophecies to him was Master Ava's way of fighting against the fate decided by the Master of Masters. They both realize, however, that Ventus replacing Strelitzia was something completely unrelated. Skuld and Ventus then arrive, and Brain questions them, confirming their suspicion that something is off with Ventus.
Yeah.
Brain then decides to reveal to both Skuld and Ventus that the latter's name wasn't on the Master of Masters list. The group determines that the darkness must have disguised itself as the Master Ava who recruited Ventus. As Ventus struggles to remember what happened that day, they all decide to return to the clock tower.
Tá, mas assim, se eles estão na Daybreak virtual, será que não é só por isso? Porque não é a Daybreak real? Talvez na real a Strelitzia esteja lá, ou não também.
Meanwhile, Maleficent reaches a laboratory within the clock tower, where she is stopped by Lauriam. The two fight, destroying the equipment within the lab and knocking Lauriam unconscious. Maleficent disappears and escapes to the real-world version of the lab, in the wake of the destruction.
Ah, mas como é que ela conseguiu sair se quebrou a máquina, cara? Meu Deus, não, aí é plot armor.
The darkness then has her enter another lifeboat pod to return to her time in the future. Afterward, the Union leaders regroup in the Foreteller's chambers. Ventus finally remembers what happened the night he was recruited by who he thought was Master Ava. The darkness influenced the boy, making him attack Strelitzia before commanding him to take her book of rules. A distraught Ventus then rejoins the others just as the recovering Lauriam arrives fresh from his battle. Ventus then comes clean, admitting his hand in his sister's fate. As the others are forced to hold a vengeful Lauriam back, Ventus falls to his knees as the darkness emerges from him. The darkness reveals that Ventus was written to be a vessel for darkness in the Book of Prophecies. After a brief battle, the player returns and joins the group. The darkness then reveals that the data world was designed with a failsafe. When all of the lab's lifeboat pods leave the data world, everything would be sealed inside, including the darkness, forever. Knowing that Master Ava wouldn't just set them up to be lost forever, the group fights the manifestation of darkness once again. Afterward, Ventus awakens and realizes that if their adversary is pure darkness, that must make him pure light. He then uses this knowledge to change the darkness into a physical form his friends can defeat. After a flash of light, however, the darkness is left alone in the lab in the real world. There, the darkness is suddenly joined by Master Luciu.
Perdi! Me perdi. Por que a escuridão ficou no mundo real? Como assim, cara? Como que a escuridão passou? Não era pra ela ter ficado lá e todo mundo ter saído? Qual foi? Me perdi. Me perdi. Vou voltar. Vou voltar. Calma. Nem eles sabem.
As the darkness emerges from him. The darkness reveals that Ventus was written to be a vessel for darkness in the Book of Prophecies.
Tá.
After a brief battle, the player returns and joins the group. The darkness then reveals that the data world was designed with a failsafe. When all of the lab's lifeboat pods leave the data world, everything would be sealed inside, including the darkness, forever. Knowing that Master Ava wouldn't just set them up to be lost forever, the group fights the manifestation of darkness once again. Afterward, Ventus awakens and realizes that if their adversary is pure darkness, that must make him pure light. He then uses this knowledge to change the darkness into a physical form his friends can defeat. After a flash of light, however, the darkness is left alone in the lab in the real world.
Só não tem explicação.
There, the darkness is suddenly joined by Master Lushu, still alive and observing the events. Lushu is carrying a figure in a white robe and places them in one of the lifeboat pods. The darkness claims that if Lushu loses it, he'll defy the Master of Masters' orders, but Lushu states that he needs to plant this seed of light for the future. He then places who he calls the true dandelion in the lifeboat and sends them forward in time.
Quem que é esse?
Afterwards, Lushu confronts the darkness about the 5 other shadows besides itself with individual will. The shadow reveals that all 5 of the others are currently still within the data world, leaving Lushu to destroy the sole conscious shadow in the real world. It's then revealed that Lushu, the Master of Masters, and the 5 foretellers all had trapped the 7 most powerful darknesses within their own hearts, leaving the remaining 6 of 13 total to roam free. The lost page in the Book of Prophecies was written to plant enough negative emotion for the darkness to feed onto. Sometime later, in the clock tower, Laurium forgives a recovering Ventus. Laurium believes he hears from his sister before he hears Ephemer calling for him.
Oi, já vou. Vou pegar meu café. Tá, tô entendendo, mas tá faltando coisa. Já venho. Diz meu lado, eu também. Eu nunca na minha vida imaginaria que ia ter coisa de Kingdom Hearts numa apresentação da Nintendo. Nunca, nunca. Eu já tava convencida que não ia ter nada mesmo na Summer Game Fest. E teve! What the fuck? Nem imagino a surpresa de quem tava assistindo. Eu já joguei todos menos o mobile. Eu joguei fazendo... Não, é assim mesmo. Seu café pode pegar lá, Miminho. Pega ele lá. Está prontinho, te esperando. O mobile eu joguei só um comecinho, assim. Tipo, eu não... Nossa, não sabia nada disso aí. Absolutamente nada. Ai, vamos lá, vamos continuar a loucura.
Laurium finds Elrina waiting to speak to him. Her Chirithy tells him that they thought they saw his sister donned in a white robe, walking with another in a black one. Brain determines that the figure in black must have been Lushu, coming to the data world to retrieve the data preservation of Strelitzia. The Union leaders, along with the player and Elrena, then check on
o Ventus no colinho do Laurium, que bonitinho. Que fofo.
The lifeboats to the real world, finding only 5 now operational. Laurium, Elrina, and Ventus then enter pods, leaving Brain behind to give his...
Calma, dá pra fazer um meme disso? Tipo assim, colocar um nome no Laurium e um nome no Ventus, como se estivesse protegendo, sabe? Tipo assim... O Neon quando falam mal do Kaneki. Aí, tipo, ele protegendo o Kaneki, sabe? Dá pra fazer algum meme assim. Vou mandar ali.
Lifeboats to the real world, finding only 5 now operational. Laurium, Elrina, and Ventus then enter pods, leaving Brain behind to give his Keyblade and the Book of Prophecies to Ephemer. Brain then enters his own pod, leaving Ephemer behind with Skuld and the player, hoping to find a way to get them all out at once later. In the real world, Brain decides to send 2 pods back to the data world to hopefully allow the 3 they left there behind to escape. He then sends Laurium with Elrena and Ventus into the future, while their destinations are unknown. Luciu then returns and finds Brain, before the pair introduce themselves, discussing the limits of time travel being someone with memories of the Traveler, as well as a vessel for them to occupy. Brain simply states that he'll figure it out, no matter how long it takes. Back in the Data World lab, Ephemer, Skuld, and the player are suddenly met by 4 of the remaining Darkness Shadows. The Shadows ask that they allow them to travel through the gate back to the real world, which Ephemer predictably refuses. Suddenly, the player is possessed by another Darkness Shadow, who promises to release their friend if they open a gate to infect the real world. Ephemer and Skuld try to stop the player, but they are quickly overpowered. With no other choice, Ephemer opens a portal behind the player, which pulls them and the 4 Darkness Shadows into it. Ephemer and Skuld then enter their lifeboat pods and escape the data world. Elsewhere, the player awakens alongside the 4 Darkness Shadows, revealing that they were never even possessed. The player had simply tricked Ephemer into thinking his heart was lost to darkness, so he would trap them inside of the data world.
O quê? Não. O quê? Ele fingiu que foi possuído pela escuridão pra enganar as sombras e daí prender ela. Não. Meu Deus, é o GOAT, gente. O player é o GOAT confirmado aqui.
Before it was sealed off. The player then apologizes.
Master of Masters chora, né? Ele que gostaria de ter uma visão tão além do próprio tempo que nem o player, cara.
Inside of the data world before it was sealed off. The player then apologizes to their Chirithy before a white light flashes. Ephemer and Skuld then find themselves in the real world.
Calma, gente. O player definitivamente foi salvo pelo poder da amizade ali, com certeza.
Daybreak Town falling around them.
Meu Deus!
They return to their pods, and Ephemer reminisces about the player before they enter the lifeboats once again, traveling into their own unknown futures.
Então, e agora? Mano...
The player's heart then awakens in a white void, alongside the hearts of their other fallen Keyblade wielders. The player is then given a choice of whether to allow their heart to sleep or not. If they do not, their heart is melded into the heart of another, generations into the future, someone that dons a mysterious blue robe. This person then adopts a baby boy, and descendant of Ephemer's, named Xehanort, taking him to a world called Destiny Islands. The player then makes their choice, and their heart disappears into the void. At some unknown point, we then see Luciu walking with the black box and the gazing eye keypoint. The player's heart then awakens in a white void, alongside the hearts of their other fallen Keyblade wielders. The player is then given a choice of whether to allow their heart to sleep or not. If they do not, their heart is melded into the heart of another, generations into the future, someone that dons a mysterious blue robe. This person then adopts a baby boy, and descendant of Ephemer's, named Xehanort, taking him to a world called Destiny.
Descendente do Ephemer. What? What?
Islands. The player then makes their choice, and their heart disappears in...
Tá, mas calma, qual que foi a escolha dele? A escolha dele foi se tornar o cara de azul, né? Foi isso, né? Tô me sentindo uma criança de 2 anos, do nada muda sobre o que tá falando, dando pouca conexão, tem que entender muita coisa com pouca explicação, aí é rápido, e é tudo muito rápido. Aqui a maluquice tá se passando, tá?
Into the void. At some unknown point, we then see Luciu walking with the black box and the gazing eye Keyblade through the Keyblade graveyard. He then takes his hood's robe off, showing an appearance underneath identical to Brain. While Luxu had been instructed by the Master of Masters to leave the Keyblade to future generations, he was also instructed to observe the events of the future himself. This includes his heart inhabiting various other bodies over the years. At this point,
however, roubou o corpo do mano.
It's
Mas se ele tá com o corpo do mano, o mano tá onde? Ele morreu? Boa pergunta, não sei.
Unclear if Luxu was using the boy's body as a vessel, or if he had simply bequeathed Brain the Gazing Eye Keyblade and instructed him to hide the
É
blood.
verdade, vai que nem é o Luxu, vai que é o Brain mesmo, tem isso também, né? É verdade? Caraca, tu não é burro não, hein, cara?
Box. Either way, centuries in the future, Brain awakens in Scala ad Caelum, a city built atop the ruins of Daybreak Town. There, he is immediately met by a hooded man named Sigurd, who had been awaiting his arrival. Sigurd takes Brain to the city's headquarters, and on the way, they see a statue of the original Keyblade master and founder of Scala ad Caelum, Brain's old friend, Ephemer.
Aww.
We then return to Destiny Islands, where we find Xehanort, now grown into a curious boy, living on the isolated world, but itching to know if there's something more out there. The reincarnated player raises the boy, telling him that he is the child of Destiny, the descendant of a renowned Keyblade wielder who will save the world from darkness. While the player assures the boy that one day he'll be strong enough to fight darkness, the young Xehanort is only worried about seeing his mother again someday. Xehanort then tells the player that he wishes to also see the children he sees in his dreams, describing the Union leaders, including Ephemer and the player.
É, o player virou o cara de azul, mas tipo assim, qual que é a cara dele, sabe? É isso que eu tô...
The player then finally tells Xehanort about his first life, including...
Porque vocês sabem que o rosto em Kingdom Hearts é importante. Não sei se vocês sabem. O rosto, ele é importante. Se tá escondendo o rosto, é porque tem coisa aí.
The Book of Prophecies. However, in their second life, the player learned that the Child of Destiny could change the outcome in the book, and this child would have the ability to feel, share, and embrace what others felt in their hearts. This Child of Destiny, more importantly, would hail from Destiny Islands. Unequivocally, the player believes Xehanort to be this Child of Destiny. 8 years later, with the reincarnated player who raised him now gone, Xehanort is still plagued by dreams of the Keyblade War that split the worlds apart generations ago. One day, Xehanort is visited by another figure whose identity is cloaked in robes.
Lembra que eu falei, se não tá mostrando a cara...
This mysterious figure tells Xehanort that the boy is their waypoint, before offering him a way to explore the other worlds. The figure then opens a portal called a Corridor of Darkness that links to another world, Scala ad Caelum. Xehanort enters the portal and arrives in the city, known as the Stairway to the Sky. After its founding, Ephemer intended to use Scala ad Caelum to preserve and pass down the knowledge required to keep light alive in the eternal battle against darkness. The most important aspect of this knowledge is the ability to wield Keyblades properly, including a final test of one's ability and readiness called the Mark of Mastery exam.
Isso é importante. Gosta de crianças órfãs, gosta.
Those who pass this test are awarded the title of Keyblade Master.
Okay.
Upon arriving in the new world of Scala ad Caelum, Xehanort meets another boy named Ericus.
Mano, a minha meia... Acabei de perceber que a minha meia tá com daqueles negocinho de... Como que fala? Eu não consigo tirar. De tag de preço, só que tipo, aquele negocinho de plástico, sabe? Como é que eu tiro? Tá... Vou deixar tocando.
While both of the pair have no idea how Xehanort got there or where he came from, they strike up a friendship, and Xehanort joins...
Olha! Esse trequinho, cara. Como é que tava na minha meia ainda?
Ericus in training to become a Keyblade wielder. Training under an older, experienced Keyblade master named Odin, Xehanort and Ericus make up a group of students including others named Vor, Bragi, Hermid, and Balder. Even though he's in a...
Careca! Balder, no.
And Ericus make up a group of students including others named Vor, Bragi, Hermid, and Balder. Even though he's in a new world, Xehanort again grows tired and bored with his day-to-day life, leaving him still searching for something to change his heart.
Ele balbuciou sílabas pra nomear os personagens. Inacreditável, mano. O nome dos caras é Vor, Balder.
At some point, Xehanort and Ericus play a friendly game of Alba and Otter, a board game...
Aliás, gente, olha aqui. O nome desse cara é isso aqui o nome dele. Percebem algo? Dica. Drácula. Percebem algo?
Resembling chess, with Xehanort representing the dark pieces and Ericus representing the light ones. The pair discuss the eternal war between light and darkness. Pulling light from the past, Ericus wins their game, despite Xehanort joking that he never loses. While Xehanort claims that one day the world will call on Ericus to be its protector, he'll be there with him as a friend.
Não percebo, é square ao contrário.
Ericus then puts 7 of Xehanort's black pieces on the board against a single one of his own white ones, claiming that he's learned of a new game. Meanwhile, the Gazing Eye Keyblade, having been bequeathed from generation to generation, has come into the possession of the two students' master, Odin. As it hangs on the wall of the classroom, the Gazing Eye watches Xehanort and Ericus square off against each other. Not for the first time, and certainly not for the last. One day, Master Odin assembles the students of Xehanort and Ericus' class, informing them of dire news. While undergoing their Mark of Mastery exam, all 7 upperclassmen have gone missing in the surrounding worlds. Breaking tradition, Odin teaches the underclassmen how to access the other worlds so they can assist in the search, save for Balder, whose sister is one of the missing students.
Balder.
The group then split into 2 search parties and don armor that wards off the darkness. Using their Keyblades, they open pathways and traverse to new worlds to begin their search. After finding strong, heartless forces inhabiting the various worlds, the class regroup and determine that the missing upperclassmen must have been attacked and overwhelmed.
Kingdom Hearts é quase instituto hétero. É verdade, é mesmo. Cara, dá pra fazer um RPG de Kingdom Hearts no sistema de Warfare RPG, olha aí, ó.
Knowing that they have to show the same determination as their older counterparts, the Keyblade students continue their search. On their way, however, they discover that darkness can bury itself inside of someone's heart and influence their decisions without them even realizing. Soon, Xehanort and Ericus begin to disagree on how their search should continue. While Xehanort suggests that pursuing darkness might lead them to the missing students, Ericus holds steadfast that their duty is to protect the light. While searching one of the worlds, Xehanort and Ericus, along with a fellow student named Vor, finally find one of the upperclassmen, Vidar. Vidar acts strangely, however, and tries to recruit Vor to join them.
While
Xehanort and Ericus try to convince her to stay with them, Vor leaves with Vidar. The class return to Skala ad Kylum to find Master Odin now missing. But they decide to continue their mission anyway, now adding Vor to their search.
What the fuck?
Xehanort and Ericus disagree on their next move, so they decide to lead separate searches.
Meu Deus.
Meanwhile, Vidar returns to speak with Master Odin. Odin warns Vidar about true darkness, the 13 ancient darknesses that are approaching. Master Odin then explains that the 7 most powerful ones were imprisoned within the Keyblade Masters of the past, who had offered themselves as vessels, and came to be called the Lost Masters. Of the 6 shadows that remained, 4 were trapped by Keyblade wielders in the realm between of another world, while the last 2 were rumored to have been destroyed when the world collapsed. During their continued search, Xehanort and Hermid are split up with Erd. Erd is then overwhelmed by enemies, but saved by Vala, one of the upperclassmen. Vala tells Erd that she had been watching her, waiting for her to prove that she was capable of helping them achieve their goal. While Erd doesn't agree to go with Vala, a fellow upperclassman named Vali arrives and entrusts...
Não acredito que tem a Vala e o Vali. Não, aí é... Pelo amor de Deus, aí realmente faltou a criatividade.
...her with the enchanted rose that's essential to keep the order of the world they're in, Beast's Castle. Later, the group again come across Vidar and Vor, attempting to take the magic lamp from Agrabah, another item that's essential to the world's order.
É muito bom que, tipo assim, a história, ela tá bem, assim, num aspecto original, né? Aí, do nada, o cara mete eles estão em Agrabah.
It reveals that by taking the items that upset the balance of the worlds, they hope to uncover the true light that shines even in the face of confusion and uncertainty. Vidar then explains their goal of gathering the 7 lights to defeat true darkness before leaving once again. With the moral implications weighing over their heads, the underclassmen decide to return to Master Odin once again to confer. Odin then reveals that the upperclassmen are likely trying to collect the 7 lights to summon Kingdom Hearts to fight off the true darkness. Now knowing the task at hand is too much for them to handle, Odin relieves the underclassmen of their current duties. While the students try to figure out their next move, Baldur finally joins them. They fill him in on the situation, and the boy tells them that they no longer have to search for his sister, Hoder, as she tried to protect him and is now gone. Baldur then reveals that before his sister went off to conduct her Mark of Mastery exam, he felt something was off, so he followed her. Watching her battle Maleficent in a dragon-like form, Baldur tried to jump in to help Hoder, but she was forced to jump in front of a blast from the dragon, striking her down before Baldur passed out. Hoping to learn more, the group go to a world Baldur recently discovered.
Tá, mas aí então a Malévola matou a irmã dele, ele desmaiou e ela, foi embora. Não é meio estranho?
Where they might find the perished underclassmen, the Underworld. Arriving at the Olympus Coliseum, the group meet Hades, Lord of the Underworld, who offers them an invitation to his domain so long as they win a
Get up on the Hydra's back!
tournament. Xehanort, Ericus, and Bragi fight in the tournament and emerge the victors, gaining them access to the Underworld. There, Xehanort and Ericus find Hoder, along with fellow fallen upperclassmen Heimdall, Helgi, and Sigrid.
Por que eles estão no inferno, mano?
Xehanort reveals Vidar's plan to summon Kingdom Hearts to destroy the darkness that took his friends from him. Hoder and the others, who also fell while trying to fight Maleficent, then wonder if the evil fairy is the formless, true darkness, but decide that either way she needs to be dealt with. Hoder then secretly asks Xehanort for a favor before her and her compatriots' hearts disappear. Afterwards, Hades throws Xehanort, Ericus, Hermid, and Erd into a corridor of darkness.
Meu Deus, Xehanort,
While they all don
Hermid,
their armor, the darkness quickly overwhelms them. Master Odin is able to intervene, opening his own portal to rescue Xehanort and Ericus from the realm of darkness. Sometime later, the 3 meet in Master Odin's classroom, and he informs them of the losses. The group then realize that Baldur must have succumbed to the darkness after losing his sister, and a loud rumble is then heard outside. Odin wields the Gazing Eye Keyblade and runs outside. Ericus, not wanting to lose another friend, rushes out with Xehanort, and the pair find Scala ad Caelum in chaos. Vidar, Vala, and Vali then arrive and reveal that Baldur had been chosen as the vessel of darkness. Ericus, angered that...
É por isso, então, que o cara desmaiou e voltou tudo bem, né?
Vidar didn't stop Baldur, takes out his frustration by attacking him and the 2 other upperclassmen. After the scuffle, Xehanort is able to calm Ericus down, and Vidar admits that using Kingdom Hearts to purge the darkness isn't the answer. The group discuss Vor's return to Master Odin at the tower when suddenly the darkness engulfed Baldur appears beside them. While the group tries to free Baldur from the darkness, he simply states that he has business at the tower, before vanishing as quickly as he appeared, leaving several Heartless in his wake. The group race to the tower in hopes of rescuing Vor, but when they arrive, they find her already beside Baldur. The darkness inside Baldur reveals that it was actually what had taken out Hoder, Heimdall, Helgi, Sigrun, Bragi, Urd, and Hermod, boasting that Vor will be number 8. As Vidar, Vala, and Vali intervene, a massive heartless form emerges from Baldur's body, instantly slaying them, giving him victims 8, 9, and 10.
Tá, ele tava fazendo o que depois o Xehanort faz, né? É a mesma coisa.
As Vor tries to help as well, she's quickly cast aside, marking number 11.
Meu Deus,
Baldur,
tá
stating
perto.
they should finish this somewhere worthy of the occasion, vanishes in a cloud of darkness. Xehanort and Ericus head out of the chamber to find him atop the tower. Baldur states that Xehanort and Ericus will be the last of the 13 lights that must be given to the shadows to summon Kingdom Hearts. Baldur then reveals that he, influenced by the darkness, had tricked Vidar into trying to summon Kingdom Hearts, but when he gave up, Baldur had to step in to do it himself. Xehanort and Ericus then battle the heartless form of the darkness inside of Baldur, and after a grueling fight, they
Meu Deus, o speedrun da luta!
are able to defeat it.
Meu
In
Deus.
the wake of the battle, Ericus urges Xehanort to drive the darkness out of Baldur. Suddenly, Xehanort finds himself and his adversary surrounded by darkness. Baldur asks Xehanort if he can claim that his own heart is untainted by darkness, and the boy silently reflects. Baldur then tells Xehanort that like when he lost his own sister, when Xehanort loses the person he cares about, Ericus, he will also be swept away by darkness.
Sky.
Finally, Baldur claims to not be the ancient, true darkness, but instead one born from the darkness in all of their hearts. Suddenly, the favor Hoder asks Xehanort is revealed. Since their meeting in the underworld, the boy had been harboring her heart within his own. Hoder's spirit then appears before her brother, telling him that he no longer has to fear the darkness in others' hearts. Hoder and Baldur then draw their keyblades, before Master Odin suddenly arrives and subdues the boy in chains. Hoder's spirit strikes Baldur before vanishing, knocking him down and leaving him vulnerable for a final attack.
Carai.
While the subdued
Caraca, mano. Nossa. Pesado, né? O menino ali, tipo, a irmã dele deu a vida pra salvar ele, aí ele cagou tudo, e daí ela teve que matar ele no final ainda. Ela, voltada dos mortos, teve que matar o irmão ainda. Depois de dar vida pra salvar ele. Caralho. Gacha Studio era um jogo mobile, realmente.
Darkness within Baldur tries to reason with Xehanort by telling him that they're both the same. Xehanort slices through the boy as well as the chains, destroying him and leaving the darkness to fade as his heart vanishes. 1 month later, Xehanort visits the graveyard on Scala ad Kylos and lays flowers at the headstones for Hermod, Urd, Bragi, Vor, and the others, including Baldur, who he notes can at least be with his sister now. Ericus arrives with his own arrangements and begins to place them, noting that Master Odin hasn't been himself since the incident. Furthermore, Ericus tells Xehanort that Odin is planning to conduct their Mark of Mastery exams soon, planning to retire once they become Keyblade Masters and take his place. As Xehanort and Ericus walk off to have another game, they're watched by a robed figure, who comments that it wasn't him after all. It's then revealed that Bragi never actually perished, and in fact, was never really Bragi all along. The The boy the entire class knew as Bragi was simply a vessel for the lost master Lucio, who overpowered Baldur and disappeared. Lucio...
Meu Deus! Era ele o tempo todo! Eu achando muito complicado os jogos inocentemente sem pensar que tinha um jogo mobile. E o jogo mobile é bem pior, né, pelo visto. Eu sei entender absolutamente nada, a gente também não tá entendendo, não.
Lucio realizes that since Bragi's not supposed to be alive anymore, it'll be hard to show his face in his current vessel.
Verdade, vai ter que trocar.
While he's disappointed that he hasn't found the chosen one, he notes that Xehanort could still be very useful. 1 year after the upperclassmen went missing, Xehanort is walking through a corridor of darkness. While his armor protects him, he can feel the darkness seeping through into his heart. Xehanort then decides to accept his destiny and sheds his armor, collapsing as the darkness surrounds him.
Então foi assim.
Suddenly, a robed figure arrives and recognizes Xehanort as the Singularity. The figure then takes Xehanort to the Keyblade graveyard, giving him a black cloak that will protect him against the darkness better than his armor. In return, the stranger asks him to search for the darkness within people's hearts on his travels, stating that he'll be there, waiting for his return. Sometime later, Xehanort, now wearing the black coat, returns to the barren world. There he sits among the rocky pillars of the Badlands, deep in thought. The other figure, revealed to be the Master of Masters, approaches. While Xehanort doesn't know him or his significance, the pair talk about the boy's journey to different worlds and the dark truths he has uncovered about human nature.
Olha a cara desse aí. Olha a cara dele.
Xehanort reveals his belief that darkness resides in every heart, and that people justify their selfish actions through hollow reasons, perpetuating a cycle of chaos. The hooded figure challenges Xehanort's conclusions, asking why he feels the need to impose order. Xehanort explains that without guidance, the world would collapse into chaos. The stranger points out that understanding emotions and hearts is difficult, but Xehanort is resolute in his belief that the world needs him to act. The Master of Masters encourages Xehanort to follow his convictions, regardless of the results of his upcoming Mark of Mastery exam. Xehanort admits that he feels a mysterious sense of destiny, even tied to the black coat he wears, though the stranger hints that he eventually will outgrow the need for it. When Xehanort asks who the stranger is, the figure identifies himself as a lost master. Xehanort is left pondering this cryptic meeting as the stranger departs, leaving him with the words, "May your heart be your guiding key."
Não hiding key, guiding key.
1 year later, Ericus and Xehanort return to their chess game, discussing what they'll do next. Xehanort claims that one lifetime won't be enough for him, as he'll need 13 to rebuild the world. Ericus, meanwhile, merely hopes to remain a beacon of light, guiding those who have fallen to darkness back. 2 years later, Xehanort lays arrangements of flowers at the 4 headstones in the graveyard on Scala ad Caelum. While Ericus tries to convince Xehanort that what happened wasn't his fault, the boy still decides to leave their world to search for something before his Mark of Mastery exam.
Caraca, mano, mas já passou 5 anos e o cara ainda não fez o exame.
The pair then sadly go their separate ways, with Ericus joking that one day he'll settle their score. 3 years after, Xehanort, now wielding the Gazing Eye Keyblade bequeathed to him by Master Odin, tells his friend and fellow Keyblade Master Ericus that summoning Kingdom Hearts is the only path to protecting the world.
Mano, por que o Odin deu a Keyblade pra ele, cara? Qual é a lógica? Qual que é a lógica? O Ericus era muito melhor. Alô?
By Master Odin, tells his friend and fellow Keyblade Master Ericus that summoning Kingdom Hearts is the only path to protecting the world. Unable to come to a resolution, the pair then clash. We then jump over 5 decades later, where a now elderly Master Xehanort discovers Ventus in the Keyblade graveyard, arriving from the past. Xehanort takes Ventus on as his apprentice, believing the boy to have the potential to assist him in summoning Kingdom Hearts. In his travels...
Aí o Ventus, ele é todo especialzinho, né? Ele usa a Keyblade ao contrário. Ele gosta.
Xehanort determines that a heart of pure light, which when battling an equal strengthened heart of pure darkness, can somehow create a copy of the Keyblade. Xehanort tests this theory with Ventus in the Keyblade graveyard, but the boy ultimately succumbs to the darkness. Master Xehanort is then forced to strip that part of his heart away, and it manifests itself into a being of pure darkness, materializing as a masked, Keyblade-wielding boy named Vanitas, who Xehanort also begins to train.
É Vanitas o nome dele, ele não é como os outros.
This process leaves Ventus's heart in a broken state, and Xehanort takes the unconscious boy to his old homeworld of Destiny Islands where he can recover. Suddenly, a brand new heart, one belonging to a yet unborn child, notices the fractured light of Ventus's heart and connects with him.
Mano, isso aqui também é muita viagem. É o coração de alguém que ainda não nasceu, mas percebeu que tinha uma luz fraturada e chamou ele e se conectou.
This new heart then connects with his, giving him the strength to stop his light from fading away, while allowing him the opportunity to win back the part that already did someday. To Xehanort's shock, Ventus then awakens and wields his Keyblade. Sometime later, Master Xehanort walks through a corridor of darkness with Ventus, whose traumatic events have left him without any of his memories. Xehanort then remarks that the darkness around them doesn't matter to the uncloaked Ventus, whose heart has been closed off. They then reach the Land of Departure, where training Keyblade wielders and apprentices of Ericus's, Terra and Aqua, are practicing. In the Land of Departure, Masters Ericus and Xehanort then begin to discuss their new abode, and the apprentices they've taken on. Believing Ventus to be the...
Nossa, né? Mas olha a diferença, né? O podre do Xehanort aí, ó, careca, com esse bigodinho de bode. E olha que lindo que o Ericus tá. Viu só, gente? Se você envelhece na luz e não na escuridão, você envelhece bem. Bonito, jovial.
Child of Destiny prophesies to save the world from darkness, Xehanort asks Ericus to train the boy, believing himself to be too close to the darkness to properly guide him.
Gollum.
In reality, Xehanort knows that Ventus cannot stay with him after what he did to the boy. Over the next few years, Ventus begins to train under Ericus alongside Terra and Aqua, with nobody besides Xehanort aware of the boy's true history. At some point, Master Ericus speaks in the throne room with Xehanort, who seeks to forge the Keyblade and unlock the door to Kingdom Hearts.
Eu imagino o Ericus ouvindo isso, tipo, todo dia é isso, cara. Sério, todo dia tu quer fazer a Keyblade pra abrir o Kingdom Hearts, mano. Todo dia é isso. Bruno, obrigada pelo follow. Tô envelhecendo na sombra, venha para a luz, guarda.
Hearts, driven by his belief that darkness is a beginning, not an end. Ericus, fearing the catastrophic consequences of Xehanort's quest, vehemently opposes him, resulting in a battle.
De novo.
Xehanort, wielding dark powers, overpowers Ericus, leaving him injured and questioning if Xehanort has already succumbed to darkness.
É bolo de bolo. Não tem, tipo, sabor. Não sei se você viu, vou começar a franquia. Hoje? Que horas? Ai, mano, é porque hoje eu vou até tarde por causa do vídeo de 6 horas. Mas eu quero ver. Que horas?
Unconcerned, Xehanort departs, leaving a scarred Ericus to grapple with the aftermath of their latest clash. One night in the land of...
Cara, eu não sei, porque a ideia é ver o vídeo até o final. É, eu tô pausando de vez em quando, né? Então, tipo assim, vai ser mais de 6 horas. Assim, eu tô esperando que até 10 horas eu termine.
Departure. Ventus, Aqua, and Terra spot a meteor shower and begin to watch it together.
Vai começar às 16. Depois eu pego no VOD.
One night, In the land of
Sabe, o Doff acaba dia antes, tipo isso.
departure, Ventus, Aqua, and Terra spot a meteor shower and begin to watch it together. Aqua notes that she and Terra have their Mark of Mastery exams the next day, and she presents her friends with good luck charms called Wayfinders that she had made for all three of them, shaped after the Paupu fruit, a star-shaped...
Que fruta cocô, mano? Não é fruta cocô. Por que ele traduziu pra fruta cocô? Por que ele traduziu pra fruta cocô? É palpo. Mano, por que ele fez isso?
fruit that is said to interconnect the destinies of those who share one. Aqua hopes that as long as they each carry a charm, they'll always be able to find their way back to each other. Meanwhile, in the world known only as the Mysterious Tower, we find the king of the Disney Castle world and Keyblade Master, Mickey Mouse. Mickey enters the tower and speaks with his former teacher, sorcerer and retired Keyblade Master, Yen Sid. During their conversation...
Mano, é muito bom que o nome dele é Yen Sid. É aquele negócio, né? Tem o Drácula e o Alucard, tem o Ericus e o Square Enix, tem o Yen Sid e o Disney. Amaram?
Yen Sid notes that he feels something terrible is about to occur. The next day, Aqua and Terra appear before Ericus to start their Mark of Mastery exam. As Master Xehanort and Ventus watch on, Ericus begins the exam by summoning orbs of light. Xehanort suddenly sabotages the exercise, introducing darkness into the orbs. Ventus is then forced to protect himself as his friends complete their exam. After defeating the orbs, Aqua and Terra are presented with their final test, a sparring session amongst each other to bring out their true nature through combat. During their fight, however, Terra is unable to control the darkness that influences him, something that Master Xehanort immediately takes notice of. After their battle, Master Ericus announces the results of the exam. Only Aqua showed the Mark of Mastery and is granted the title of Keyblade Master, while Terra's lack of control of the darkness causes him to fail. Xehanort leaves the room to find a hidden Vanitas, who questions him about his former vessel, Ventus. Xehanort instead simply reflects on the 13 ancient darknesses and the possibility of the sole surviving one hiding amongst them, disguising themselves as light. A frustrated and confused Terra begins to wonder aloud about where the darkness that overcame him came from. Suddenly, Master Xehanort appears and tries to convince the young man that darkness shouldn't be feared, but instead channeled for its immense power. After Xehanort plants the seeds of doubt that Ericus will never...
O capacete... Mas é legal, é um design legal.
...allow him to pass his exam, Terra returns to his class before Xehanort disappears into a...
Cara, não, é bizarro, né? Porque, tipo assim, o Xehanort tá todo caquético, fudido, usando o corredor da escuridão. Já faz décadas. Toda hora ele fala, temos que fazer o Kingdom Hearts. Temos que abrir o Kingdom Hearts. E ninguém acha estranho, né? Ah, deixa ele aí sendo professor. Não, tá safe, mano. O cara tá de boa. Absolutamente nada suspeito.
Corridor of Darkness. When Terra returns to Aqua, they see Ericus speaking with Yen Sid through an open portal between their worlds. Yen Sid tells Ericus that the Princesses of Heart are in danger. These 7 princesses, spread across various worlds, house the pure light that was shattered from the Keyblade, and they're now under threat by both the Heartless and a new form of opposition known as the Unversed.
O Xehanort tá no meu teto querendo roubar minha luz. Só essa, isso é importante.
These Unversed feed on negativity and were unknowingly created from the negative emotions that emerged from Vanitas' creation. Master Ericus then reveals that Master Xehanort has gone missing, before tasking Aqua and Terra with finding him while eliminating the Unversed. Before they depart, Master Ericus speaks with them both separately, first warning Terra not to obsess over power as it will beckon the darkness. He then asks Aqua to watch over Terra closely and return him to the land of departure if she sees any sign of the darkness growing within him. Meanwhile,
caso não tenha ficado claro ainda, a Aqua é a nossa mais na franquia, tá? É a maior de todas, amamos ela. E ela é linda também, o que é importante.
Ventus sits in his room, where he's suddenly visited by Vanitas, who cryptically states that Terra is currently leaving him behind. Furthermore, Vanitas states that by the time Ventus catches up to Terra, he'll be a different person. Vanitas then disappears into a corridor of darkness.
O Vanitas também aparecendo só pra botar lenha na fogueira, né? Precisava? Tinha motivo? Não, mas ele quis.
As Ventus rushes off to look for his friend. Ventus finds Terra just in time to say his goodbyes, as the latter dons his Keyblade and armor before flying off to the lanes between worlds to begin to find.
Olha este automóvel. Tron sonha. Caraca, o que eu cliquei?
Finally prove himself as a worthy Keyblade master. Ventus, fearing Vanitas' words, then dons his own armor before flying off after him, much to an arriving Aqua and Ericus' dismay. Ericus then tasks the new Keyblade master with rescuing her friend, and Aqua dons her armor before following Ventus. As Terra begins his journey, he finds himself in the enchanted Dominion world, immediately finding Unversed invading, which he fights off. Nearby, the world's sorceress, Maleficent, spots Terra. While this Maleficent is the same that we will later see go back in time, at this point in the timeline, she has not yet gained the ability to traverse between worlds and times. She approaches Terra, intrigued by his strength and potential. Maleficent senses the darkness within him and decides to manipulate Terra for her own purposes, telling him that she saw Master Xehanort leaving the castle, overhearing him mention trapping the light inside the world's Princess Aurora. Inside,
também conhecida em outros jogos como Ohorá, né? Essa aí é incrível. Pergunta pra Square como surgiram esses veículos. Assim, tem espada-chave que aparece do ar, né? Por que não poderia ter também uma moto-nave espacial?
Terra finds the princess, fast asleep from a curse placed by...
Com o vestido azul, que é superior, tá? Não sei se vocês concordam. Quem concorda respira. Mas o azul é muito mais bonito.
Maleficent. The sorceress arrives once more and begins to tell him about the power of the 7 Princesses of Heart, awakening the darkness within him to give him the power to collect them. Terra remembers his lessons from Master Ericus and decides to push the darkness down, but Maleficent's influence over the darkness proves too powerful. Left in a trance-like state, Terra uses his Keyblade to extract the light from the Sleeping Beauty's heart. As Maleficent retrieves it, Terra snaps out of it and realizes what he's done. Maleficent tries to get Terra to join her in collecting the other 6 hearts, but he refuses and she vanishes, leaving him to resume his search for Master Xehanort. Meanwhile,
Bicho performático, né? Olha isso.
Leaving him to resume his search for Master Xehanort. Meanwhile, Ventus follows Terra's tracks, finding himself in the worlds of the other Princesses of Heart. Similarly, Aqua attempts to search for both Terra and Ventus, eventually finding the former and informing him that their other friend has gone missing after following him. Terra informs Aqua about Xehanort's plan to find pure hearts filled with light, and the pair split up to continue their respective searches. When Ventus reaches...
Sabe o que eu tava pensando? Quanto tempo será que esse cara levou só pra gravar o voice-over desse vídeo? Porque ele não ficou lá 6 horas diretas, né? Será que ele gravou 1 hora por dia? Quantas vezes será que ele teve que regravar as frases, né? Será que ele dividiu por parágrafo? Fora o que ele cortou. Será que ele dividiu por arco? Como será que ele fez? E isso é só o voice-over, né? Mano, eu não quero imaginar o trabalho que o cara teve pra editar esse vídeo. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Não, tendo que baixar a gameplay. Não sei se ele gravou a própria gameplay ou não. Mano, no mínimo, uns 3 HDs aí pra fazer esse vídeo. Meu Deus. Não ganhar nada? Copyright? Não, acho que esse vídeo aqui não tá copyright, não.
The enchanted dominion, he's able to release Aurora's heart from Maleficent's grasp before the sorceress arrives and attempts to stop him. After a battle, Maleficent tells Ventus that Terra stole Aurora's heart willingly, and Aqua arrives just in time to plead with
mas aí também, né? Aí mentindo até eu, né, Malévola? Porra. Ai, o Terra pegou a luz da princesa por livre e espontânea vontade. Livre e espontânea vontade. Entendi. É tipo a análise minuciosa que o TikTok fez do meu vídeo, né? Saquei. Ele gravou a gameplay, no começo tava os mods pra tirar as legendas das cutscenes, parece? Sério? Não percebi. Vilã mentindo.
Stole Aurora's heart willingly. And Aqua arrives just in time to plead with Ventus not to believe the evil fairy. Aqua tries to convince Ventus to come home with her, but he refuses, rushing off and leaving the Keyblade Master to deal with Maleficent. After also refusing to help Maleficent, Aqua helps rescue Princess Aurora from her slumber, defeating the sorceress in her dragon-like form.
Aqua é muito agout.
A wounded Maleficent is then forced to flee the Enchanted Dominion to continue her plot of searching for the Seven Hearts of Light, as Aqua continues her own search for Ventus.
É foda.
Meanwhile...
É foda, né? Meu Deus, é cada um indo atrás do outro.
Master Xehanort speaks in private with a man named Bragg. Unbeknownst to Xehanort, and everyone else, Bragg is another vessel for the lost Master Luxu. Continuing his task of observing the events of the Gazing Eye Keyblade, Luxu inhabits Bragg and offers his help to assist Xehanort in forcing Terra to succumb to the darkness.
Então, pra alguém que era pra só assistir as coisas, esse cara tá meio participativo demais, não tá, não?
Feigning ignorance as a fool who simply wishes to obtain the power of the Keyblade in return. Hoping to learn more about the Unversed, Terra seeks out Yen Sid. Upon arriving at his mysterious tower, Terra consults with the retired Keyblade Master, who suggests a connection between Master Xehanort and the sudden emergence of the Unversed. Yen Sid advises Terra to find Xehanort, and as Terra departs, the sorcerer muses to himself, wishing that Xehanort's heart would not lead him astray. While traveling through the lanes between, Terra suddenly hears Master Xehanort beckoning him. Terra then finds himself in the Keyblade graveyard, where Xehanort is currently waiting for him.
Olha a merda.
Terra confronts him, and the old master admits that he created Vanitas from the darkness inside of Ventus. Furthermore, Xehanort claims that the only way to stop the Unversed is to stop Vanitas, claiming he will likely be drawn to the City of Light, the world known as Radiant Garden. As Terra leaves the Keyblade graveyard to find Radiant Garden, his target, Vanitas, discovers Ventus in the lanes between. Vanitas leads Ventus to the now empty Keyblade graveyard, where the being of darkness challenges the boy he was created from to a battle. While Ventus is quickly overpowered and incapacitated,
pobre, caquético, ruim, nem passou no exame da marca ainda. Pra quê?
He's saved at the last moment by an arriving Keyblade Master he's yet to meet, Mickey Mouse. Mickey heals Ventus's wounds, and the pair join forces to take on Vanitas. Together, the pair are able to drive the being of darkness.
Mano, a melhor parte de qualquer Kingdom Hearts é quando o Mickey aparece pra te ajudar, mano. É muito legal. Você fica tipo assim, meu Deus, é o Mickey Mouse. É o Mickey Mouse lutando comigo.
Back, forcing Vanitas to escape into a corridor of darkness. After
É o Mickey Mouse!
The battle, Ventus and Mickey introduce themselves to each other. Mickey reveals a star shard he borrowed from Yen Sid, which has enabled his travels between worlds. Suddenly, the shard transports them to Radiant Garden, where they soon become separated.
Que coincidência.
In Radiant Garden, Ventus searches for Mickey and encounters two castle guards, Dylan and Alias.
Meu Deus,
their conversation is interrupted by an attacking Unversed, forcing Ventus to run off while the guards are restrained by a man named Evan, who reminds them that protecting the castle and its inhabitants is their priority. Around the same time, Terra arrives in...
Melhor cena de Kingdom Hearts é quando Mickey aparece numa sala da academia com o manto da escuridão dando maior discurso filosófico. Ele também é meio performático, né? Muito. Não meio, não.
Inhabitants is their priority. Around the same time, Terra arrives in Radiant Garden, searching for Vanitas, but instead spots Master Xehanort and decides to follow him. On his way, Terra notices an old wizard, Merlin, who drops a...
Mano, ele é muito legal também. Eu gosto muito do Merlin, cara.
Book entitled Winnie the Pooh. Terra returns it to Merlin, who claims that the book isn't his, but holds on to it anyway. Meanwhile, Aqua also...
Isso será importante mais pra frente. Ai, gente, o mundo do Pooh é muito fofinho, eu gosto muito.
Arrives in Radiant Garden, spotting a young girl being harassed by Unversed. Aqua steps in to protect her, and an also arriving Mickey Mouse jumps in wielding his Keyblade to assist. The two then fight side by side to defeat the threat, introducing themselves afterwards. Aqua tells Mickey that she can sense light within the girl, and they theorize that the Unversed must have been drawn to it. Mickey agrees to help protect the girl, but his star shard suddenly teleports him away. The girl, named Kairi, then gives Aqua a bouquet of flowers she picked as thanks. As Kairi's grandmother appears to collect her, Aqua casts a magic spell on the girl, telling her that one day, if she ever falls into trouble, the light in her heart will lead her to the light of another. Shortly after, Ventus, Aqua, and Terra...
A legenda traduziu Pooh para Cocô, eu não vi isso, mas mais cedo eles foram falar da Pulpo Fruit e a legenda traduziu para Fruta Cocô, não sei porquê.
Reunite to fight off a massive enemy. Afterwards, Aqua warns Terra that he's getting too close to the darkness. Terra, offended that Ericus had her spy on him, decides to go off on his own to fight the darkness. Ventus, also upset that Aqua is only there to take him home, also runs off after Terra, telling the Keyblade Master that her new title is going to her head. As Terra walks off, he encounters Brag, who claims to have Xehanort held captive beneath the Outer Gardens. Skeptical but curious, Terra decides to investigate. To his surprise, he finds Master Xehanort chained up. Brag then arrives and challenges Terra to a battle. When Terra is initially overpowered, Xehanort shouts for him to not disappoint Master Ericus by losing.
Ai, cara, juro.
Fueled by determination, Terra summons his Keyblade, and the darkness within him erupts, manifesting in a powerful attack that damages Brag's right eye and breaks Xehanort's chains. The wounded Brag flees, and Xehanort congratulates Terra for channeling the power of darkness. Aware that Terra can no longer return to Master Ericus, Xehanort offers to mentor him.
Como tá o olho, tudo certo. Obrigada. Estou sentindo padrão aqui nessa legenda. Faça algo, Chunin invade o campo. Ei, que futebol no meu chat.
Emphasizing the need to balance light and darkness rather than destroy one with the other. He flatters Terra, acknowledging his potential as a Keyblade Master, even if Ericus does not. Terra ultimately accepts Xehanort's offer and agrees to continue searching for Vanitas. After Terra leaves, Brag returns to Xehanort, upset that their plan to awaken the darkness within Terra ended up injuring him, something the man didn't.
É, né? Agora ficou, volta o cão arrependido, né? Fez plano aí, olha, ó, perdeu o olho, bem feito. Merecia mais.
Sign up for. When Xehanort draws his Keyblade in response, Brag backs down, simply asking the old man to hold up his end of their bargain.
Aí, era Brinks.
Meanwhile, Ventus protects another one of Radiant Garden's inhabitants, a young orphaned boy named Ienzo, from attacking Unversed. After, Ienzo is collected by Evan, who takes the boy back to the world's tower while giving Ventus Terra's location.
Tchau.
Ventus finds Terra, who tells him that while Ven cannot come with him on his current journey, he knows Ventus will be there when he really needs him. Elsewhere on Radiant Garden, Aqua surprisingly comes across Vanitas, sparking a battle. After Aqua defeats the masked boy, he again escapes into a corridor of darkness.
Cara, juro.
Ventus then arrives and tells her that Terra had left, forcing her to leave as well.
Meu Deus.
Ventus begs her to let him go with her, but like Terra, Aqua declines, instead hoping to keep her young friend out of harm's way. As Aqua leaves, the disappointed Ventus sulks while holding a wooden mock keyblade given to him by Terra.
Ai, tadinho.
Two other inhabitants, two boys named Lee and Isa, then arrive, and the boisterous Lee notices the toy sword, challenging Ventus to a mock battle. After Ventus wins, his new friends have to get going, leaving him alone once again. Later, Ventus, Terra, and Aqua all separately visit the Disney Town world.
É muito bom quando do nada aparece algum personagem da Disney. Do absoluto nada.
Where they meet Queen Minnie Mouse, as well as the villainous Pete. Pete is eventually exiled from the world due to his deeds, and finds himself in the lanes between. There, he is discovered by Maleficent, who offers her help in escaping his current predicament if he assists her in conducting her plan, and he excitedly agrees.
O bafo é muito aleatório.
Maleficent then summons a corridor of darkness, which Pete enters, vanishing for the time being. While traversing through more worlds in pursuit of Terra, Aqua is eventually confronted by Vanitas once again. Vanitas, who had recovered Ventus's wooden keyblade, mocks the childish toy and breaks it, angering Aqua. The two then fight, and while Aqua is eventually able to finally defeat the masked boy, he escapes once again as she passes out from exhaustion.
De novo, mano.
Meanwhile, King Mickey loses his star shard, which Ventus later finds and recovers. Back at the mysterious tower, Mickey Mouse's assistants, Donald Duck and Goofy, await their king's return. They spot his star shard, but its user is quickly revealed to be Ventus, who arrives via the shard's teleportation abilities. Goofy and Donald usher Ventus into the tower.
Ninguém comenta o tanto que o cabeleireiro não deve ganhar a venda do gel pra esses personagens. É um pote inteiro pra manter esse cabelo em pé. É. Exatamente.
Where the boy speaks with his master's old friend, Yen Sid. With Mickey's location now unknown, Yen Sid casts a spell to see where he currently is, discovering him to be in danger in the Badlands of the Keyblade Graveyard. Ventus recognizes the landscape and
eu fiz a vozinha dele e eu não tava nem com essa intenção.
Offers to rescue the king, vowing to return Mickey's favor. Elsewhere, Terra is traveling through the lanes between when he's suddenly drawn by the light to the Destiny Islands. There, Terra spots two young boys named Sora and Riku. Sora, as it turns out, is the boy whose heart touched Ventus's and allowed him to recover before he was even born.
Vocês se lembram? Vamos voltar. Vocês lembram que naquela hora lá o Xehanort fez um experimento no Ventus e daí separou ele em duas pessoas, a parte boa e a parte ruim, o Vanitas, e daí fala que o coração do Ventus estava morrendo, e daí o coração de alguém que ainda nem tinha nascido chamou ele e eles se conectaram. Era o Sora.
Terra then senses light within Riku, who, much like a young Xehanort, longs to see the outside world. Believing that one day the boy will have the strength to be a Keyblade wielder, Terra bequeaths Riku with the ability to one day summon his own. After Terra leaves, Aqua is similarly summoned to the Destiny Islands by the power of light. There, she also meets Sora and Riku. Aqua notes Sora's resemblance to Ventus, as well as Riku's similarity.
Esse aqui é um pouquinho forçado, porque assim, o Sora e o Ventus não tem nada a ver, mas tudo bem.
To Terra. While she
Riku com o Terra também, pelo amor de Deus, mas enfim.
Bequeathing Sora, she realizes someone has already performed the ceremony with Riku, and decides that one Keyblade is enough for any friendship. Instead, she tasks Sora with protecting Riku, and ensuring he never travels down a dark path.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Ventus reaches the Keyblade graveyard and finds an unconscious Mickey. Suddenly, Master Xehanort appears and Ventus's memories begin to flood back.
Ooh.
Xehanort then reveals his plan to forge a copy of the Keyblade by forcing Ventus and Vanitas, beings of pure light and pure darkness respectively, to battle. He then summons a vortex of darkness, which sweeps up Mickey and Ventus. Xehanort then calls Terra to meet him at the Keyblade graveyard, where the old man tricks him into believing Ventus is on his way home to force the truth of his origins out of Master Ericus. As Terra flies off to return to the land of departure, Ventus arrives there himself and begins to question Ericus. Ventus accuses Ericus of containing him within a prison and not allowing him to go off on his own out of fear of him becoming the Keyblade. Ericus immediately realizes that Xehanort had never given up on his plan to summon Kingdom Hearts, and recognizes that while he couldn't stop his old friend the day he scarred him, he has to do so now. Suddenly, Ericus draws his Keyblade, revealing that the only way he believes he can stop Xehanort now is to eliminate Ventus before he can use him to create the Keyblade.
Complicado.
Before he can attack, Terra arrives and steps between them. Shocked and angered at his master, Terra refuses to step aside when Ericus instructs him to. Master Ericus then sheds a tear and prepares to deliver the same fate to both of his pupils. As Terra holds off the attacks, he soon finds the experienced Keyblade master too powerful for him to handle alone.
Yeah.
Terra then allows the darkness into his heart, and he opens a portal to send Ventus to safety before challenging Master Ericus He opens a portal to send Ventus to safety before challenging Master Ericus to a battle, one-on-one. While the battle is hard fought on both sides, Terra is ultimately able to mortally wound his former instructor.
Vixe.
In the wake of the battle, Ericus uses his final moments to apologize to Terra, taking responsibility for the darkness within it. Expressing his regret for turning his key.
Isso que o Terra disse pro Ventus antes, estão indo em caminhos diferentes, mas quando você precisar eu estarei lá. Só leva a lapada, o Ventus é muito tadinho. Cara da escuridão, cria plano pra fazer um caos. Cara da luz, matar a criança.
Keyblade on Terra and Ventus. Master Ericus realizes that his own heart is darkness.
Ih.
Suddenly, a dark pulse shoots through Ericus, and he drops his Keyblade. As Terra tries to catch his falling master, Ericus disappears as his body fades into light. An arriving Master Xehanort observes Terra's grief and taunts him, pushing the young man to embrace his anger and darkness fully. He then invites Terra to face him at the Keyblade graveyard, where he threatens the lives of both Ventus and Aqua. Xehanort then unleashes darkness upon the land of departure before escaping away in a corridor of darkness. As Terra watches the destruction of his home, he vows to protect his friends and flies away from the land of departure for the last time. Meanwhile, Ventus emerges from the other end of the portal opened by Terra, finding himself on the Destiny Islands. There, he's confronted by Vanitas, who tries to goad him into joining together to create the Keyblade. Ventus refuses to fight, knowing that doing so will complete Xehanort's plan, forcing Vanitas to similarly challenge Ventus to a battle at the Keyblade graveyard, threatening Terra and Aqua's life before disappearing.
Complicado.
As Terra and Ventus make their way to the Keyblade graveyard for their final battles, Aqua discovers the unconscious Mickey Mouse in the lanes between. Aqua rescues him, bringing Mickey to the mysterious tower where she meets with Yen Sid. Yen Sid regretfully informs Aqua that he's learned of Master Ericus's death at the hands of Xehanort and Terra.
Vixe.
Learning that Terra is currently at the Keyblade graveyard, she also heads there.
Perde 2 vezes pra água e ainda ameaça ela na frente do V. É que ele não sabe, né? Ele não sabe disso ainda. Mas realmente, né? A pachorra.
To learn the truth about her master's fate. There, Aqua finds Terra standing among the masses of fallen Keyblades, and he
A falta de um zap só com mandar mensagem. Vanitas vindo me derrotar, relaxa, derrotei ele mais de uma vez. Vai ser GG easy.
Admits that he mistakenly helped Xehanort strike down Master Ericus. Ventus soon joins them and fills them in on Xehanort's plan to use him and Vanitas to create the Keyblade. Terra and Aqua promise to help Ventus, but he asks that if it goes too far, they put an end to him. Master Xehanort and Vanitas then arrive, and the trio don their armor, preparing for a fight. As the group charge at Xehanort, however, he's able to use his powers to manipulate the landscape and separate them, sending flying Keyblades at them. Aqua and Terra struggle against the onslaught, while Vanitas targets Ventus. In the ensuing chaos, Xehanort captures Ventus, freezing him in ice and dropping him off of a cliff.
Meu Deus, o coitado
Aqua catches him, while Xehanort conjures a magical orb and shoots it into the sky. The clouds then part and reveal Kingdom Hearts looming above the Keyblade graveyard, ready for its counterpart to be reforged. Terra, filled with rage, removes his helmet and charges at Xehanort and Vanitas, determined to protect his friends. Meanwhile, Aqua holds Ventus as Bragg arrives and taunts them, prompting a simultaneous battle between him and Aqua. In the midst of Terra's battle, Xehanort continues to taunt him, goading the young man's frustration to allow the darkness to empower him more as the pair battle one-on-one. As Aqua defeats Bragg, the man runs off, noting that he's done his job to buy Xehanort time. Suddenly, Vanitas ambushes Aqua, striking her with his Keyblade as Ventus is forced to watch in his frozen state.
Tadinho.
As Vanitas prepares to deliver the final blow, however, Ventus is able to summon all of his will to break free and protect her, prompting a battle with the darkness that once inhabited...
Caraca! Gente, quando lançou esse jogo não tinha Frozen ainda não, eu acho. Eles previram a história de Frozen, né? Ele se libertou com a força do amor. Olha aí, se libertou do gelo com a força do amor.
His own heart. After Ventus defeats Vanitas in battle, the latter finally removes his mask, preparing to join their bodies to forge the
Olha aí, quem que ele parece, gente? O Sora.
Vanitas then summons Unverse to subdue Ventus before merging with him, causing a powerful surge of energy to form around them. Aqua's body is thrown over a hill by the surge of energy, which grows more and more. Ventus struggles to control the overwhelming power, but it unleashes a massive orange beam that shoots into the sky, enveloping the boy.
Ah, eu achei laranja meio forçado, né? Acho que não precisava ter falado a cor, não. Motivo dele parecer o Sora. Achamos legal, originalmente, com certeza.
Master Xehanort and Terra see the orange beam, and the old man proclaims that the Keyblade has been reforged, and declares that it is time for the final union, turning his Keyblade and slowly thrusting it into his own chest, causing a beam of light to shoot out. Terra, shocked, watches as Xehanort's body glows and an orb of light floats out, containing the essence of the old man's heart. Xehanort's old body then fades away as his heart enters Terra, who is now encased in darkness despite a last-second attempt to don his Keyblade armor. Emerging from the armor, Terra's hair turns silver, his voice deepens, and Xehanort, now in Terra's body, declares the dominance of darkness, summoning his Keyblade. As this new vessel, which I'll from now on call Terra Xehanort, begins to walk away...
Ah, geralmente o povo fala Terranort. Tipo assim, Terra Xehanort não, mano. Terranort é mais legal.
Terra's discarded armor reassembles and kneels with its Keyblade, resisting Xehanort's control. Despite Xehanort's efforts, this lingering will of Terra's stands and engages in combat with its former inhabitant.
Acaba com ele!
Meanwhile, Aqua remains unconscious, floating somewhere between realms. As she dreams of Ventus's plea to put an end to him to prevent Xehanort from obtaining the Keyblade, Aqua awakens back in the Keyblade graveyard to find Mickey Mouse beside her. She stands up to spot Ventus nearby, and she rushes over to find the dazed boy wielding the reforged, new Keyblade. Ventus then looks over at her to reveal yellow eyes and an evil intent, as this union of he and Vanitas then attacks Aqua, forcing Mickey to jump in. The pair then fight side by side to take on this Ventus-Vanitas union. Summoning the power of her friendships with Ventus and Terra, Aqua clutches her good luck charm and delivers a final strike, causing a chain reaction that frees Ventus from Vanitas once more before the Keyblade self-destructs.
Boa.
In the ensuing blast of energy, Aqua and Ventus are blown away, but Aqua is able to grab Ven's hand at the last moment. Meanwhile, Terra Xehanort is knocked unconscious by Terra's lingering will inside the armor, before it plunges the Keyblade into the ground and kneels once more. The massive blast of energy from the Keyblade then engulfs Terra Xehanort's body and the armored figure in light. Terra's remaining consciousness has a fleeting vision of Ventus and Aqua before fading away. The clouds around Kingdom Hearts close and hide it away once again, with Terra's armor still kneeling alone. Inside of Ventus's own heart, he again fights off Vanitas' influence, having one final battle of heart. In the wake of this battle, Vanitas finally disappears, as does the Keyblade and his own Keyblade. Unfortunately, this takes a heavy toll on Ventus's heart, causing it to leave his body to seek refuge, leaving him in a comatose state. Mickey is luckily able to find Aqua and Ventus's unconscious bodies, and he brings them back to the mysterious tower. When Aqua awakens, she speaks with Yen Sid, learning of Ventus's sleeping heart. Aqua and Mickey then promise to keep believing in Ventus, hoping that when his heart awakens, it will be able to find his friends. Aqua then takes Ventus's body back to the land of departure, now lying in ruin. Aqua takes Master Ericus's fallen Keyblade and places Ventus inside of the tower's throne room. She then uses Ericus's Keyblade to lock the world away, transforming it into one known as Castle Oblivion.
Ooh.
She then leaves her friend there to rest as she exits to search for Terra. Aqua then travels to Radiant Garden, where she finds the Terra Xehanort Union. While Terra's heart tries to fight for control, Xehanort maintains his hold over his body. Aqua is then forced to fight Terra Xehanort, and during the fierce battle, Xehanort, inside of his new vessel, summons a hulking dark figure to act as his guardian.
Isso é legal.
Unbeknownst to Aqua, Terra's heart is caged within this guardian. Despite the powerful opposition, Master Aqua is able to defeat Terra Xehanort in battle, allowing Terra to again fight for control. Terra Xehanort then turns his Keyblade on himself, as Xehanort tries to force what remains of Terra's heart out of their body. The dark figure appears behind them once again, before it falls into a swirling portal of darkness. Terra Xehanort then falls in afterwards, forcing Aqua to jump in to follow just before it closes. Inside the fall to darkness, Aqua grabs Terra Xehanort's hand, not allowing the darkness to have her friend. Sacrificing herself,
abandona seu amigo no esquecimento. YouTube criando a própria fanfic. Ele às vezes erra pouquinho.
Aqua gives the unconscious Terra Xehanort her Keyblade and armor, allowing him to return to the realm of light as she falls to the realm of darkness. Aqua simply apologizes aloud to Ventus, knowing that it might take her a little longer to get back to him now.
Mano, ela se sacrificou pra salvar os dois, cara. E ó, outra coisa que é importante aqui, tá? Porque daqui a pouco eles vão falar, provavelmente. Mas a Aqua era a única que sabia onde que o Ventus estava. Porque ela foi lá na cidade que eu esqueci o nome e transformou a cidade com a Keyblade do Ericus pra se tornar o Castle Oblivion, que é tipo uma fortaleza pra proteger o Ventus enquanto ele dorme. E daí ela é a única que sabia, agora ninguém sabe onde é que ele tá. Mãe de menino. Oi, Lilinho, estamos vendo a lore. 6 horas de vídeo. Estamos no Birth by Sleep. Tá acabando agora o Birth by Sleep. City Departure, isso. Eu quero ir fazer xixi e botar meu aparelho de novo. Rapidinho, já volto. Voltei. Mas assim, ó. Eu não sei se é porque agora já tá na parte que eu conheço. Mas pelo menos eu achei que a parte do mobile é a pior. Tipo, mano, eles viajaram demais na parte do mobile, tipo... Eles tiveram que inventar muita coisa pra justificar as outras coisas. Aí eu não sei se é impressão minha por eu já conhecer a história agora, a partir de agora, assim. Mas, nossa, achei muito confuso ali no do mobile, meu Deus. Toda vez que eu vejo esse jogo eu fico bugado, eu fico me perguntando por que tem o Mickey. É porque sim. É porque sim. É porque sim. Deve ter sido aposta ou dívida. Não tem uma história que um cara da Disney e outro da Square se encontraram no elevador e tiveram a ideia? Eu não sei, Mordo. Pior que aí eu não sei, não. Não serve nem pra justificar. É muito confuso. O mobile nem eles lembram porque fizeram aquilo ou a lore. Eu acho que foi um sonho febril do Nomura. Ele falou, pô, vou usar isso aqui pra justificar, mano. Eu não sei direito de onde é que surgiu a ideia do Kingdom Hearts, não. Mas eu acho que deve ter sido dívida.
Meanwhile, on Destiny Islands, Sora and Riku watch the skies on the beach. Suddenly, Sora begins to cry, as something inside of him begins to feel sadness, but he doesn't know what. Riku advises him to open his heart and listen, and Sora agrees to try. In Castle Oblivion, Ventus's body sits in the Chamber of Waking, as he hears the young Sora's voice speak to him. Inside of Sora's heart, the light of Ventus's heart finds its way to him, and Ventus asks the boy if he can stay with him to heal. Sora agrees and accepts Ventus into his heart, remarking to Riku that he thinks it worked.
Funcionou.
Back on Radiant Garden, Braig discovers Terra Xehanort's unconscious body and leads the world's Sage King, Ansem the Wise, to him.
Esse cara também é importante, hein? Só esse aqui, o Ansem the Wise. Ele é muito wise.
Man awakens and introduces himself as Xehanort. Braig takes him to the castle, while another guard, Dylan...
Mano, aproveita que esse cara tá todo fudido caquético, prende ele. Sério. Aproveita. Ele tá podre, não consegue nem levantar.
Takes Aqua's Keyblade and armor. In the realm of darkness, Aqua wanders alone and begins to lose hope. Before she can fade into the darkness, however, the bonds she formed with all of her friends reignite the light.
My friends
and
are my
she
power.
Presses on. Inside of Terra Xehanort's heart, Master Xehanort taunts Terra, claiming that darkness now controls him. Terra refuses to surrender.
A Square e a Disney Japão estavam no mesmo prédio. Daí um cara da Square encontrou um executivo da Disney no elevador e falou de colaborar num jogo de ação. Caraca. Eu acho que isso aí é história pra boi dormir. A verdade é que tinha dívida.
However, asserting that he has a plan to regain control. Xehanort then recognizes Ericus residing within Terra, and they each express their readiness to resolve their property dispute. Xehanort notes that this is only one of the roads he can take, as he's made sure of backup plans. Sometime later, Terra Xehanort takes up residence in the tower on Radiant Garden, having forgotten all of his memories due to the battle over his heart. Braig, believing the amnesia to be a ruse, takes him aside and tries to speak with him, but quickly finds the memory loss to be legitimate. Braig then pats him on the back and assures this Xehanort that he's got his back. Meanwhile, Ienzo and Ansem the Wise walk through a neighboring hall, holding hands and eating sea salt ice cream.
Isso é importante, tá? O picolé de sal marinho sumiu a legenda? Agora que eu percebi. Nem tinha percebido. Obrigada. Caraca, pior que era. Que horror. Sabia que eu comi lá na Disney? Não era picolé, era sorvete. Mas é muito bom.
Just before they turn a corner, Ienzo stops and looks back, catching sight of Braig and Terra Xehanort walking away together. Ansem, noticing Ienzo's pause, also looks back at the two figures walking away. Ansem the Wise then begins to experiment on Terra Xehanort's heart, hoping to restore his forgotten memories.
De boas.
Encouraged by Ienzo, Ansem builds a large laboratory in the basement of the castle tower to further his research. Terra Xehanort, however, begins using the lab to conduct secret experiments on the nature of darkness and the creation of Heartless. His curiosity and ambition lead him to dive deeper into the darkness than Ansem ever intended.
Esse cara só apronta.
At some point while Terra Xehanort is under Ansem's tutelage, a girl is suddenly discovered by Ansem the Wise in Radiant Garden's central square. Having no memories of her name, she's referred to as Subject X, only recalling 4 friends and a key. As Ansem and Terra Xehanort probe her for information, they learn that she seems to hail from an ancient time that resembles a fairy tale. She also speaks the phrase, "May your heart be your guiding key." During this research, Subject X is kept within a cell inside the castle, where she is secretly visited by Isa and Lee, who become her friends. One day, however, she is released from her cell by a man in an eye patch, likely to be Breg. After this moment, Subject X is never seen again. Over time, Terra Xehanort regains his own memories and manipulates his fellow apprentices, Breg, Dylan, Evan, Alias, and Ienzo, convincing them that their research would lead to a greater understanding and control over the worlds. Breg, in particular, becomes a close ally of Terra Xehanort, helping him convince the other apprentices to join in their secret experiments.
Engraçado, né?
As their research progresses, Terra Xehanort and the other apprentices turn against Ansem the Wise, sabotaging his research and deceiving him. However, Ansem soon realizes the danger of their experiments and tries to shut down their
Ele tá muito olhando suspeito nessa imagem, né?
research to destroy the Heartless that they have created.
Nossa,
At some point, Kairi, the young girl Master Aqua cast the protective spell on, is surrounded by a group of Heartless on Radiant Garden before she is found and retrieved by Terra Xehanort. Believing Kairi to possess the power of a Princess of Heart, Terra Xehanort places her in one of the lifeboat pods so that her heart can resonate with the Keyblade wielders to escape their world. Terra Xehanort then sends her off, hoping that it will lead him to a Keyblade wielder capable of opposing him, also mentioning an other realm. Her heart then leads her to Destiny Islands, where she grows up, befriending Sora and Riku.
Eles são tão fofos!
Terra Xehanort and the other apprentices then banish Ansem the Wise to the realm of darkness, ensuring that he can no longer interfere with their experiments or reveal the truth about their actions. With Ansem out of the way, Terra Xehanort assumes his identity, taking the name Ansem to obscure his past and give...
Safado, mano. Baniu o verdadeiro Ansem lá pro submundo e ainda roubou o nome dele.
Credence to his newfound authority. Under the guise of Ansem, Terra Xehanort continues his experiments, leading to the mass production of Heartless. By giving his heart to darkness, Terra Xehanort then uses the Gazing Eye Keyblade to split his heart into 2 new beings, a Heartless and a Nobody.
Isso aqui é importante. É isso que dá ADM no servidor pra um maluco. Ó, aqui já começa os nobodies, né? Nobody. A gente tem os Heartless, que são as versões quando um coração morre, né? A gente teve aqueles Unversed, que tinha a ver com Vanitas, que é tipo uma parte ruim. E agora tem os nobodies.
Like typical Heartless, Terra Xehanort's Heartless retains his intelligence, personality, and memories, but is left without a true physical body. This Heartless takes on the name Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, to further his plans. Left without a corporal form, this new Ansem dons a brown robe with an X-like pair of straps, wearing the hood to hide the black void where his face should be. Quick note, going forward, I will refer to Terra Xehanort's Heartless as either simply Ansem or Ansem Seeker of Darkness.
Por que ele tá traduzindo Ansem pra anômalo? Isso eu não sei também. Caraca, essa parte é meio confusa, tá? É meio confusinha. É bem confusa. Porque, ó, se você for pensar, o Heartless é pra ser o que sobra quando o coração morre, né? Mas aí, tipo, ele não tem corpo. Só que daí tem o Nobody. O Nobody é não corpo. Só que o Nobody tem corpo. É engraçado. Mas aí, basicamente, o Nobody é o corpo que sobra quando o coração foi de arrasta.
Referring to the original researcher who was banished to the realm of darkness, specifically as Ansem the Wise. Sorry if it gets a bit confusing that two characters have the same name, but don't blame me, blame Nomura. The Nobody, on the other hand, retains the original human's body, soul, and some memories, but lacks a heart, leaving them to constantly seek to become whole.
Ou seja, o Nobody é um Heartless. Percebe? Eu não sei por que eles chamaram assim, mano. Devia ser o contrário.
Again. Terra Xehanort's Nobody then takes on the name Xemnas, an anagram of Ansem with an added X.
Aí ó, eu vou escrever, né, porque na legenda não fica, mas aí o nome dele é Xemnas, que seria Ansem mais X, basicamente. Ansem the Wise não tão wise assim, parece uma roupinha de Chewbacca.
At some point, the other apprentices undergo the same process of splitting their hearts into Heartless and Nobodies.
Os nomes do filho
Following
do
the
Mosca,
same pattern of rearranging the letters of their original persona's name with an added letter X, these Nobodies take on new personas, while maintaining much of their original personalities. Braig becomes Zigbar, Dylan becomes...
Mano, é foda, olha isso. O Braig se torna Zigbar. Ai.
Zaldin, Evan becomes Vexen, Alias becomes Lexeus, and Ienzo becomes Zexion. Furthermore, the two boys from Radiant Garden, Lee and Isa, join the organization hoping to learn more about Subject X's disappearance, becoming the Nobodies Axel and Syx, respectively. Two other Nobodies are also created, named Demix and Luxord, although their original personas are currently unknown.
Suspeito, né? Tem o Luxo, aí tem o Luxord. Não deve significar nada.
Finally, two of the Dandelion Union leaders who escaped the data world in their lifeboat pods, Laurium and Elrena, wind up falling to the darkness as well, splitting their hearts and becoming Nobodies named Marluxia and Larxene, respectively.
Olha aí.
Their leader, Xemnas, gives the group of 12 the title Organization 13.
O grupo de 12 membros se dá o título de Organização 13, é engraçado. Marluxia,
Taking up a world called the World That Never Was as their base of operations.
Ooh.
However, Xemnas deceives the other members about the true nature of their existence, convincing them that Nobodies lack emotions and can only regain their hearts by summoning Kingdom Hearts. In reality, Xemnas has a secret plan to use the Nobodies as vessels for Master Xehanort's grand scheme to create 13 Vessels of Darkness.
Ah, mas aí também mentindo até eu, né? Só lembro do Axel quando eu joguei KH2. O Axel é muito legal. Mentiroso, mentindo até eu.
This plan involves filling each vessel with a fragment of Xehanort's heart, ultimately to clash with 7 lights and forge the Keyblade. The members of Organization 13, unaware of this true purpose, diligently work towards Xemnas' false promise, while Xemnas and seemingly Luxu, through his vessel as Zigbar, manipulate events from the shadows to achieve their hidden agendas. Terra Xehanort's Heartless, on the other hand, takes part in an even grander plan. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, now left without a form, is able to travel through time. but only to places and times where a version of himself exists. Ansem then travels back and forth throughout time, ensuring Xehanort's plan is successful. This includes returning to Destiny Islands in the past to open the portal for the young Xehanort to take him to Scala ad Kyla.
Ó, lembra lá do início? Mano, olha aí, era o Xehanort do futuro vindo abrir o portal pro Xehanort do passado pra ele ir pra Scala ad Kyla pra conhecer o Ericus e daí ir aprender lá com o Odin. Olha aí, que mecanismo. Ele aceito.
Meaning the mysterious figure that started Xehanort's journey
Voltei, o que eu perdi tudo.
Was none other than his own Heartless.
Viu?
During this event, Ansem also gives the young Xehanort the ability to travel through time himself, ensuring the Elder Xehanort's plan comes to fruition. Afterwards, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, hides out on Destiny Islands to await his next steps.
De capuzinho.
10 years after Sora's heart is touched by Ventus's, Sora dreams of a stained glass pillar, a dive into his own heart, before battling the darkness within himself. Suddenly, he's awakened by Kairi, finding himself on the beaches of Destiny Islands. There, the pair work with Riku to build a raft, hoping to find their own way off of their world so they can explore all of the others outside of it, including Kairi's home, which she doesn't remember. Meanwhile, on the Disney Castle world, Donald Duck walks through the colonnade and heads towards the audience chamber, only to find the king's throne empty. He receives a letter from King Mickey's dog, Pluto, in which Mickey expresses his plan to find what's been causing the stars to fade out, indicating danger befalling the worlds outside. Mickey ends the letter with a plea to Donald and Goofy to find someone with a key that is crucial to save the worlds. Donald urgently wakes up Goofy to inform him of the king's absence, and despite his
o corte pro mundo da Disney sempre pega desprevenido.
Instructions to keep the matter secret, Queen Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck find out about the situation as well. They send Donald and Goofy off, leaving Jiminy Cricket with them to chronicle their travels in his journal. The next day, on the Destiny Islands, Sora and Riku engage in a race, and after some playful competition, they start gathering provisions for their planned journey. Later, Sora encounters a mysterious hooded figure in the island's secret place, a hidden-away cave that houses a mysterious door, who hints at the impending darkness coming to Sora's world. Unbeknownst to Sora, this being is Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Xehanort's Heartless.
Isso.
As night falls, a storm threatens the islands, prompting Sora to check on the raft. He then notices a giant orb of darkness in the sky as Heartless begin to invade the island. Sora finds Riku, who speaks of a door opening to the outside world, giving them their chance to leave. Darkness then engulfs Riku, and as Sora tries to save him, he is able to summon his own Keyblade. Sora battles through the Heartless and finds Kairi in the secret place, where the hidden door suddenly bursts open. Darkness rushes out, sweeping Kairi towards Sora, who opens his arms to catch her. As the two begin to embrace, however, Kairi suddenly vanishes. It's at this point that Kairi's heart leaves her own body, seemingly taking shelter inside of Sora for the time being.
Olha aí, tá ficando meio cheio de gente já, né? O coração do Sora tem o Sora, tem o Ventus, agora tem a Kairi. Tem espaço ainda? Já vimos uma cena assim antes.
Sora then confronts Darkseid, the large heartless demon from his dreams, and fights it with his Keyblade. Despite his efforts, the island is consumed by the storm of darkness, and Sora is pulled into a dark vortex.
Cara, essa parte
Following
dá muita
King Mickey's
nostalgia.
instructions, Goofy and Donald arrive in Traverse Town, witnessing a star blink out of existence, signaling the severity of...
Mano, essa música de Traverse Town é muito boa, muito boa. Tururururururu, muito boa. Ele chegando atrasado pra reunião dentro do próprio coração. Eu deixei. Mapa maldito, cara, ele tem umas coisas chatinhas. Ele tem umas ordens, né, que você tem que fazer, eu sempre me confundo. Detalhe que eu lembro também é que o Mickey era pra ser protagonista, mas o Disney não deixou. Daí fizeram o Sora com esse sapato enorme dele. Eu falando que é maldito e já zerei 4 vezes Classic. Vai tomar copyright, tá igual, né?
The situation. As they search for a man named Leon, Pluto discovers Sora unconscious in an alley. Sora wakes up, initially thinking it was all a dream, but soon realizes he's in an unfamiliar place. While Sora explores, he's confronted by a tall man who points to his Keyblade and questions why it chose a kid like him. When Sora refuses to hand the Keyblade over to him, the man, revealed to be Leon, engages Sora in battle. Ultimately,
Sim, mas quando eu joguei o 3 foi a primeira coisa que eu pensei. Eu falei, cara, eu acho que o próximo vai ser bem pouca coisa. Talvez, tipo, quase nada de Disney. Eu pensei exatamente isso.
Defeating him. As Sora loses consciousness, a young girl named Yuffie appears, and Leon notes that things are worse than they thought.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Riku awakens on a cold stone platform in another world, Hollow Bastion, which once was the castle within Radiant Garden. He calls out for Sora and Kairi, but hears no response. Unbeknownst to Riku, Maleficent observes him from a higher platform.
Lá vem a Malévola.
Back in Traverse Town, Donald and Goofy search the alleyway in the 2nd District, finding it eerily empty. Suddenly, a young woman named Aerith appears and asks if the king sent them. The pair then follow Aerith to a nearby room, where they discuss the Heartless. Meanwhile, Sora begins to awaken, hearing a familiar voice. He opens his eyes and is surprised to see Kairi, but as his vision clears, he realizes it's actually Yuffie. Leon then joins them, and they explain that the creatures attacking Sora are after the Keyblade and his heart. Leon and Yuffie inform Sora about the Heartless, and mention a researcher named Ansem, who studied the creatures and wrote a detailed report, now scattered across the various worlds. As the Heartless attack, Sora is forced to fight through them. Meanwhile, Donald and Goofy fight the Heartless as well, and eventually their paths cross. Noticing the Keyblade...
Ai, gente, o grande encontro. Ai. Red Sonic, obrigada pelo sub, valeu pelo apoio. Pode escolher que cor você quer pro seu nome no quadrinho aqui atrás. Eu anoto os subs, bits e tudo mais. Valeu, é nóis. Exclamação cores tem a lista de cores. E o Fé Fofinha no Set Rebirth dá pra tu tentar ter relacionamento com ela. Sério? Não sabia. Nunca joguei nenhum Final Fantasy.
And realizing it's the key...
Tá quantas horas? 1h44.
King Mickey told them to find, Donald and Goofy assist Sora in clearing out the Heartless in Traverse Town. They then introduce themselves, and the trio team up to search for King Mickey, Kairi, and Riku together. Meanwhile, Maleficent observes these events inside of a dark room alongside various Disney villains.
Olha aí.
They discuss Sora and the Keyblade, speculating on whether Sora will conquer the darkness or be consumed by it. Maleficent sees the boy's potential usefulness either way. Using a gummy ship, the new team of Sora, Donald, and Goofy travel to various Disney worlds, clearing them of the invading darkness while Maleficent continues to observe it. Sora learns that using his Keyblade, the Kingdom Key...
Eu joguei essa série inteira, eu cheguei até a entender a lore, mas quando chega na parte do celular... Não, então, o jogo do mobile, a gente viu ali a lore dele no início, é muito confuso. Eles fizeram umas coisas assim... Só pra falar que teve, entendeu? Porque não tem sentido. Não tem justificativa. Eles inventaram umas coisas ali, ponto final. É bem perdido mesmo. O Hércules de mini saia.
He can lock the various worlds' keyholes, preventing the Heartless from returning. Throughout his travels, Sora continues to see more visions of Kairi speaking to him. After returning to Traverse Town, Sora is shocked to find Riku. The two friends reunite, and Riku expresses relief at finding Sora. Sora proudly introduces Donald and Goofy, but when Sora invites Riku to join them, Donald refuses. But as they argue, Riku vanishes mysteriously. The trio then meet with shop owners Sid, Leon, Yuffie, and Aerith. They learn that Maleficent has been using the Heartless to take over worlds, including their own. Leon explains that their ruler, Ansem's report, which Maleficent likely holds most of the pages of,
por que os balão tão vazio, cara? Esse é o Naruto, não.
Could hold the key to stopping the darkness. Meanwhile, outside of the house, Maleficent sows seeds of doubt in Riku's mind, suggesting that Sora has replaced him with new friends. Riku eventually agrees to work with Maleficent in exchange for Kairi's location. After fighting more Heartless and locking Traverse Town's keyhole, Sora and his two new friends continue their search through the Disney worlds. While clearing out more Heartless, the trio learn that the villains are searching for the 7 Princesses of Heart to find a way to open the door. Despite Sora and his friends' efforts, however, Maleficent is able to abduct various princesses from the Disney worlds, along with help from the manipulated Riku. Soon, Maleficent holds up her end of the deal and shows Riku where Kairi's being held. There, he learns from Maleficent that Kairi's heart was taken by the Heartless on Destiny Islands, leaving her body a lifeless puppet, though untouched by the darkness thanks to her power as a Princess of Heart. Desperate to save her, Riku asks Maleficent what he can do. She then claims that gathering the 7 Princesses of Heart will open a door to the heart of all worlds, where he can find the wisdom needed to recover Kairi's heart. She then bestows upon Riku the power to control the Heartless.
Oh my god.
With his new abilities, Riku follows Sora, bringing Kairi along to reveal her current state to him. Riku takes Kairi back to Hollow Bastion, where Maleficent has established her base of operations. Sora follows him, and there, Riku decides that it's time for them to determine who is the true Keyblade Master. Riku then somehow steals Sora's Keyblade from him, taunting his friend by leaving a wooden toy sword before he leaves. Regretfully, Donald and Goofy also leave
Mano, a fera nesse mundo eu acho muito engraçado.
Sora behind to follow Riku, still following their king's orders to follow whomever is holding the key. When Sora finds Riku,
pois é, né? Aí foi complicado mesmo, né? É.
He watches as his friend uses the power granted to him to transform into a dark mode before he attacks.
No.
Goofy and Donald quickly decide to help their friend, rushing to Sora's side. Without his Keyblade, Sora instead summons the power within his own heart, which resonates with all of the friends he's made on his journey. Suddenly, the Keyblade is stolen back from Riku, and Sora uses it to engage in a grueling battle with his longtime friend-turned-rival. Afterwards, Riku runs off once again, and is met by Ansem, still cloaked, who encourages him to fully open his heart to the darkness. This allows Ansem to enter Riku's body as a vessel to control him. As Sora fights his way up the castle, Riku meets with Maleficent, who lacks one heart to open the final keyhole to darkness, Kairi's, which is still missing from her body. Riku is then able to summon the Keyblade of Heart, a Keyblade created from the 6 hearts of the Disney princesses thanks to Ansem's control. Maleficent leaves to take care of Sora, Donald, and Goofy, engaging in a battle with the trio. During the fight, Maleficent's heart is damaged, and she retreats back to the keyhole. There, Sora watches as Riku plunges his Keyblade into Maleficent's heart, unleashing the true darkness and transforming her into her dragon-like form. After another fierce battle, Sora and company finally defeat Maleficent, and she vanishes into a cloud of darkness, at least for now.
Por enquanto.
Unbeknownst to everyone else, Riku unlocking her heart with Ansem's Keyblade is what gives Maleficent the ability to travel throughout time. Sora then finds Kairi's body at the final keyhole, and when Riku begins to taunt him, Sora finally realizes that his friend isn't himself. Ansem, through Riku, then reveals to Sora that Kairi's heart had rested inside of him all along. Riku moves to use his Keyblade to release Kairi's heart from Sora, but the latter is able to parry at the last second.
Parry!
After another battle between the two, Riku vanishes, dropping his Keyblade. Sora then realizes that they have to complete the keyhole before he can seal it. He picks up Riku's Keyblade of Heart and plunges it into his own chest, releasing all of the princess's hearts that were contained in the blade, as well as Kairi's that was inside of himself. As Kairi's heart reunites to her body, she reawakens just in time to rush over to Sora as his body vanishes. At this point, Sora's own heart is also unlocked, and the unleashing of 2 hearts from his body and soul create 2 separate nobodies. Sora's missing heart creates a boy who
Isso é importante.
was later found by Xemnas near an old mansion in a world existing between the realms of dark and light, called Twilight Town. While this vessel is void of Sora's heart, Ventus's heart, which was still hiding inside of Sora,
Ele vira 2 nobodies. Nobody. Que menino família. Que engraçado, né? Ele parece com Ventus. Nossa, que engraçado.
Remains inside of him, giving the new nobody an identical appearance to Ventus. Xemnas collects the boy, taking his original form's name, Sora, and rearranging it, adding an X to give this boy his new name, Roxas. Likewise, Kairi's missing heart creates a girl named Naminé, who
Gente, essa é a minha personagem preferida do Kingdom Hearts. Eu amo ela, sério. Nossa, eu adoro ela.
Ends up in Castle Oblivion, whose closeness to Sora grants her the ability to manipulate his memories. Much more on both Roxas and Naminé later.
Que Vietnã! Aí você me pergunta, tá, e por que o nome da Naminé é Naminé e não é alguma coisa a ver com Kairi? Boa pergunta.
Kairi, Goofy, and Donald look for Sora, Ansem suddenly appears through a corridor of darkness, now finally able to take on his own form after possessing Riku. As Ansem prepares to use Kairi's heart to unlock the final keyhole, Riku breaks free from his control and stalls Ansem long enough for Kairi to escape with Goofy and Donald as more Heartless arrive. Unbeknownst to them, one of these Heartless is Sora's, and he follows them as they rush off. Kairi realizes that the Heartless is in fact Sora, and as more arrive, she repays her friend by rescuing him. Kairi embraces Sora, shielding him from the other Heartless, and this act of light restores Sora's human form. The group then escape Hollow Bastion.
É legal, né? A parte que você mexe ele de Heartless. É legal mesmo. Eu amo esse jogo também, Zeca. Ai.
Restores Sora's human form. The group then escape Hollow Bastion and return to Traverse Town to regroup with their allies there. They determine that Sora must return to Hollow Bastion to seal the final keyhole to stop the Heartless invasion, as well as free Riku from Ansem's grasp. Deciding that it's best for Kairi to stay behind for safety, she leaves Sora with her Wayfinder Lucky Charm, telling him to never forget that wherever he goes, she'll always be there with him.
Que fofo.
Sora returns to Hollow Bastion and finds the keyhole, but is met by Leon, Yuffie, and Aerith. The group informs Sora that when he seals the keyhole and returns the Heartless, the walls between the worlds will be restored, rendering travel between them once again impossible. Sora then uses his Keyblade to seal the final keyhole. Afterward, the Princesses of Heart remind Sora that Ansem is still a threat, and they help him find his location, the end of the world. On his way, Sora encounters Xemnas, who enters Sora and absorbs his memories. Finally reaching the end of the world, Sora, Donald, and Goofy witness the remains of the worlds taken by the Heartless. After defeating the large...
Cara, esse final aí é muito viajado também, tá? Alice Pitica, né?
Demon Chernobog, the group finds a door. When they enter, they emerge to find themselves on the beach of Destiny Islands. Suddenly, the world begins to vanish into the darkness around them, and Sora spots Riku, back in his dark mode. Ansem speaks through Riku, mocking his vessel for letting his drive to see the worlds outside of his own allow his heart to succumb to darkness. Ansem reveals himself in his true form and insists that darkness is the heart's true essence. Sora rejects this, asserting that there is always light in the heart. Ansem then summons the dark figure that was his original persona's guardian to fight them. Sora and his friends manage to weaken Ansem, but he transforms into a more powerful form connected.
Mano, eu nunca vou tancar esse treco. Mano, o Ansem se transforma nisso aí. Nisso aí.
To the world of chaos. They continue to battle through more powerful forms and phases of Ansem and the Heartless, until Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, finally retreats to the door to darkness, which, as its name implies, leads to the realm of darkness. While all of these events are unfolding, Keyblade Master Aqua's own journey through the realm of darkness has been filled with challenge.
Oh, esse jogo dela é um jogo curto, é o 0.2. É muito bom, sério. Eu lembro que quando eu joguei eu fiquei gag, que é realmente muito bom.
As she battles the Heartless and encounters haunting illusions of her past. Aqua catches up to the visions of her friends Terra and Ventus and calls out to them, and is surprised when Terra responds.
E dá pra customizar ela, tem isso também.
Terra reveals that he is unable to see anything within the realm of darkness, and explains that both he and Ventus are illusions created by Aqua's memories. He confides that he has lost control of his body, and Xehanort suddenly takes over Terra's form, nearly deceiving Aqua into revealing Ven's current location in Castle Oblivion.
É, porque lembra que eu falei que só a Aqua sabe onde o Ventus tá. Eu vou só o nariz.
Terra reappears just in time, restraining Terra Xehanort with binding chains. However, a dark portal manifests behind Aqua and the vision of Ventus, and Darkseid's hand grabs them, dragging them through the portal. Aqua blacks out, watching Terra confront Terra Xehanort. Later, Aqua drifts through the darkness, dropping her wayfinder as she falls unconscious. Suddenly, King Mickey appears beside her and grabs her, giving her wayfinder back to her.
Os Goats, gente, sério. Mano, se a Aqua e o Mickey estão juntos, acabou. Não tem pra ninguém.
Mickey carries her to safety, and after they fight off the Heartless, Mickey informs Aqua that it has been 10 years since they last met.
Problemão, né? Problemão.
Mickey explains his own presence in the realm of darkness, revealing that he's searching for the dark version of Sora's Keyblade, the Kingdom Key D, so they can both use their respective blades to seal the door from both sides. Aqua and Mickey reach the Destiny Islands, now swallowed by the realm of darkness.
Não morreu de fome? Ué, ela comeu os Heartless.
Darkness, which Aqua realizes as the place she met Sora and Riku.
Oh.
Realizing this must be where the dark counterpart of Sora's Keyblade must be, the pair fight a tempest of Heartless to reach the secret place. There, Mickey and Aqua open the hidden door and find the Kingdom Key D on the other side. Mickey takes the Keyblade, and together he and
E ó, tá vendo que ela é as cores invertidas, ó?
Side. Mickey takes the key.
Ó, ela é as cores invertidas, ó. Ela é dourada aqui e ali ela é prateada, viu?
Blade, and together he and Aqua manage to reach the door to darkness. Mickey reveals that while the door leads to Kingdom Hearts, it's not the one she knows, but rather a smaller, incomplete one. As they approach the door, the pair spot Riku rushing towards it as well.
E do nada o Riku correndo.
Suddenly, they're attacked by a massive swarm of Heartless, and Mickey is hit, losing his shirt in the process.
Mano, isso aqui é muito... Isso aqui é muito engraçado, mano. É porque, tipo assim, no final do primeiro jogo, aparece a cena do Mickey, vai chegar a cena ainda, Mas aparece a cena do Mickey fechando a porta e ele tá sem blusa. O primeiro jogo lançou faz muitos anos. E daí mais pra frente, eles tiveram que justificar o fato do Mickey estar sem camisa no primeiro jogo. E daí eles fizeram isso, mano.
Riku rushing towards it as well. Suddenly, they're attacked by a massive swarm of Heartless, and Mickey is hit, losing his shirt in the process. This is important, I swear. Aqua rides a swarm of the Heartless back out the door to the Destiny Islands, and it vanishes in her wake. Mickey, still behind in the realm of darkness,
ainda bem que ele só perdeu a camisa, né?
Rushes to the door to assist Riku. Aqua then finds herself lying on the beach of Destiny Islands, thinking of Ventus and Terra once again, before she fades back away into the realm of darkness alone to continue her wandering, leaving her Keyblade behind. Ansem then tries to open the door of darkness to Kingdom Hearts, expecting it to be full of darkness to empower him. But Sora declares that he knows now that Kingdom Hearts isn't darkness, but instead light. As the door opens, a blinding light emitting from Kingdom Hearts finally destroys Ansem. Sora, Donald, and Goofy rush over and attempt to close the door, but the force of the darkness pushing against it is too strong. Suddenly, Riku and King Mickey appear from the realm of darkness on the other side.
Ó, essa é a cena que eu falei, mano. No primeiro jogo eles fizeram o Mickey aparecendo sem camisa. E daí depois eles fizeram o design do Mickey com camisa. Eles tiveram que justificar do porquê que ele apareceu sem camisa.
Suddenly, Riku and King Mickey appear from the realm of darkness on the other side, and together they successfully close the door, sealing Riku and Mickey inside to contain the Heartless, while trapping them in the realm of darkness. In the aftermath, the worlds begin to restore themselves. Sora finds Kairi, and the pair have a
In you and I, there's a new land.
Brief reunion before being separated as the Destiny Islands are rebuilt. Sora promises to return to Kairi before they're forced apart. Soon, the worlds and their inhabitants return to their normal lives, but Sora, Donald, and Goofy continue their quest to find Riku and King Mickey. As they search, they're found by Pluto, who carries a message from King Mickey. As the king's pet dog runs off...
Aí você me pergunta, tá, mas como é que o Pluto conseguiu uma carta do Rei Mickey se o Mickey tá preso lá no negócio? Vamos ver.
Sora and his two friends chase him towards their next adventure.
Magia.
Meanwhile, Roxas, the nobody created when Sora's heart was unleashed, joins Organization 13, where he's placed under the tutelage of Axel. Shortly after his joining, Roxas notices another new member, a girl named Xion. Roxas feels a strange, unspoken connection with Xion, which, unbeknownst to him...
Esse jogo agora, que é o 358/2 dias, esse jogo é pura depressão. Sério. Pura depressão.
Is because of her hidden origin. Xion is actually an imperfect replica created by the organization from the memories Xemnas absorbed from Sora in Hollow Bastion.
E que coincidentemente parece com a Kairi.
Xion's
Esse é só cutscene, mas ele é só cutscene nos lançamentos novos, né? Originalmente ele era um jogo. Só que meio que todo mundo considera a gameplay tão horrorosa que eles só remasterizaram como filme.
Appearance seems to be familiar to Roxas, as to him, she unknowingly resembles a black-haired Kairi. Nonetheless, Axel trains Roxas in the organization's ways and methods, treating his young pupil with sea salt ice cream as a reward after missions. After Naminé's creation, she is found within Castle Oblivion.
Não sabia, quando eu fui jogar e ficava esperando começar, todo confuso. Eles podiam ter feito o filme daquele jogo de carta também, o Chain of Memories. Nossa, mano, eu não tanquei jogar o Chain of Memories, eu larguei. Eu não passei nem, tipo, do primeira luta, sério, eu não aguentei.
By Organization 13, who quickly realize her ability to manipulate the memories of Sora and those around him. Eventually, Marluxia and Larxene are put in charge of her, and they decide to use her abilities in an attempt to take control of the organization for themselves. Only
o de GBA é divertido, de PS3 é meh.
A few days into his assignment training Roxas, Axel is reassigned to Castle Oblivion. As he prepares to embark, Axel is stopped by Ceyx, who delivers a message
isso? Por quem? É interrompido como? Que isso?
To him from Xemnas that there are traitors to the organization within Castle Oblivion, and that he is to find and eliminate them. Meanwhile, Naminé successfully lures Sora to Castle Oblivion, while Riku drifts through the darkness and also ends up in the basement of the castle, led by an ominous voice.
Meu Deus, Mimim, é aí Sora, que você mora? Caraca, toda hora aperta Alt. É aí, Mimim.
Up in the basement of the castle, led by an ominous voice. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then enter Castle Oblivion, where they're immediately met by a cloaked Marluxia, who proceeds to absorb Sora's memories to create a world card.
Essa música é boa.
That Sora can use to open the doors of the mysterious castle that lead him to facsimiles of worlds created from his memories. Unbeknownst to Sora, as he fights through, Naminé is slowly replacing his memories, rewriting herself into Kairi's place under Marluxia's orders.
Ai, mas eu amo ela.
As Sora climbs the floors of Castle Oblivion, he meets Organization 13 member Axel, whom he defeats in battle. In the wake of the fight, Axel flees and Sora continues on.
Quando eu era mais nova, eu shippava muito a Naminé com Sora. Mas daí, depois, né, depois dos eventos aqui do resto do vídeo, que vocês vão ver, eu comecei a shippar. Hoje em dia eu shippo ela com o Riku, mano. Eu acho eles tão bonitinhos.
Meanwhile, in Twilight Town, Roxas and Xion begin to bond, and Roxas learns that the girl can wield a Keyblade, one that looks exactly like Sora's, the Kingdom Key. The pair then bond over eating the same sea salt ice cream that Roxas had shared with Axel.
Muita gente shippa Sora com o Riku, mas eu nunca consegui, mano. Tirou da minha parede, roubou de mim.
On this same time, Riku begins his own ascension up the lower levels of Castle Oblivion, meeting Vexen on his journey. Riku, wielding a darkness-created blade called Soul Eater, then fights Vexen. While Riku emerges victorious, Vexen uses the data from this battle to create a replica of Riku, hoping to use it to fight him with his own strength and force the boy's heart to succumb to darkness. As Sora's memories are manipulated by Naminé, his nobody, Roxas, is also affected, and he falls into a coma. Xemnas and Ceyx then determine that the boy will awaken as soon as Sora's memories are fully stripped from him inside of Castle Oblivion. For the time being,
esses caras das trevas só perdem, velho. Ainda bem, né?
Xion takes Roxas's place in the organization. Meanwhile, Sora, Donald, and Goofy continue their ascent, encountering Larxene. Larxene taunts Sora, hinting that he is forgetting something crucial, and mentions a girl.
A Larxene, ela é meio chata, mas ela é meio que uma diva também, cara. Você ganha respeito por ela, sabe? Mas ela é uma chatinha.
Who will be heartbroken if she learns that he has forgotten her.
Que igual
When
eu
Sora
que?
Demands to know about this girl, Larxene reveals that she is being held captive deep within the castle. Larxene then attacks Sora, and during the scuffle, a star-shaped pendant falls out of his clothes. Larxene mocks Sora for forgetting the importance of the charm and the person who gave it to him. Sora struggles to remember, eventually recalling the name Naminé. Larxene confirms that Naminé gave him the pendant and derides Sora for forgetting her name. Enraged, Sora manages to reclaim the pendant from Larxene. After their battle, Larxene vanishes, leaving Sora determined to find her in order to retrieve his memories of Naminé. Elsewhere in the castle, Axel and Larxene discuss the recent events when Vexen arrives and criticizes Larxene for failing to defeat Sora. Vexen expresses doubt about Sora's potential and suggests an experiment to test him and his Riku replica. Axel provides Vexen with a world card of Destiny Islands, holding all of the memories of Riku's homeland, allowing them to rebuild the replica's heart. The Riku replica then arrives, fresh off a loss at the hands of the real Riku, and he vehemently rejects this idea, attacking Larxene, who easily subdues him with electricity. Larxene then mocks him, suggesting that Naminé will erase his humiliating defeat from his memory, and replace it with something more pleasant, albeit fictional.
Cara, dá pra fazer meme disso também. Dá pra fazer meme disso.
It with something more pleasant, albeit fictional. Shortly after, Sora is shocked to see his lost friend, Riku. This Riku, however, is hostile and accuses Sora of forgetting about him and only caring about Naminé. Unbeknownst to Sora, he's actually face-to-face with the Riku replica, who dons his dark mode armor and...
É pra escrever fanfics maiores. É que os personagens de Kingdom Hearts, eles têm umas mãozonas e uns pezão.
Summons his Soul Eater. Sora is shocked and tries to reason with who he thinks is his friend, but Riku dismisses him before the two engage in a fierce battle, after which the Riku replica retreats up the castle.
Corre.
Sora, Donald, and Goofy are then confronted by Vexen, who claims that Sora owes him a debt for reuniting him with Riku. This leads Sora to believe that Vexen is somehow controlling his friend, still unaware that the Riku he met was simply a replica. The pair then battle, and while Sora wins, Vexen reveals that their fight was also a ruse, as he gathered Sora's memories to create a world card from the memories locked in the other side of Sora's heart. This card, as it turns out, takes Sora to a recreation of Twilight Town, the home
O meu primeiro vídeo do YouTube foi de Kingdom Hearts,
home of his nobody, Roxas. Meanwhile,
Twilight Town
Marluxia
muito boa,
gathers
cara.
with Axel and...
Nossa, a música de Twilight Town também.
and Larxene in the organization's meeting room, where they discuss how Sora's disappearance would disrupt the organization's plans. Declaring that Vexen has committed a treasonous act by trying to defeat Sora, Marluxia orders Axel to eliminate him. Exploring the memories of Twilight Town, Sora and company reach a mansion entrance that feels strangely familiar to Sora, though he insists he has no memory of ever being there. Unbeknownst to Sora, this is where his nobody, Roxas, awoke and was discovered by Xemnas. Vexen suddenly appears and reveals that Twilight Town is created from another side of Sora's memory, the side of his heart that remembers the place. This revelation enrages Sora, especially when Vexen mentions his Riku, misleading him that Riku is now under his control. Vexen taunts Sora, saying he is a slave to his memories and is no longer a Keyblade master. Sora, furious and determined to save his friends, engages Vexen in battle. Elsewhere in the castle, Larxene taunts Naminé, questioning if she feels guilty about altering Sora's memories. The Riku replica intervenes, telling Larxene to stop before assuring Naminé.
Olha aí, ó, olha aí. Até a versão malvada, corrompida do Riku tá tentando proteger a menina, cara, e vai querer que eu não shippe os dois? São muito fofos.
That he will make her pain go away. He shows Naminé a good luck charm she supposedly gave him, vowing to protect her. After the Riku replica leaves, Larxene delights in the thought that Sora will soon forget Kairi entirely, making him emotionally dependent on Naminé. Naminé refutes Larxene's claim, however, asserting that Sora will never forget Kairi, no matter how much his memories are altered. She reveals that any false memories of her will only strengthen Sora's true feelings for Kairi, as she views herself as merely Kairi's shadow. Larxene tries to motivate Naminé to continue rewriting Sora's heart, suggesting that doing so will somehow allow Naminé to be truly real to him, rather than just a shadow. Meanwhile, Sora defeats Vexen, in my least favorite fight in the entire series. Afterwards, Sora
Cara, eu não... Mano, essa luta é de qual jogo? Porque eu não sei se isso aí faz parte do Chain of Memories. Faz? Se for, eu não joguei, né, essa luta. Mas eu não sei se faz. Por causa do gráfico, eu não sei se isso aqui é do Chain of Memories. Eu não lembro.
demands Vexen release Riku. Vexen, however, warns Sora that continuing to seek Naminé will tighten the shackles of his memories, ultimately leading to him becoming Marluxia's pawn and losing his heart. Before Vexen can explain further, Axel appears and strikes Vexen with his chakra, cutting him off mid-conversation. Vexen begs for mercy, but Axel coldly eliminates him, silencing him for good. In the organization's meeting room, Larxene, Marluxia, and Axel discuss recent events. Larxene praises Axel for eliminating Vexen, hinting that it was a test of his loyalty. Planning to leverage Sora's desire to see Naminé to their advantage, Marluxia tells Naminé that she will soon meet Sora, warning her to not betray his feelings. Naminé acknowledges this, but quietly wonders what will happen once Sora finds her. Meanwhile, Sora, Donald, and Goofy are confronted by the Riku replica once again. Despite Vexen's demise, Riku remains intent on protecting Naminé from Sora. The Riku replica recounts a memory of promising to protect Naminé during a meteor shower, but Sora reveals that he made the same promise, showing his good luck charm from Naminé. The confusion and tension worsen as the Riku replica reveals his own charm, leading to another battle between them.
Caraca, mano, tão brigando pela menina.
Fight, the Riku replica flees, leaving behind his good luck charm. Sora picks it up, and it transforms into a world card of Destiny Islands. Donald and Goofy are perplexed by the situation, questioning how both Sora and Riku can have the same memory, as well as his sudden infatuation for Naminé. But a frustrated Sora dismisses their concerns and rushes ahead to find her. Meanwhile, during his own journey, the real Riku is confronted by organization member Lexaeus, who taunts Riku, urging him to embrace...
Mas os caras da organização só sabem provocar, né? Toda hora que aparece alguém da organização 13, o narrador fala, e ele provoca ele falando tal coisa. Meu Deus!
The darkness instead of fearing it. When Riku refuses, a fierce battle ensues. Elsewhere, Axel converses with Naminé, suggesting that she has a chance to change the course of events, especially since Marluxia isn't around to stop her. He encourages her to act, leading Naminé to run out of the room. Axel, reflecting on the situation, expresses his hope that she makes it count. Meanwhile, as Lexaeus moves to...
Mano, ele só falou, corre, vaza, vou fingir que eu não vi.
Finish Riku off, Riku is enveloped in darkness, entering his dark mode. Lexaeus is caught off guard, and Riku, now influenced by Ansem's voice, swiftly defeats him. Lexaeus, realizing his mistake, apologizes aloud to Zexion before fading away. Riku then finds himself in a dark void, where Ansem's voice taunts him, revealing his intent to once again drift into Riku's heart. Just as Ansem tries to grasp Riku, a sphere of light from King Mickey appears, urging Riku to fight back. Mickey's presence protects Riku, allowing him to awaken back in the castle. Riku, feeling the king's presence within him, then continues on.
Aí você me pergunta, tá, mas como é que o Mickey fez isso? Não sei.
Sora enters the Destiny Islands memory world, finding projections of his friends, including Riku.
Amizade.
As they discuss their situation, a powerful shaking occurs, prompting Riku to warn the others while Sora sets off to protect Naminé.
Oxi.
Sora then finds himself on a single landmass, the islands around it having been destroyed. He faces and defeats a Darkside Heartless before calling out to Naminé. She then appears, and Sora expresses his relief and happiness to finally see her. But Naminé reveals that she feels guilty for manipulating his memories. She admits to calling out to his heart because she was lonely, but she believes she doesn't truly exist inside of it. Another image of Naminé then appears, confirming that she doesn't belong in Sora's heart and never truly existed anywhere. Sora is confused and tries to reconcile his feelings, showing Naminé the good luck charm she gave him. The second Naminé urges Sora to think about who really gave it to him and who is most special to him. The charm then glows and transforms into Kairi's good luck charm, revealing the true nature of his memories of Naminé. The islands are then restored, but Sora is left with a sense of familiarity and confusion about the girl he can't fully remember, Kairi. Back in Castle Oblivion, Sora finds and confronts Naminé, who reveals that the girl he cares about is someone else, even though he struggles to remember her name.
Kairi.
Suddenly, the Riku replica appears again, and Sora, still believing the replica to be his real friend, battles him fiercely. After the fight, the Riku replica tries to strike Sora down, but Naminé intervenes, causing him to collapse.
Caraca,
as Sora mourns his friend's lifeless body, Larxene appears and mocks the boy, revealing that Riku was never really there and was simply a puppet created by Vexen with implanted fictional memories.
Fantástico.
Larxene then explains Naminé's powers and further reveals their plans to control Sora by using her to bind him to the chains of his memories.
Coitada. Ó.
Furious.
Caraca, falou o nome do jogo, Chain of Memories. Oh my god.
That Axel ruined their plan by turning Naminé against them, Larxene is left with no choice but to eliminate Sora. Naminé tries to protect Sora from Larxene, but Larxene is unfettered and prepares to attack. Just as she's about to strike, Goofy and Donald arrive, ready to fight alongside Sora.
Bora.
Together, the trio defeat Larxene, and after the battle, she fades out of existence in panic and disbelief. In the wake of the fight, the trio approach Naminé, who finally explains everything. She admits to replacing Sora's real memories with false ones to manipulate him, including the promise to protect her, as well as their supposed friendship. Sora, while initially upset, quickly forgives Naminé, insisting that while the memories may be fake, his feelings of wanting to protect her are real. Naminé then reveals that she can restore everyone's memories if they reach the 13th floor of the castle, but warns that Marluxia is still a threat. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then agree to find Marluxia and finally put an end to his master plan. They ask Naminé to stay behind and look after the lifeless Riku replica until they return. As they
Dá pra fazer, mano, dá pra fazer meme disso
stay behind
também.
and look after the lifeless Riku replica until they return.
Dá pra fazer meme
as
disso
they leave
também.
to ascend to the 13th.
Duribu. Ai, isso porque você não sabe o que é, mano, Donald... É, não, Donald e Pateta são fodas.
Floor, Sora promises Naminé that he'll be okay. Later, Axel confronts Marluxia elsewhere in the castle, accusing him of treason and revealing that he was aware of Marluxia and Larxene's plan to use Naminé to manipulate Sora to overthrow
Eu quando venho com vídeo de cura e o que é a fraga, dá pra fazer.
The organization. The two then engage in a fight, but it is interrupted when Marluxia uses Naminé as a shield. While Axel criticizes this spineless tactic, Marluxia reveals his true intentions as Sora arrives with Donald and Goofy. Despite Axel's attempts to convince Sora that they have common goals, Sora remains determined to protect Naminé and fights him. Sora is able to defeat Axel in battle, and in its wake, the organization member claims
Mano, tá todo mundo apanhando pra criança de 12 anos.
that it was worth saving him after all. While Sora asks him what he means, Axel vanishes into the darkness. Sora, Donald, and Goofy press on and confront Marluxia, who is still holding Naminé in another room. Marluxia commands Naminé to erase Sora's memories, but she refuses, knowing doing so will destroy his heart. Sora, willing to sacrifice his memories to protect her, urges Naminé to erase them. Donald and Goofy support their friend, pledging to remember everything for him. Marluxia mocks them, explaining that erasing Sora's memories would leave him an empty shell, much like the Riku replica. The Riku replica suddenly appears, defying Marluxia and
O jeito que o narrador falou, the Riku replica suddenly appears.
the Riku replica. The Riku replica suddenly appears, defying Marluxia and pledging to protect Naminé despite being a mere imitation. Sora and the Riku replica then join forces, teaming with Donald and Goofy to face Marluxia in battle.
Bora.
They defeat him, but
Caraca, é um membro da Organização 13, versão Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Ghost 2025, né? Vocês viram?
and Goofy to face Marluxia in battle. They defeat him, but Marluxia reveals that it was only an illusion. Realizing Marluxia's true form lies ahead, Sora entrusts the Riku replica to protect Naminé before the group, strengthened by their bond and resolve, prepares for the final confrontation with Marluxia to reclaim their memories. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then enter Castle Oblivion's final chamber, where they confront Marluxia, who is now atop a giant mechanical creature. Marluxia
Mas com uma criatura mecânica gigante até eu, né?
threatens to shatter Sora's heart in the world of nothingness. Sora engages in a grueling battle and eventually defeats Marluxia, but the battle transports him to a surreal blue void, where Marluxia unleashes his ultimate form. Once Sora summons his strength and triumphs once again, Marluxia fades away into darkness.
Cara, o Marluxia tentou sozinho, perdeu. Pegou uma criatura mecânica gigante, perdeu. Pegou uma deusa, perdeu. Tá foda, tá foda.
And flower petals, finally eliminated from existence. At this moment, Riku, now in the castle's third basement, senses a strong presence elsewhere in the castle. Suddenly, Zexion appears, informing him that Marluxia was just defeated by Sora. Surprised that Sora is in the castle, Riku asks where he is, but Zexion questions if Riku is even equipped to meet his friend, pointing out that darkness is still within him. Zexion gives Riku his own world card of Destiny Islands, suggesting he goes to see the truth for himself. Meanwhile, Sora returns to Naminé and the Riku replica, locking the door to the final chamber.
Eu queria saber, porque isso acontece quando eu faço legenda para os meus vídeos de DBD também. Tipo, a legenda parece que ela aprende, cara. Ela começa errando e depois ela aprende. Ela começa a acertar. Como assim, cara? Doideira.
With his Keyblade. Sora questions the Riku replica, who is struggling with his artificial nature and identity. While Sora tries to convince him that he's an individual regardless of who made him, the Riku replica expresses his appreciation for Sora's words before walking off to deal with things on his own. When the real Riku arrives on the recreation of Destiny Island...
Já percebi no YouTube que às vezes a legenda tá errada, eu vejo no outro dia e tá melhor, sério? Pior que o nome Riku é só a abreviação do nome dele, né? Como assim? É? Eu não sei. Eu achei que era Riku inteiro o nome dele. Qual que é o nome inteiro?
He reflects on his past desire to leave his world, surprisingly now feeling relieved to be back. He then sees Kairi, only for her, as well as Riku's other friends, to vanish before his eyes. Zexion appears and taunts Riku, claiming that his memories of home have been replaced by darkness. He accuses Riku of destroying the islands through his desire to leave them by opening the door to darkness, showing him a projection of himself that transforms into a dark side Heartless. A horrified Riku then fights and defeats the dark side. Back on the 13th floor, Naminé explains her power to reconstruct Sora, Donald, and Goofy's memories. Unfortunately, returning their old memories will mean forgetting all of the new ones that they've made since entering the castle. Despite this sacrifice, Sora, Donald, and Goofy choose to restore their original memories. Naminé, claiming it's her turn to watch over Sora, then leads them to a hidden room within the castle, containing a giant pod, where they will sleep while their memories are restored. On the memory world of Destiny Islands, Riku is shocked to find Sora, who attacks him, accusing Riku of being a creature of darkness. Despite Riku's attempts to reason with Sora, he is overpowered and engulfed in light. Riku then finds himself floating in a white void. As he feels himself fading, a vision of Kairi appears, encouraging him not to fear the darkness. She explains that both light and dark can make him stronger, as long as he is brave and doesn't give in. Naminé's image then emerges from Kairi's, assuring Riku that he can find strength in darkness without fully giving into it. Riku resolves to embrace his dark strength and reappears on the island, attacking Sora, who reveals himself to be Zexion in disguise. Riku, now with a restored sense of strength, engages in one more fierce battle, ultimately defeating Zexion.
Oh, blood!
A wounded Zexion escapes to another room in the castle, where Axel and the Riku replica soon arrive. Axel tempts the replica with the promise of becoming more than just a copy, of becoming his own unique person, so long as he can acquire a power the real Riku lacks. Zexion, realizing what Axel is doing, tries to stop him, but the darkness-fueled replica grabs Zexion and drains his life from him.
Eu só não entendi por que o Axel prometeu isso pra cópia. Não teve nenhum motivo, né? Ele só... é isso.
As Zexion fades away, Axel sarcastically apologizes to him, coldly remarking that Zexion simply learned too much. Meanwhile, Riku enters the second basement, only to be confronted by Ansem's voice once again, which taunts him about the darkness within his heart. Ansem claims that Riku's heart will soon be consumed by darkness, allowing him to effortlessly take control once again. As Riku struggles against Ansem's tightening grip, a sphere of light, Mickey's presence,
até acabar, né?
appears again and fuses with Riku's heart, dispelling the darkness and freeing Riku from Ansem's control.
Oh.
To Riku's relief, King Mickey then appears before him, this time in the flesh.
Aí você me pergunta, tá, mas o que rolou, mano? Como é que ele tá aí? Como é que o Riku e o Miku... Como é que o Riku e o Mickey saíram do mundo das trevas lá? Ainda vai explicar, né?
Mickey explains that he found a way to reach Riku using a card of Twilight Town, which appeared to him as a way out of the realm of darkness.
Ah, tá explicado, ó. Aí você me pergunta, tá, mas como é que essa carta apareceu pra ele sair do reino das trevas? Não sei. Ele ganhou uma blusinha nova, ganhou. Porque ele não fez isso antes. Nariz do Mickey tampa a visão dele, os olhos ficam bem atrás, tampa.
Mickey determines that the card must have brought him there so that Riku could use it. The boy agrees, accepting it from him and using it to reach the memory world of Twilight Town. Entering Twilight Town, an unfamiliar environment to Riku, he calls out for King Mickey, but is instead confronted by Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Ansem challenges him to a battle alone against the forces of darkness, but Riku quickly discerns that this Ansem is not the true one. Riku realizes that this figure is the one who initially guided him by pretending to be Ansem and forcing him to confront his own darkness. The figure then transforms, revealing himself to be Diz, a mysterious masked man in a red and black outfit.
Mano, eu nem lembrava disso, agora eu lembrei. Nossa, ainda tem isso! É verdade. Verdade, não era o Ansem. Ah.
Diz explains that Riku currently stands at the crossroads between light and dark, in the twilight, and that he will soon meet a girl named Namine, who will help him choose his path. However, before Riku can question him any further, Diz disappears just as quickly as he appeared. Riku soon finds the gate to the mansion in Twilight Town, where he's suddenly confronted by the replica of himself. The replica notices that Riku has changed and is no longer afraid of his own darkness. This angers the replica, who laments that he is nothing more than a fake, with all of his memories, feelings, and even his newfound power.
E o livro com as histórias do futuro tá lá. Não, calma, vai chegar lá.
Being borrowed. The replica then declares that as long as Riku exists, he'll always just be his shadow, before attacking him to begin their final battle. Meanwhile, back in the secret room with the giant pod, Sora and Namine share their final moments together, with Jiminy leaving a note in his journal so they remember to thank Namine. As Sora begins to climb into his pod, he promises Namine to find her again. While Sora knows that he'll forget her, he knows that the memory of their promise will remain somewhere in his heart forever.
Isso, inclusive, é uma coisa que eu já tava pensando em usar no RPG, porque, tipo assim, por exemplo, quando a Evelyn, quando todo mundo, né, esqueceu do Rio, eles esqueceram que ele existia, eu fiquei pensando, tipo, mano, por mais que eles não tenham a memória do Rio, eles ainda têm o sentimento que eles tinham pelo Rio, né? Isso é uma coisa que eu ainda vou usar no RPG também.
They seal this promise with a pinky swear before Sora settles into his pod. And as he begins to slip...
É o multiverso da loucura da Disney? É. Faltou o meme do Homem-Aranha apontando pra ele mesmo, é. O Riku é o que mais se ferra, sofre muito mais que geral aí. Eu diria que tá entre o Riku e a Aqua. Mano, os dois ali e o Ventus também. Não, o Ventus é um tadinho completo. Mas a Aqua também, coitada, ficou 10 anos lá. Sozinho.
Sleep, he struggles to remember his true friends. Ultimately, Sora recalls Kairi, bringing light to his darkness.
Aww.
Sora then sees the rest of his friends clearly, and Naminé appears to him one last time, knowing that because of their promise, she'll come back once more, forgotten, but not lost. Sora then drifts away into his slumber, while the rest of his memories return slowly. In the wake of the final battle between Riku and his replica, the defeated Riku replica lies on the ground, reflecting on his existence as a fake. He's left to wonder what happens to a heart like his when it dies, and Riku assures him that it will go somewhere, perhaps the same place as Riku's own. The replica chuckles, realizing that to the very end, he's a perfect copy. The Riku replica then fades away, returning to the realm of darkness. At this same time, Xion visits the still sleeping Roxas, telling him about a new world she visited, describing its beauty and wishing he could have seen it with her. Xion gently places seashells by his bedside and says she'll visit him again tomorrow before leaving. While still unconscious, Roxas experiences a vision of Sora, tightly clutching his good luck charm while enclosed in the white pod. In Castle Oblivion, Riku enters the room where Sora sleeps, finding him in his pod before meeting Naminé.
Mano, imagina você entrar lá num lugar bizarro, que tem só broto de flor gigante branco, e tem uma menina do lado assim, ó.
Explains that Sora is regaining his memories, before Riku must make his own choice. To have Naminé use her powers to seal his heart from darkness, preventing Ansem from ever returning, or to confront the darkness within him himself. Riku decides that he doesn't want his heart locked, choosing to face Ansem head-on, confident that the darkness will guide him if it ever overtakes him. Riku realizes that Naminé was the one who appeared to him as Kairi in the light, and thanks her for helping him face his darkness, before asking her to look after Sora as he takes his leave. Shortly afterward, Roxas finally reawakens inside Organization 13's base of operations within the world that never was. As he looks around the base, however, he finds that all of the other members are gone. Unbeknownst to Roxas, the others have left for Castle Oblivion, many of whom will never return. As Riku exits Castle Oblivion, he is met by King Mickey, accompanied by Diz. Mickey admits that while he doesn't know Diz, something about him seems familiar. Diz then gives Riku his own black cloak, claiming that it will prevent the organization from tracing him, while also protecting him from the darkness. Eventually, Xion finds Roxas, now awake, and gives him a seashell, telling her friend that she retrieved one from each world she traveled to with.
É o personagem que você ganhou o boneco? É. Olha ele. Que bonitinho, né? Ai.
Without him.
Oi, Vini.
As Roxas holds the shell to his ear, he hears waves and has a slight glimpse of a memory of Sora and Kairi on the beaches of Destiny Islands.
Muito fofinho, né?
Back in Castle Oblivion, Riku is able to use a card given to him by Diz to draw Ansem out of his heart. While Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, tries to again seduce Riku to accept him into his heart as he did the darkness, the rebellious Riku again refuses, mocking Ansem that even with all the power he had when he possessed the boy, Sora was still able to beat him. After Riku defeats Ansem,
Caraca, repete!
Riku again refuses, mocking Ansem that even with all the power he had when he possessed the boy, Sora was still able to beat him. After Riku defeats Ansem in the battle, the Seeker of Darkness proclaims that his dark shadow still lingers, and that someday he'll return somehow, before he explodes into a ball of darkness. The dark void that erupts from this blast envelops Riku, but he's rescued by a beacon of light in the darkness, revealed again to be King Mickey.
Mano, mas caraca, o Mickey é muito Gold, né? Como é que pode? Muito legal que os gráficos eram muito bons mesmo. Ah, não, esse aqui é o remake. Esse é o remake, Vini. Não era, não. Não era, não.
leads Riku safely back to Castle Oblivion. There, Riku still feels that Ansem's darkness might still have a slight hold on him. King Mickey assures him, however, that
Mickey é o plot armor ambulante, é mesmo.
That Riku's darkness belongs to him, just as his light does. Mickey then reveals that his time with Riku has led him to realize that the boy leads a path where light and dark meet, one that the king would like to see to its end. A flattered Riku then accepts Mickey's hand.
Ó, será que então o tempo todo o Xehanort tava certo? Depois do vídeo, eu preciso mostrar um print do Mickey que eu tirei, tá?
Agreeing to journey forth together. The pair then leave Castle Oblivion, both wearing their black cloaks,
o jogo da Disney no
and they
Paraguai.
meet Diz outside. The mysterious man then gives Riku a choice between two roads, one to light and one to darkness. Riku instead decides to take the middle road, the one to dawn.
Ooh.
In Twilight Town, Roxas reunites with Axel, the sole Organization 13 member returning from the Castle Oblivion assignment. Sometime later, Saïx confronts Axel about Naminé's escape. Axel claims to have no idea how she left without being seen.
Não tenho ideia, né? Nossa, gente, que loucura. Ela sumiu, né? Caraca! É só abrir o Kingdom Hearts e deixar o mundo ir pro cara. Não, não, temos que proteger a realidade. O nome do cara virou SX.
Congratulating his compatriot for getting rid of the traitors, and informing him of Zexion's disposal. Days later, the remaining organization members congregate at the Altar of Naught within their base, the castle that never was. Xemnas then reveals the great collection of hearts amassed from Roxas's missions destroying the Heartless. This crystallization of hearts has formed into an artificial Kingdom Hearts, a glowing, heart-shaped moon in the sky. Xemnas and the organization hope this creation will allow them to gain their own hearts once again, restoring their lost humanity. After this speech, Roxas meets with Axel and Xion at the clock tower, where the trio eat sea salt ice cream. While Axel tries to express the importance of this new Kingdom Hearts to Roxas, he can't help but wonder if all the fighting is worth it. Over the next few days, Roxas, Xion, and Axel continue to bond and grow closer. Growing concerned with Axel's growing closeness to Xion, Saïx sends the pair on a mission together to Castle Oblivion. Searching for a hidden Chamber of Waking and Chamber of Repose within the castle that holds some importance to Xemnas, Saïx hopes Xion, who was born in the castle, will somehow lead to their discovery. Saïx, believing Xemnas is hiding a true agenda, believes the key to uncovering it and gaining an upper hand for their own objectives is within the Chamber of Waking. Unbeknownst to them, this chamber still contains the resting Ventus.
Isso aí.
Meanwhile, Riku, still wearing his black cloak along with the new black blindfold, follows the organization's movement.
Mano, eu não lembro por que ele tá usando esse treco na cara, não. Não lembro, mas vai explicar.
Across the various worlds. Working under Diz's guidance to find a way to restore Sora's memories, Riku is soon spotted by Xion, confused as to why he's wearing one of their organization's uniforms. After a quick battle between the two, in which Riku swiftly bests Xion in combat, he's similarly confused as to why she has a Keyblade matching Sora's. Furthermore, when Riku peeks under his blindfold to get a good look at Xion's face, he's shocked by her resemblance to Kairi. Riku disregards Xion's Keyblade as a sham, to which she basically replies that it takes one to know one. Riku agrees.
Caraca! Meu Deus! Gente! Afiada!
Sham, to which she basically replies that it takes one to know one. Riku agrees, calling himself the biggest nobody of them all, as he walks off.
Caraca!
After a scolding from Saïx, who calls Xion...
Oi, Reski. Eu lembro a primeira vez que eu fui assistir a Lloyd cagar pra entender, foi só meme do mar. Não. Não, ali no início, quando eu tava falando do jogo do mobile, o jogo do mobile é pura viagem. Só viagem.
On a mistake they never should have made, Roxas finds the girl at the clock tower. Like Roxas, Xion finds herself questioning the need for hearts of their own, longing to discover her true purpose. Roxas shares with her that Xigbar had told him during a previous mission that the two of them are exceptional. This stress throws Xion into her own...
Claro que são excepcionais, né? Olha aí. Mano, o cara é um nobody do Sora, só que ele tem a cara do Ventus, porque o coração do Ventus estava dentro do coração do Sora quando ele apareceu. E a Xion é o nobody da Kairi. Não, ela é a cópia da Kairi. E tem a Keyblade do Sora, porque quando ela foi virada a cópia, o coração da Kairi estava dentro do coração do Sora. É óbvio que eles são diferentes.
Deep sleep, and Roxas proceeds to leave a seashell by her pillow, returning his friend's favor. Axel questions Saïx about Xion's true origins, but the former refuses to answer. 20 days later, Xion dreams of the moment Sora released Kairi's heart from inside of him, restoring her to life before vanishing. She suddenly awakens, finding Roxas by her side, with a small collection of seashells of her own. Deciding that she's slept long enough, Xion decides to go with Roxas and Axel on the day's mission. However, when the group reaches the station plaza in Twilight Town, Xion suddenly collapses. Overwhelmed with another stream of memories, this time, Xion sees flashes of Sora's moments with Kairi before focusing on when she gave him her Wayfinder charm, instructing him to bring it back to her someday. After fighting off a group of Heartless, Axel and Roxas bring the unconscious Xion back to the castle that never was. There, Saïx mocks its failure, a dehumanizing comment Roxas immediately objects to. Axel warns Saïx to watch his mouth, a comment that makes the latter question the former's allegiance. When Roxas comments on Axel's care for Xion being out of character, Axel admits there's a reason he takes the time to share sea salt ice cream with him and Xion. They're his best friends.
Aww.
This admission causes Xion to giggle, much to Axel and Roxas's relief. The girl then awakens, with her friends asking her not to scare them again. Elsewhere, inside of a room within the old mansion within Twilight Town, Naminé draws a picture of the three friends.
Aww.
Days later, Diz meets with Naminé inside of another room within the old mansion, where the pair had moved Sora and his friends' pods to hide from the organization. Naminé reveals...
E que coincidentemente essa sala é igual à sala que eles estavam antes.
To Diz that some of Sora's memories are still missing, and she suspects that somewhere, a nobody, Xion, must have intercepted them. Fearing that he might not awaken if he doesn't get those memories back, Naminé further shares her worries that Xion won't survive the ordeal either. Meanwhile, on the clock tower, Xion expresses her interest in Castle Oblivion to Roxas and Axel, noting that neither she nor Roxas have ever been there. After another flash of memories causes her to nearly fall off the tower, forcing Roxas to jump in to save her,
também que Axel ideia, né? Que ideia, né? Subir lá nessa torre de 84 metros ou mais, não sei. Né? Que ideia!
Decides that the next time they meet, it's gonna be a beach episode. Days later, the organization's highest-ranking members meet within a round room within the castle that never was. There, Saïx informs Xemnas that he's once again dispatched Axel to Castle Oblivion to clear out their facilities as well as take care of a confidential matter they had previously discussed. He further reports that they still failed to locate Naminé, while additionally noting that unauthorized access to the organization's main computer was discovered. Xigbar then speaks up, implying that Saïx might know more than he's leading on. Xemnas breaks up the argument by urging them to continue their plan, shooting down Saïx's concerns about Xion in the process.
Continue com o plano.
Meanwhile, Xion goes to Castle Oblivion on her own, searching for answers about her identity. Once inside, a memory overtakes her again.
Comecei a desmaiar aqui por conta de memórias. Vou subir em lugares altos agora.
But this time, it's one of her own. In it, she recalls walking out of the castle with Saïx, who informs her that it's the last time she'll see its walls. Suddenly, Xion awakens to find that Axel has found her. When she asks why he's there, Axel simply states that he's on orders, and that there's nothing hidden for her to find there. Xion refuses to believe him, but Axel urges her to focus on her mission, lest the organization punish her. When Axel tries to get Xian to go home with him, she refuses, steadfast in her desire to learn more about the dreams she's been having about the castle, including one where she was with Axel, an event he denies even occurred. Xian then runs off deeper into Castle Oblivion, disappearing into a flash of light beyond the doorway. Axel then returns to Roxas at the clock tower, and the younger boy remarks that it's been 255 days since he joined the organization. As Roxas notes Xian's absence, the pair are left to simply wait to see if she returns. Elsewhere within Castle Oblivion, Xian peers into a white orb, faced with the knowledge that she wasn't who she is all along. Sometime later, Riku meets with Namine inside the old mansion, and she explains to him that Sora's memories are escaping through his nobody, Roxas, into a third person, Xian. Unfortunately, this fragmentation of Sora's memories is delaying his reawakening, and Namine knows the only solution is to rejoin them, which will cause both Roxas and Xian...
Legal que o Riku cresceu monte, né? Mas a Namine tá igual. Mabi, oi.
...to cease to exist. Weeks after her disappearance, Riku finds Xian on Destiny Islands, overwhelmed by the memories and passed out once again.
Oxe, como é que ela foi
When
para
she
aí?
awakens, Riku introduces himself as Sora's friend, revealing that her memories really belong to him. Riku asks her to go with him to Sora so they can try to give his memories back, but she refuses, knowing that her friends still need her. Riku then asks her to take some time to reflect on who needs her more and where she belongs, before he leaves her alone to consider.
E?
Meanwhile, Roxas...
Pô, é uma escolha meio impossível, né? E aí, você quer ir lá ajudar seus amigos, que você viveu a sua vida toda com eles, que não é uma vida muito longa, mas enfim. Ou você quer devolver as memórias para um desconhecido e nesse processo inexistir. Qual você prefere?
And Axel continue to search for their lost friend with no luck. Roxas notes that the only place they haven't looked is Castle Oblivion, which Axel reveals is where she comes from, a fact he had only recently learned himself. When the pair go there to search for her, however, Roxas collapses with a headache immediately upon entering.
E?
Axel takes him back to Twilight Town, where Roxas awakens. The two aren't given much time to talk about what happened, however, as two cloaked figures arrive, one of which appears to be Xian. As they escape into a corridor of darkness, Roxas and Axel discuss her working with the imposter. Nearby, Xian and the imposter, Riku, observe them from the shadows. The next day, Roxas finds Xian in Twilight Town and urges her to come home. Xian refuses and rushes off, forcing Roxas to grab her hand to stop her. Much to Roxas's shock, Xian then draws her Keyblade. Suddenly, one of Axel's fiery chakrams flies in to separate them. While Xian attempts to fight Axel off, he nonetheless fulfills his duties to the organization and knocks her out, taking her through a corridor of darkness back to Saïx at the castle that never was. The next day, Saïx questions Axel's priorities, implying that Axel's loyalty to Roxas should outweigh his concern for Xian. Saïx emphasizes that their focus should be on the organization's objectives, revealing that Xemnas is frustrated by their constant need to fix problems. Addressing Axel as Lee, Saïx reminds Axel of the bond their human forms once shared. Meanwhile, Roxas searches for Xian, but is unable to learn where she's being kept. Frustrated, Roxas approaches Xemnas in the round room, demanding answers. However, Roxas soon has a memory of Xemnas speaking with him in the Dark Margin, a mysterious location on the border of darkness. In their conversation, Xemnas reveals Roxas's true name, Sora. Roxas asks Xemnas who Sora is, and the man cryptically states that Sora is the connection between Roxas and Xian. He then instructs Roxas to focus on his duties and promises Xian will return to work soon. After Roxas departs, Saïx arrives in the round room to consult with Xemnas about Xian.
Cara, mas a pergunta... Como ele sobe na cadeira, não sei. A pergunta que eu não me lembro se tem explicação pra isso, mas tipo assim, todo mundo aí sabia que era nobody, tanto que o O objetivo deles é ganhar um coração pra se tornar uma pessoa completa. É por isso que eles estão fazendo as coisas que eles estão fazendo. Todo mundo sabia. Por que o Roxas não sabia?
Xemnas admits that Xion has deviated from their original plans, but he finds this useful, as Xion's growing individuality and bond with Roxas will trap Sora's memories, delaying his return.
Não sei se tem
Xemnas
explicação.
also orders Saïx to keep Riku, the imposter in black, away from Roxas and Xion. Elsewhere, Riku reflects on his role atop Memory's skyscraper, a towering building within the world that never was. Meanwhile, Xion, conflicted, sits in her room, reflecting on her decision under the moonlight of the artificial Kingdom Hearts. As Xion returns to her assignments and things go back to normal with her...
Imagina que seja porque ele não é como os outros. É, tipo assim, a Xion faz sentido, porque ela é uma cópia, ela não é um nobody. Mas o Roxas, tipo, ele é um nobody igual todos os outros, cara. Bom, igual também não, né? Porque os outros foram criados pelo Ansem Xehanort, né? Eles foram criados de propósito, né? Faz sentido. Faz sentido. Faz sentido.
Roxas and Axel, Naminé notices within the old mansion that Sora's memories have stopped reforming. She shares her concerns with Diz, who proclaims that the gloves must come off, stating that nobodies should have never existed in the first place. Which is kind of rude, because she's like right there.
Então, né? Coitada. Nobodies nunca deveriam ter existido. A nobody ouvindo isso.
Weeks later, Roxas wakes up after a strange dream recounting Sora's memory of losing his Keyblade to Riku, finding tears on his cheeks. Sometime later, Axel walks alone until she...
como é que ele tá chorando se ele não sente, se ele não tem coração?
Approaches him, voicing her concerns about Roxas's deteriorating state as well as her growing power. Axel bluntly explains that she is a replica, created to mimic Roxas's abilities, and her power is now draining from him. Though the revelation leaves Xion lost as to what to do, Axel reassures her that she isn't a puppet. She's his best friend, just like Roxas. Xion then asks Axel about a boy she saw who looks like Roxas, wondering if he is who she thinks he is.
O que eu não aguento é quando eles falam que o Roxas parece com o Sora. Eles não têm nada a ver. O Roxas parece com o Ventus, mas com o Sora não, cara. Eu acho muito forçado.
Unbeknownst to either of them, Xigbar is eavesdropping nearby. The next day, in the round room, Xigbar notes that Sora is having a powerful influence on Xion, and Xemnas acknowledges that she wasn't meant to develop a will of her own. Despite this, Xemnas believes that the puppet is proving itself to be a more worthy vessel. He then instructs Saïx to ensure the devices that they need are ready to go soon. Saïx questions what they should do about Roxas, and Xemnas decides that it doesn't matter. As long as they gain Sora's power, Roxas or Xion can serve their purposes, even if one destroys the other. 30 days later, Roxas, Axel, and Xion share ice cream at the clock tower, enjoying a sunset together again. They talk about running away from the organization together, though they know it isn't possible. Xion and Roxas share their hope that they can hold on to these moments forever, and while they can feel tensions growing, the three friends enjoy their last moments of peace together. Elsewhere inside the old mansion, Naminé and Diz recognize that Sora's restoration has completely stalled. Diz tells Riku that it's finally time for action, to which Riku agrees. The next day, Roxas sees Axel, Xigbar, and Xion being assigned to a mission together. When Roxas asks to join them, Saïx dismisses him, assigning him on a solo mission instead. During their mission, Xion ends up fighting with Xigbar, ultimately defeating him. Axel tries to intervene, but Xion insists that she must leave the organization. She reveals that the memories overwhelming her have caused her appearance to change, and Axel reluctantly lets her go. Xion then leaves, asking Axel to take care of Roxas before rushing off. After his mission, Roxas returns to the gray area of the castle that never was, where he finds out from Saïx and Xigbar that Xion has left. Roxas questions Axel, who reveals that Xion was created to duplicate his powers, and that her existence threatens his own. Roxas, left frustrated and feeling betrayed, refuses to accept this and runs off. Meanwhile, Xion meets with Riku and tells him that she's made her decision. She cannot lose everything she cares about. Riku then instructs her to find Naminé in Twilight Town, knowing that Xion will know how to find her. The following day, Xemnas gathers the remaining members of the organization in the Round Room and informs them that Xion has disappeared once again. He then finally reveals to the others that Xion is part of Vexen's replica program, a puppet created to copy the powers of the Keyblade wielder. Though she has formed an identity of her own, Xemnas orders Axel to finally capture Xion and bring her back alive for a final time, allowing no room for disobedience or failure. Later, in the gray area, Roxas confronts Axel, asking his friend why he must bring Xion back if he can avoid harming her. Axel warns that Xion is dangerous, and implies that if he disobeys Xemnas, he could face the same fate. With Roxas upset over his friend hiding Xion's true origins from him, Axel is left with no choice but to exit through a corridor of darkness to execute his orders. Meanwhile, in Twilight Town, King Mickey meets Riku, who has taken on a new form physically resembling Ansem as he tries to control his darkness. Putting on his blindfold, which returns him to his original form, Riku explains that the organization's interest in Sora's memory...
óbvio, ele está lutando contra a escuridão, e por algum motivo, quando ele fecha os olhos, ele volta ao normal.
Has stalled his restoration, as they're trying to use his memories, especially those of Kairi, for their own purpose. Riku, knowing the risk the organization faces him, requests Mickey's help to protect Sora, Donald, and Goofy when they awaken, a responsibility the king takes on with a promise. The next day, Roxas, overwhelmed by the recent revelations, questions whether he, like Xion, is just part of the replica program. Frustrated and seeking answers, he confronts Axel once again in the gray area. Roxas demands to know who he really is, and why the organization seems to want him out of the picture, but Axel refuses to give him any answers, despite calling him his best friend.
Ele com os olhos fechados contém a escuridão dentro de si mesmo, não permitindo que ela se liberte para o mundo da luz. Caraca, faz sentido. Boa explicação.
Roxas, feeling betrayed, decides that he can no longer stay with the organization, resolving to find the truth of his origin on his own. The next day, Xion arrives at the old mansion in Twilight Town, and finally meets Naminé in her white room. Xion admits that while she wanted to stay with Roxas and Axel forever, she now realizes the memories she has don't belong to her. Naminé explains that she is part of Kairi, or at least the Kairi that Sora remembers, and if Xion returns these memories, she will disappear.
Eu falei, cara, o 358/2 dias é só depressão, cara. Eu tenho muita dó da Xion. Ela é outra super coitada.
Here, and her friends, Axel and Roxas, will be left with no recollection of her. Xion then accepts her fate, asking Naminé to watch over Roxas when she's gone. Before Xion can proceed to Sora, however, Diz bursts in, warning that the organization has found them. Xion then leaves the mansion to handle the situation, only to be confronted by Axel outside. Xion tells him that she has to return where she belongs, but Axel, torn between his loyalty to the organization and his bond with his friend, struggles to accept it. The two are then forced to fight.
Eita! Que rolou? Alô, net?
Bond with his friend struggles to accept it. The two are then forced to fight a fierce battle, ending with Axel just barely managing to bring Xion back to the castle that never was.
Uma pequena falha.
There, an exhausted Axel falls unconscious. Xemnas then arrives, coldly picking Xion up like a discarded puppet, carrying her off to continue his plans.
Não gosto de vídeos longos.
The next day, Roxas sits alone on the clock tower, reflecting on his decision to leave. Xion arrives and silently hands him a sea salt ice cream bar. As they share a quiet moment together, Xion finally reveals that her time has run out. Removing her hood, Roxas sees Sora's face in the place of her
Isso
own.
é estranho.
She then tells Roxas that she must return the memories she's
Tenho que admitir, isso é estranho.
collected to Sora, as she was created for this purpose. Xion then attacks Roxas, intending to absorb him to return to Sora as part of her mission. After a grueling and emotional battle, Xion falls, and in the wake of the fight, her physical form starts to splinter into shards of memory. Roxas holds his friend as she fades away, already unable to fully remember who she is. Xion tells him that she chose this path to return to Sora and stop Xemnas. Xion then asks Roxas to set the hearts they captured into the new Kingdom Hearts free before Xemnas can use them. With her final words, Xion expresses her love to Roxas and Axel, calling them her best friends and asking Roxas to never forget that. As she vanishes, Roxas pleads
Pove, ele esqueceu disso, já dando spoiler.
for her to stay, crying out, "Who else will I have to eat ice cream with?" But all that remains is a single seashell where she was. Roxas, overwhelmed with grief, remembers Xion's face for a final time, as a tear falls from his eye. Elsewhere, Axel awakens in his room, finding an unmarked envelope nearby. Inside is a popsicle stick from one of the sea salt ice cream bars he and his friends love to share, marked as a winner. The next day, on Roxas's 358th day as a member of Organization 13, he returns to the castle that never was to stop Xemnas and
Falou o nome do jogo.
finally get some answers. There, Heartless attack him, but Roxas fights them off, now able to wield 2 Keyblades due to Xion's influence no longer affecting both Ventus's and Sora's hearts within him.
Fala
As
dele.
Riku watches from atop Memory's skyscraper, Roxas battles his way through the Heartless. The two soon meet, and Roxas demands to know why Riku is trying to stop him. Riku explains that he needs to recover the rest of Sora's memories, but Roxas, consumed by his desire to set Kingdom Hearts free and bring Xion and his life with his friends back, refuses to listen. The two then engage in an intense battle, with Roxas overpowering Riku. Just as Riku appears defeated, he decides to unleash the darkness within himself,
De 2 Keyblades até eu, né?
even if it changes him forever.
E aí agora
Riku then removes
complica.
his blindfold and transforms into a powerful form resembling Ansem.
Transformando-se no Ansem até eu, né?
In this new form, Riku ultimately overpowers and defeats Roxas, ending the battle. As Roxas loses consciousness, his memories of Xion begin to fade. Diz then arrives, forcing Riku to quickly mask his new Ansem-like form. When Riku mentions that Roxas could feel Sora, Diz dismisses the idea, claiming that nobodies cannot feel anything.
Será
Riku
mesmo?
laments that perhaps if Roxas had met Sora, things might have turned out differently. As Roxas lays on the ground unconscious, he hears Xion's voice, reassuring him that their memories together will always exist, at least inside of Sora. At this
O Ansem parece que no final precisou de mim, não é mesmo?
point, Diz and Riku place Roxas inside of a simulated version of Twilight Town, created from the data of the real world, much like the data worlds of the past. In this simulated Twilight Town, Roxas has no memories of his time with the organization, simply believing himself to be a normal kid living through his summer vacation with his friends Hainer
E aqui começamos o segundo jogo.
Pence, and Olette, based on real inhabitants of Twilight Town. After dreaming of Sora once again, Roxas awakens inside of his room. Unbeknownst to him, Roxas is currently inside of the simulated Twilight Town, about to begin his final week of summer vacation.
O mais legal é que, tipo assim, eu que só jogava no PS2, não tinha os outros consoles e não jogaria os outros jogos, imagina a surpresa quando você joga o primeiro jogo com o Sora e tals, e daí do nada você chega no segundo jogo e o Sora sumiu, você tá jogando com o Roxas. Quem que é esse? Quem que é esse? Imagina.
He joins his friends, Hayner, Olette, and Pence, at their usual spot, learning that they're being accused of stealing items around town. Roxas suggests that they clear their names by finding the real culprit, and the group sets off to investigate.
Ótima ideia.
As they search, they realize something strange. The photos on their camera are missing, but even stranger, the word photos itself has been stolen, leaving them unable to even speak it. Following a lead, the group heads to the Sandlot, where they confront another young man named Cypher, along with his gang. After a brief fight between Roxas and Cypher, a mysterious white nobody called a Dusk appears, stealing Pence's camera.
Cara, eu acho que esse nobody aí é o meu preferido. Ele é o mais basiquinho, mas ele é muito legal, porque ele fica se mexendo tudo assim. Uau, uau. É muito massa.
Roxas chases the Dusk to the old mansion, where the Keyblade unexpectedly appears in his hand. Having no memory of the weapon, Roxas nonetheless uses it to defeat the Dusk, recovering the stolen photos.
E é muito legal. É muito massa quando você joga, né, sem saber, assim, porque você não consegue dar dano nesse bicho com aquela arminha de brinquedo lá. Aí, quando você consegue a Keyblade, você começa a dar dano. Nossa, é uma sensação muito legal, assim.
Later, as the friends regroup in the usual spot, they notice that all of the stolen photos were of Roxas, leading to confusion and jokes that maybe somebody is trying to steal Roxas himself. The train station bells ring, and the group decides to leave. As Roxas steps out, he hears Sora's voice in his head, questioning where he is. Meanwhile, in the computer room of the old mansion in the real Twilight Town, Diz and Riku observe the organization attempting to meddle with their simulation. As they discuss why the organization would want photos of Roxas, the computer monitoring Sora's restoration announces its progress at 12%. The next day, Roxas, still confused about the Keyblade, joins his friends at the usual spot, where they talk about spending their last days of summer vacation together. Hayner suggests that they go to the beach, but they quickly realize that they're short on funds, referred to as money in this universe. The group...
Aliás, ele falou money, mas é escrito assim, ó, money, é muito fofinho. E daí o pessoal sempre faz piada com o início do segundo jogo, porque você fica muito tempo jogando com o Roxas e depois muda, né? Depois volta a ser o Sora. Mas todo mundo fala que é tipo o tutorial mais longo que já existiu, assim, porque é meio que um tutorial, mas é muito divertido. Eu sempre amei a parte do Roxas, cara, sempre amei. Pra mim, podia até ser maior, hablei.
Then decide to do odd jobs around town to raise enough money for tickets and snacks. After a day's work in Twilight Town's eternal sunset, they gather enough money and head to the train station. As they prepare to buy tickets, Roxas suddenly loses the money pouch. He remembers a figure in a black coat picking him up earlier and suspects that he took it. The others, however, insist there was no one there. Roxas is left questioning his own memory. Later, the friends sit on the clock tower ledge, eating sea salt ice cream, as Roxas ponders what happened. Suddenly, he remembers the cloaked figure whispering, "Can you feel Sora?" Meanwhile, in the old mansion's computer room, where Sora's restoration is currently at 28%, the cloaked figure, Riku, presents the money pouch to Diz. Riku, as it turns out, was sent by Diz to prevent Roxas and the others from going to the beach, as a new location in the simulation would give the organization another entry point. Diz dismisses the pouch, proclaiming that everything from the data world must be kept out of the real world. Roxas continues to have fragmented visions of Sora's past adventures, with memories of friends and battles resurfacing. He briefly connects with Naminé, who appears in his room, but vanishes when he turns to look at her. The day after losing the money...
Por isso que o Roxas também é um outro coitado na franquia, né? E é engraçado, porque um dos maiores contados é o Ventus. E o Roxas é igual ao Ventus, então faz sentido os dois serem coitados.
Roxas finds a letter from Hayner, telling him to meet at the station for their long-awaited beach day. Excited, Roxas makes his way to
Cara, é muito legal andar de skate. iguais. É muito legal andar de skate, sério. Mano, tem muito minigame legal nessa fase do segundo jogo. Por isso que eu gosto muito. Tipo, o pessoal fala, ai, mas é um tutorial gigante, não sei o quê. Mas é muito divertido. Tem um monte de coisa pra fazer, é mó legal.
Street, where he runs into Pence and Alette. However, as he's about to greet them, everything suddenly freezes around him, as time seems to stop. Naminé then appears and, without introducing herself, expresses that she wanted to meet Roxas at least once. Before a bewildered Roxas can ask her anything, however, Naminé walks away, and suddenly, everything returns to normal.
Maluca, né?
Wondering aloud if the strange girl had headed toward the old mansion, Roxas chases the memory of Naminé through the woods near the mansion, but is ambushed by Dusks. He flees, running into the sandlot, where Cypher and his gang are currently hanging out. As the Dusks close in, Cypher offers Roxas a weapon, but the boy quickly learns that it's powerless against them. Suddenly, Naminé's voice rings out, urging Roxas to use the Keyblade. In a flash, Roxas finds himself transported to a strange place, a stained glass platform adorned with Sora's image, the same place Sora dreamt of before his first journey.
Normal.
There,
Tranquilo.
the Keyblade appears in Roxas's hand, and he battles a massive nobody with this newfound strength. After this battle, Roxas finds himself face to face with Naminé once again, this time inside of a bright white room. She introduces herself properly, but as soon as she asks Roxas if he remembers his true name, a cloaked Riku pulls her away. As Roxas demands answers, the cloaked figure pushes him into a corridor of darkness, sending him back to the Sandlot. Time then resumes, and Cypher's gang is taking celebratory photos after the battle. Roxas looks over to see his friends, Hayner, Pence, and Alette, watching from afar, but Hayner seems upset. Roxas chases after them, but Hayner remains distant, angry at Roxas's apparent ditching them for Cypher's group. Later, at the usual spot, Roxas apologizes for missing their beach day, but Hayner remains cold, reminding Roxas that he promised to join an upcoming struggle battle tournament. Hayner then storms off, leaving Roxas to sit with Alette and Pence, who try to lighten the mood with some sea salt ice cream. Meanwhile, back in the old mansion's computer room in the real world, Diz and the cloaked Riku observe Roxas's interaction with Naminé. Diz is visibly frustrated at Naminé's interference, but Riku remains calm, leaving Diz to conclude that as long as Naminé ultimately restores Sora's memories, it doesn't matter what happens with Roxas in the meantime. Back in the simulation, Roxas continues to have disjointed memories and visions of Sora's adventures, and the promise he made to Kairi. The more he sees, the more the memories...
Cara, é meio desesperador, tipo assim, meu Deus, imagina você ficar lembrando de umas coisas estranhas, você vê umas coisas que ninguém mais tá vendo, e sei lá, meu Deus, eu ia ficar maluca.
Blend with his own, leaving Roxas even more confused about who he is and what he's supposed to do. The next day, Roxas rushes off to the struggle tournament, quickly defeating his first opponent, Hayner. While the pair reconcile, it isn't long before Roxas witnesses time stop once again, as his next battle commences. Roxas is suddenly attacked by Dusks, and his training sword morphs into the Keyblade, allowing him to fight them off. After this battle, a familiar figure cloaked in darkness appears, addressing Roxas as an old friend. This figure is revealed to be Axel, arriving to return...
Mano, com essa cinturinha aqui e esses braços magrelos, só podia ser.
Allowing him to fight them off. After this battle, a familiar figure cloaked in darkness appears.
Olha ali, ó. Mano, só tem uma opção, o Axel.
Addressing Roxas as an old friend. This figure is revealed to be Axel, arriving to return Roxas to the organization. While Axel urges Roxas to come with him, claiming there's no more time to explain, the confused boy instead demands answers. Before Roxas can process any of this information, however, Diz appears out of nowhere to plead with him not to trust Axel. As Axel and Diz's competing cries for his cooperation overwhelm Roxas, his surroundings suddenly glitch back to normal, as if the entire ordeal had been...
Mas claro, né? Meu Deus, mano, o bichinho já tá passando mal com as coisas que tá acontecendo. Aí aparece dois um falando assim, confia em mim. Aí o outro falando, não confia nele. Mano, o cara vai entrar em parafuso.
Nothing but a dream. The crowd cheers for Roxas, declaring him the victor, and with the win, he faces the reigning champion, a man named Setzer. While Setzer tries to bribe Roxas into throwing the match, Roxas firmly rejects the offer and fights his final battle. Roxas ultimately defeats Setzer, emerging as the new struggle champion.
Yay, campeão, campeão!
Later, atop the clock tower, Roxas sits with Hayner, Pence, and Aulette. They savor their victory with sea salt ice cream, laughing together as they share crystals from the championship trophy. Each one
joga os cristais do prêmio na torre de 84 metros, vai, boa ideia.
Symbol of their friendship. While Roxas holds up his own blue crystal, however, he loses his balance and falls off the edge of the massive clock tower.
Aí.
Meanwhile, on Destiny Islands, Kairi walks along the beach with her friend Selfie, thinking about the boys who used to be part of her life. She remembers Riku clearly, but struggles to recall the other boy. She can feel his presence, but his name and face elude her. As Roxas falls, time slows down around
Eu queria entender por que ela tá com cabelo marrom, eu não sei.
him once again, and he attempts to connect his heart with Naminé's for help. Instead of reaching Naminé, however, Roxas instead is able to communicate with Kairi. Although she doesn't recognize the name Naminé, Kairi, desperate to learn the name of the boy she can't remember, asks Roxas what it is. Suddenly, Kairi hears Sora's voice, teasing her for forgetting him so easily, only giving her the hint that his name starts with the letter S. Kairi then rushes off to the beach and sends a message she had written to the boy she can't remember in a bottle out into the ocean.
Não, essa menina aí também, né? Pelo amor de Deus, maluca, completa. Tipo assim, vou mandar uma mensagem numa garrafa aqui e vai chegar nele. Vai chegar nele. E pior é que chega mesmo.
She finally remembers that they had made a promise and feels a sense that their connection is important. She believes that no matter where he is, her message will somehow reach him before she recalls his name, Sora. In the old mansion's computer room, Diz and Riku watch as the restoration progress reaches 79%. Diz notes that Naminé's interaction with Roxas put his heart in contact with Kairi's, which in turn is affecting Sora. Riku then takes off his hood, revealing his new form resembling Ansem. Diz chuckles, telling Ansem that it's an honor to meet him. Elsewhere in the castle that never was his round room, Axel is ordered by his organization's superiors to finally bring Roxas back, or suffer severe consequences. The pressure from his superiors, as well as the threat of being turned into a dusk.
Mano, se vocês querem tanto trazer o Roxas, vão lá vocês. Que isso? Acho que a vida é só ficar sentada na cadeira e esperar. Hein? Hein? Vão lá pegar o cara então. Não dite a coisa.
Causes Axel to begrudgingly accept these orders. The next day, Roxas wakes up in his room, completely unharmed and questioning which parts of his experiences are real and which are dreams.
Pois é, né?
Meeting up with Hayner, Pence, and Aulette at the usual spot, the friends discuss a school project due before summer vacation ends. Pence mentions local urban legends known as the 7 Wonders of Twilight Town, including a rumor about steps at Sunset Station that count differently going up and going down. Seeing an opportunity for their project, the group decides to investigate these mysteries.
Imagina você encontra uma escada que quando você conta os degraus de baixo pra cima é diferente de cima pra baixo. E dá pra fazer uma história tipo de backrooms com isso aí, hein?
Taking the train to Sunset Station. During the ride, Roxas realizes his own crystal charms are missing, while his friends still have theirs. At Sunset Station, the group begins their investigation. The first wonder, the miscounted steps, turns out to be a simple mistake by a member of Cypher's group. As they investigate further, Roxas starts to encounter actual inexplicable phenomena, Mysterious balls launching from a wall, multiple copies of the boy Vivi appearing and disappearing, and even a shadowy version of himself emerging from his reflection in a waterfall.
Super normal. Acontece todo dia comigo. Desce aqui no porão e conta.
Each time, Pence arrives afterward, offering mundane explanations that fail to quell Roxas's growing suspicions. The friends then gather to witness the ghost train at Sunset Hill, a legendary train said to carry no passengers and never return. While waiting, Cypher appears and mocks them for chasing childish stories. Suddenly, the ghost train arrives. Roxas, seeing it as a chance for answers, tries to board, but his friends can't see the train and pull him back to prevent him from falling on the tracks.
Não era true.
When he looks again, the train has vanished, furthering his confusion.
Tá ficando maluco.
Determined to find the truth, Roxas insists on investigating the final wonder, the haunted old mansion. At the mansion, Roxas sees Naminé in a window. He then finds himself inside, where he meets her, and she begins to reveal fragments of the truth. Naminé tells him about Sora, and explains that Roxas holds half of what Sora is, emphasizing that Sora needs to recombine with Roxas to become complete once again. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as Pence snaps Roxas back to reality. To Pence, the girl in the window was just a curtain moving in the breeze. Back at the usual spot, Olette reminds them that summer vacation is almost over. They have only 2 days left together. Meanwhile, in the real-world old mansion, Diz and Riku discuss Sora's restoration, noting that those close to him should start regaining their memories of him. Diz instructs Riku to dispose of Naminé, stating that both she and Roxas were never meant to exist. As Sora's memory restoration reaches 97%, flashes of his past again surge through Roxas's mind. Roxas then awakens abruptly, temporarily shifting between his own form and that of Sora's, before he climbs out of bed.
Ah, tá mal ainda, né? Melhora, chuvinha. Acontece. Tinha uma época que eu ficava com muita gripe também, mas agora tá melhor. Amém, né? É que também eu já peguei Covid 5 vezes, né? Uma hora tem que parar de ficar doente também.
Seeking out his friends, Roxas goes to the usual spot, but finds that Hayner, Pence, and Olette are mysteriously unaware of his presence. When he reaches out, his hand passes through Hayner, and he...
Sério, coitado, meu Deus, de verdade. Terrível.
Realizes that they cannot see or hear him. Leaving the usual spot, Roxas is confronted by an arriving Axel, who reveals that he has orders to either bring Roxas back to Organization 13 or destroy him. Roxas recalls that they are best friends.
Você também, chuvinha. É, complicado.
But when Axel asks for their boss's name, Roxas cannot answer. Battling the dusks that appear, Roxas wields the Keyblade once more. As Axel prepares to join the fight, however, time freezes, and Diz's voice urges Roxas to go to the mansion, telling him that the time has come. Determined to find answers once and for all, Roxas heads to the old mansion. At the locked gate, he recalls a vision of Sora and uses the Keyblade to unlock it. Inside, he explores the White Room and encounters Naminé. She begins to explain Organization 13, as well as their goal to become whole again by obtaining Kingdom Hearts. Roxas asks what will happen to him, and Naminé tries to reassure him that he won't disappear, but will become whole by reuniting with Sora. Their conversation is then interrupted by Diz and the cloaked Riku, resembling Ansem. Diz insists that Roxas, as a nobody, has no right to know the truth. Naminé is then pulled away, but promises Roxas that they will meet again someday.
Tadinha.
Continuing deeper into the mansion, Roxas discovers a hidden laboratory with monitors and experiences flashes of his past, including his time with the organization and his confrontation with Riku. Overwhelmed, Roxas destroys the computers in frustration.
No.
Axel appears once more. Roxas
Mano, olha o que o cara colocou aqui na edição.
Destroys the computers in frustration.
Live footage of me using Adobe Premiere. É, cara, tem que atualizar pro DaVinci, pô. O Premiere tá ultrapassado hoje em dia.
Axel appears once more, intent on fulfilling his orders. They engage in a fierce battle, with Roxas reawakening his ability to wield 2 Keyblades once again. Roxas defeats Axel, who begins to fade away.
Mano, 2 Keyblades não dá, cara. Não dá. Tem que aceitar.
Axel expresses a hope that they meet again in another life, and Roxas agrees before Axel disappears. Proceeding further, Roxas finds pods containing Donald and Goofy, whom he remembers.
Ben 10, cagaram o jogo preferido de um amigo meu no ensino médio. Ele achava um absurdo eu nunca ter jogado. É bom, é bom, é bom.
Finally, he enters a bright room, where Diz addresses him, referring to him as half of Sora and a tool to defeat Organization 13. Roxas questions whether Diz is speaking to him or Sora.
Todo fã de Kingdom Hearts é meio maluco, mimim. É normal.
Attempting to attack Diz, Roxas realizes that the masked man in front of him is merely a data projection. Diz tells Roxas to share some of his hatred with Sora, who is too kind for his own good. Diz then disappears, and Sora's pod slowly opens. Roxas lowers his Keyblade as he finally meets the boy who led to his own creation. Accepting his fate, Roxas approaches the pod where Sora sleeps. Looking at Sora, he remarks, "You're lucky. Looks like my summer vacation is over." At that moment, Roxas merges with Sora, allowing him to reawaken.
E é aqui que acaba o tutorial do Kingdom Hearts 2.
Meanwhile, at the Twilight Town train station, a hooded King Mickey Mouse steps off of an arriving train.
Oh my god!
Sora then emerges from the pod to find his friends, Donald Duck, Goofy, and Jiminy Cricket, already awakened and waiting to greet him. Due to their memories of the events at Castle Oblivion being erased, the trio can only remember up to right after they defeated Ansem. Jiminy then finds the note he left to thank Naminé, wondering who that is. Wandering out of the old mansion and into Twilight Town, the group enter the usual spot where they meet Hayner, Pence, and Olette, the real ones. The trio mentions that someone in a black coat with big round ears was looking for Sora at the station. Recognizing this description as King Mickey, Sora and his friends hurry to the station. There, they are suddenly surrounded by Dusks. Overwhelmed, the trio are saved by King Mickey, who appears and defeats the nobodies using his own Keyblade.
Ay, gente.
Mickey hands Sora a money pouch identical to the one Roxas had and instructs them to board the train, assuring them that it knows the way. Before they can ask any questions, however, Mickey rushes off.
E lá se foi.
Determined to find...
Chegou a parte do mês que eu odeio. Nina tá no circo, tá... Ixi, ué. Por que não castra ela? He knows the way.
Riku and return to Kairi, Sora prepares to board the train. Hayner, Pence, and Olette arrive and see them off, feeling an inexplicable connection to Sora. As they say their goodbyes, Sora himself feels a sudden sadness and sheds a tear, unsure why. Sora and his friends then board the train and depart from the Twilight Town station. Aboard the train, Sora finds a crystal charm inside of the money pouch. Back in Twilight Town, Naminé and Axel watch Sora leave, alongside Riku, still cloaked to hide his Ansem-like appearance. In return for their assistance in Castle Oblivion, Riku lets them leave, despite his orders from Diz to eliminate both of them. Axel then agrees to watch after Naminé, taking her through a corridor of darkness to leave Twilight Town.
Amém.
Much to King Mickey's promise, the train takes Sora, Donald, and Goofy to the mysterious tower.
Ele voltou.
Approaching the entrance, they encounter Pete, who is scheming to convert the tower's powerful master into a Heartless to serve Maleficent. Pete boasts about building an army of Heartless for her, unaware that she has already been defeated. The trio informs him of Maleficent's demise, leaving Pete shocked and angered. Dismissing Pete, Sora and his friends ascend the tower, battling Heartless that appear along the way. Reaching the top, they meet Master Yen Sid, King Mickey's mentor. Yen Sid explains that while their past actions have reduced the number of Heartless, darkness still exists within people's hearts, allowing the Heartless to persist. He then introduces them to their new threat, the Nobodies. Yensid also informs them of Organization 13, as well as their command of the lesser Nobodies to achieve their own mysterious goals. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yensid advises them to prepare for the challenges ahead. He mentions that their current...
vocês perceberam, né, que o Sora cresceu e a roupa tá meio não cabendo direito. O Nobody tem gingado, tem.
Clothes are unsuitable and directs them to the next room, where they meet 3 fairies, Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather. After a light...
Cara, eu sempre esqueço o nome da Merryweather. Eu nem lembro qual que é o nome dela em português.
Lighthearted debate over colors, the fairies grant Sora new garments with special powers. These clothes enable Sora to access new abilities including wielding 2 Keyblades simultaneously through his Valor form. Thanking the fairies, the trio returns to
agora ele pode usar 2 também. Cosplay de Sora, meu Deus.
Yensid. He explains that although the pathways between worlds have been restored to their original state, the Keyblade will guide them to new routes. As they prepare to depart, the fairies notice Maleficent's cloak appearing in the room. Despite their attempts to avoid evoking her memory...
Normal. Parece corvo com a roupa da Malévola na janela.
The Dark Sorceress returns through time, much to their dismay. Boarding the gummy ship, Donald and Goofy set their course for Hollow Bastion, and they begin their next journey. When they arrive, they find Donald's Uncle Scrooge McDuck, but more importantly, Yuffie, who leads them to the wizard Merlin's house to meet the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee. Inside Merlin's house, they reunite with Aerith, Sid, and Leon. The committee explains their goal, striving to restore Hollow Bastion and its surrounding radiant garden to their former glory, or perhaps make them even better. The group also mentions that everyone suddenly remembered Sora and his friends all at once, though they had previously all forgotten them. Sora asks about King Mickey and Riku, but nobody in the group has seen them. Leon informs them about the problems in Hollow Bastion involving the Heartless and Nobodies. Eager to help, Sora agrees to assist. Leon then leads Sora to the Bailey to show him something important. From there, they see the Dark Castle in the distance, as well as the numerous Heartless gathering around it. As they discuss the situation, a mysterious voice interrupts them. Several members of Organization 13 then appear, taunting Sora and summoning a horde of Nobodies.
É, só na provocação mesmo, né?
Sora and Leon fight off the enemies while protecting the gate. After the battle, a lone cloaked member confronts Sora directly. The figure engages in a confusing conversation, hinting at past connections and trying to unsettle him. When Sora demands answers, the figure disappears, leaving Sora even more.
Cara, não lembro quem que é esse, mas eu tenho uma ideia. Não é o Axel, né? Porque o Axel tem a cinturinha que eu falei, mano. Eu não lembro quem que é esse, mas eu acho que talvez eu saiba.
Puzzled. Following this encounter, Sora's Keyblade suddenly reacts, opening a gateway that appears. Realizing this must be the Keyblade guiding him, as Yensid had mentioned, Sora unlocks it. With their mission in Hollow Bastion temporarily concluded, Sora and his friends prepare to leave. As they do, Leon warns them to watch out for Organization 13, urging them to be careful.
Cuidado.
In the round room, the organization members convene and discuss Sora's new abilities. They debate on how to handle him, considering his pure heart and the power of the Keyblade. Xemnas instructs them to ensure Sora's new adventure is one he will remember. Much like their first journey, Sora, Donald, and Goofy then use their gummy ship to travel to the various Disney worlds.
Mano, o mundo da Mulan é muito legal, sério. Gosto bastante.
Clearing them of the threats invading them, now including the various members of Organization 13, who are all out to get Sora. As he battles and defeats the members, Sora learns more about their organization's goal to create the artificial Kingdom Hearts to exist fully and completely again. Meanwhile, on the beach of Destiny Islands, Kairi gazes at the small island where she used to play with Riku and Sora, realizing that maybe waiting isn't good enough. Suddenly, Axel appears.
Fui andar na praia e sinto que vou precisar desistir de entender por hoje mesmo. Você foi andar na praia justamente pra se conectar com a história e se imaginar em Destiny Islands, claramente.
Near the water, echoing her thoughts and advising her to act on her dreams.
Claro.
Introducing himself as an acquaintance of Sora's, he invites her to go see him, extending his hand. Before Kairi can respond, Pluto, who had followed Axel, begins to bark, snapping her back. Dusks begin to surround them, and Pluto snarls at the approaching threat. They hear another whistle as a portal opens nearby. Pluto leaps towards it, stopping to bark at Kairi, urging her to follow. Axel tries to persuade her, noting that they both miss someone they care about, but Kairi refuses. As the dusks close in, she decides to escape through the portal with Pluto. É muito engraçado o jeito que ele mexe.
Oh, mas e aí? Como é que a Kairi pode passar pelo portal sem a roupa especial? Eu sou o Sora.
Traveling through the corridor of darkness, Kairi and Pluto find themselves in a strange abyss filled with moving nobody symbols along the walls and floor. Hearing yet another whistle, they see a bright light at the end of the abyss. Pluto runs towards it, and Kairi follows, but looks back to see a cloaked figure before the portal closes. Kairi then awakens on the floor of the usual spot, in Twilight Town.
É, o Pluto também, né? É que assim, a princípio... Quer dizer, não sei, na verdade. Será que o Pluto tem um coração? Não sei.
Groaning as she sits up. She hears someone ask if she's okay, and finds herself surrounded by Hayner, Pence, Olette, and Pluto.
Pluto.
Sora, Donald, and Goofy also return to Twilight.
Eles só desistiram da ideia de ter algo pra passar. É, né? Porque não... É. Imagina se a rapaziada tá usando as roupas só por acharem que daria ruim entrar lá sem investimento. Ah, não sei, mas eu acho que não. Porque eles precisavam da armadura e daí depois o Ansem dá o hobby preto pro Rico falando que é melhor do que a armadura. Eu acho que é pra ter um motivo. Ou não. O Pluto é o Kingdom Hearts. Eu vou no banheiro e vou pegar uma coisa pra comer. Aí eu já retorno. Mais uma vez. É, depois ninguém usa nada, né? Não sei por que daí. Aí é Plot Armor. Motivo molho. Plot Armor. Já venho. Pausa sem música é porque eu não queria... Porque se eu colocar a música, aí vai sair no VOD. Porque tá saindo pela mesma faixa de áudio do navegador. Aí eu não coloquei. Estamos em 3 horas e 20 de vídeo. Vambora, eu peguei um pastelzinho pra comer.
Light Town, where they find Cypher and his gang being attacked by Dusks. After they help fend them off, Organization 13 member Saïx appears and inquires about Axel's whereabouts, warning Sora that Axel has split from their goals and aims to turn him into a Heartless. As Saïx leaves, he warns Sora not to follow him, lest he share Riku's fate. In the wake of the battle, Cypher gives Sora the 4 Crystal Championship trophy as a sign of respect. Pence then arrives and informs Sora that Kairi was recently in town looking for him. Unfortunately, Sora learns that...
É, mas ó, ele tá com a bolinha azul, só que ele não lembrou ainda. Mas ele tá com a bolinha azul do prêmio, então depois ele vai se tocar que algo rolou ali.
That he's too late, as Axel followed her and kidnapped her, leaving through a corridor of darkness to an unknown destination. While holding the blue crystal from the trophy, Sora experiences a vision of Roxas. A new gateway then appears.
Oi, Gabi, tudo bom?
Which Sora unlocks, opening a path to continue their journey. Back at Organization 13's stronghold, Saïx reports to Xemnas about Sora's actions and Axel's betrayal. They discuss how Sora's growing anger and despair can be manipulated to further their plans. Aboard the Gummy ship, Sora feels the weight of losing Kairi again. Spotting that Hollow Bastion is enveloped in darkness, they decide to investigate. At Merlin's house, Sid informs them about Ansem's computer, which might hold crucial information about the Heartless and the organization. In Ansem's study, the group attempts to access the computer, but they're suddenly digitized into a virtual world where they meet Tron, a security
Cara, muito legal Tron aparecer, sério. Eu queria que eles fizessem mais algum mundo de Tron no Kingdom Hearts, porque é muito legal, cara. Com as motinhas e tal.
Program fighting against the Master Control Program. They assist Tron in restoring his functions by agreeing to retrieve a password for him. Returning to the real world, the group discovers the password is Door to Darkness, just as an arriving King Mickey lends his help. After the group's reunion with the king, they return to Tron to deliver the password. Back in the real world with the computer now working, Mickey explains that the Ansem they defeated at the end of their first journey was actually Xehanort's Heartless, and the real Ansem, Ansem the Wise, is currently missing. They also learn that Xemnas, the leader of Organization 13, is Xehanort's Nobody. Suddenly, Hollow Bastion comes under attack by a massive swarm of Heartless and Nobodies.
Aquele frame do Mickey sinistro. O Mickey, às vezes, ele fica meio, tipo, medonho, assim, mas é porque ele é muito forte.
Maleficent reappears, and despite her past
Lá vem a Malévola.
With Sora, helps fend off the Heartless to thwart the organization's plans. During the chaos, Goofy is struck by a rock and feared dead, but soon recovers, rejoining.
Mano, essa parte é muito engraçada porque você realmente acredita que o Pateta morreu, mano. É muito triste, dá muito medo, mano. Sério, você acredita muito que o Pateta morreu.
In the fight. Meanwhile, a hooded Xemnas enters Ansem's computer room in Hollow Bastion. He proceeds to access the computer, inserting a disk and inputting the password.
Me impressiona que a Disney permitiu quase matarem o Pateta, né?
Another. Navigating through encrypted entries, he activates System Start, triggering a secret door to open. Pocketing the disk, he descends a long staircase into a spiral hallway, recalling a past conversation with Ansem the Wise. In the conversation, Xehanort, while he was Ansem's apprentice, sought permission to proceed with experiments involving doors and the heart of all worlds. Ansem sternly forbade it, warning that such thoughts are dangerous and should be forgotten. Returning to the present, Xemnas arrives at the Chamber of Repose, a white room adorned with black chains.
Que, aliás, era o que deviam ter feito desde o início com o Heracles, né? Tipo, o Heracles ficava... O Heracles não, o Xehanort. O Heracles deveria ter feito isso. Tipo, o Xehanort ficava lá, ai, eu vou abrir o Kingdom Hearts. Ai, vou abrir o Kingdom Hearts. E o Heracles e o Odin lá, só, foda-se, deixa o cara. Tudo bem, não tem problema não. Rampa íngreme, é.
And nobody symbols. He sits on a central chair, activating glowing symbols that extend toward a suit of blue armor lying on the floor beside a keyblade. Xemnas speaks softly, saying, "It has been far too long, friend," referring to Terra Xehanort's connection to the armor, which is the same suit Master Aqua was forced to discard. Inside the castle that never was, Vexen approaches Zexion, confronting him about Xemnas' current whereabouts. Zexion informs him that Xemnas is in his usual place, the Chamber of Repose. Frustrated, Vexen leaves, muttering about time running out. Soon after, another organization member, most likely Axel, engages Zexion in conversation. He mentions his dislike for the Chamber of Repose and hints at Xemnas' secret activities there, noting that Xemnas often talks to somebody they can't see, suggesting that Xemnas is searching for his other friend in the Chamber of Repose's matching Chamber of Waking. After a massive battle, such named the Battle of 1000 Heartless, Sora, Donald, and Goofy confront Xemnas. Unfortunately, he quickly escapes through a corridor of darkness. King Mickey jumps in after him just as it closes, leaving Sora frustrated and desperate for answers about Kairi and Riku's current whereabouts. Axel then appears and explains that the organization has actually been using Sora to defeat Heartless so that they can collect the released hearts to complete Kingdom Hearts. Saïx interrupts, preventing Axel from divulging more information. While Sora pleads to be taken to Kairi, Saïx manipulates his emotions but ultimately refuses to help. Maleficent arrives, attempting to claim Kingdom Hearts for herself. Facing overwhelming odds, she sacrifices herself to create a distraction, allowing Sora and his friends to escape, urging them to
Bizarro a Malévola ajudando a gente, cara.
find a way to defeat the organization. Not wanting to use his Keyblade to release more hearts for his enemies' use, Sora and his companions are pulled into a mysterious realm covered in darkness. There, they encounter a cloaked figure who leaves behind a box containing a photograph of Roxas, with Hayner, Pence, and Olette outside the old mansion, as well as a sea salt ice cream bar. Sora recognizes Roxas's name without knowing how. The sea salt ice cream bar then unlocks a path to freedom. Meanwhile, in the organization's stronghold,
né? O inimigo do meu inimigo é meu amigo, tipo isso.
Members discuss Sora's increasing resistance and their challenges in controlling him. They note that his innate desire to help others will at least make him continue fighting Heartless, furthering their plan to manifest Kingdom Hearts. Following the clue in the photograph they found, Sora, Donald, and Goofy decide to go to Twilight Town to search for the mansion depicted in the photo. At the entrance of the old mansion, they discover Hayner, Pence, and Olette, who mention rumors about the mansion being a gateway to an alternate version of Twilight Town. This theory gains credibility when they notice that Goofy possesses a crystal and a money pouch identical to ones that should be unique, as Olette had crafted the pouch herself, and there should only be one set of colored crystals. As they ponder this mystery, King Mickey appears, helping them fend off attacking nobodies. Mickey
Ele não tinha entrado lá no portal? Como é que ele foi parar aí, mano?
reveals that the real Ansem the Wise, has infiltrated Organization 13's stronghold. Sora shares that they have a clue about Kairi's location, possibly linked to Riku. Mickey is evasive about Riku's whereabouts due to a promise he made, but implies that Riku is safe, reassuring Sora. The group then enters the mansion and finds the computer.
É que o Mickey não quer que eles saibam que ele tá com a cara de Xehanort, né? Seria meio estranho. Eu vou achar o nariz de novo aqui.
Room, where they locate a terminal but are stopped by a password prompt. Remembering that they found a sea salt ice cream bar along with the photo, and knowing that Ansem the Wise loved this flavor, they input sea salt ice cream as the password. The system accepts it, and a machine in the room activates. Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Mickey then step into the machine, which digitizes them and transports them to the alternate Twilight Town, the one where Roxas had lived. Upon arrival, they notice that the computer in this version is destroyed, and Sora recalls Roxas smashing it previously. Mickey suggests that there must be an entrance to the Realm of Darkness nearby. In the Digital Mansion's basement hall, the group come across a mysterious black and green portal that leads.
Não sei porque eu me mutei. Eu vou pegar meu chá, levar o prato na cozinha e daí eu já volto de novo. Estou com meu chazinho. Coral sempre esquece que é sempre porque 5 o Mickey. O poder da armadura do plot é mais de 9.000. Exatamente. É mesmo.
Leads them to a corridor of darkness called Betwixt and Between, where they're ambushed by a relentless horde of nobodies. They're quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, struggling to fend them off. Suddenly, Axel arrives, urging them to keep moving to avoid being overtaken by darkness. He joins them in the battle against the nobodies, and when Sora questions his motives, Axel admits that he had kidnapped Kairi, but lost her to Saïx, another member of Organization 13.
Eu sequestrei a sua melhor amiga, e daí alguém sequestrou ela de mim, aí agora eu tô meio triste.
Axel implores Sora to save Kairi, revealing that she is imprisoned in the castle's dungeon. As the fight grows more intense, Axel decides to perform a powerful, sacrificial attack. Channeling all of his energy, he creates a massive torrent of flames that obliterates the surrounding nobodies, but also leads to his own demise. As he fades away, Axel confesses that he wanted to see Roxas, since Roxas made him feel like he had a heart. He notes that Sora gives him the same feeling, and expresses regret for his past actions. Just before disappearing completely, Axel opens a portal to the castle that never was, allowing Sora and his friends to proceed to the organization's stronghold. Emerging from the portal, Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Mickey find themselves within the dark city of the world that never was, where they look up to see the artificial Kingdom Hearts looming above.
Que complicação.
As they reach Memory Skyscraper, Samurai Nobodies suddenly appear, separating Sora from Donald and Goofy. A mysterious figure in a black cloak wielding 2 Keyblades then confronts Sora. The two engage in combat, and a flash transports them to the stained glass pillar Sora and Roxas both dreamt of, called the Station of Awakening.
What?
During the intense battle, Sora demands to know the identity of his opponent. The figure cryptically refers to himself as someone from the dark, and mentions having defeated Riku before. Eventually, Sora gains the upper hand, and the figure is revealed to be Roxas.
How?
Roxas then recalls moments with Axel, including when he was first given his name by Xemnas and his time spent atop the Twilight Town Clock Tower. Roxas and Axel discuss the nature of their existence as nobodies and ponder whether they truly lack hearts or if they can feel emotions.
Same thing.
Roxas expresses faith that Sora will find the answers they seek, because Sora is, in essence, himself.
Yeah.
Roxas and Axel then share one final goodbye with one another before disappearing. Back in the Station of Awakening, Roxas removes his hood, revealing his face to Sora. He acknowledges their shared identity by saying, "You make a good other." The realm then fades away, and Sora finds himself back in the city streets. Reunited with Donald and Goofy, who were
Tá, mas eu não lembro como que ele apareceu aí.
unaware of his disappearance, Sora mentions that the cloaked figure claimed to have defeated Riku. Donald and Goofy figure that it must have been a trick by the organization, as they believe no one could defeat Riku. Meanwhile, in the castle's dungeon, Kairi is imprisoned alongside Pluto. Saïx visits her, remarking that she is the fire that feeds Sora's anger. After he leaves, Naminé emerges from a corridor of darkness, urging Kairi to come with her. As their hands touch, a flash of light emerges from the castle, signaling a nearby Sora. As Kairi and Naminé attempt to escape, however, they are confronted by Saïx and his nobody guards.
E agora?
Just as Saïx attempts to recapture Kairi, however, a figure in a black cloak wielding a Keyblade intervenes. Naminé then reveals his identity, startling Kairi when she addresses him as Riku.
Só que
Kairi is relieved to be
Xehanort,
reunited with Riku, but after Saïx escapes, Kairi goes to remove his hood.
Tá alto, hein?
Shockingly, she sees the form of Ansem, Xehanort's Heartless. Meanwhile, Sora's group enter the castle that never was, where they're confronted by Saïx. He taunts Sora about Kairi, suggesting that she no longer needs him before summoning a massive swarm of Shadow Heartless to attack. Amidst the chaos, Kairi appears on a higher ledge, calling out to Sora. She tries to help him by leaping down to join him, but the Heartless quickly overtake her. Riku then rescues Kairi and hands her her own Keyblade, encouraging her to fight. Together, they battle.
Do nada ficou uma qualidadezinha como se fosse uma gravação antiga, né? Por que será?
The Heartless as Saïx watches from above. He's soon forced to leave when he's distracted by the arrival of Maleficent and Pete, who discuss their ongoing plan to take over the castle. Meanwhile,
agora não é mais só e lá vem a Malévola, e lá vem a Malévola e o Pete, né? Oh, será que tá certo isso aqui? Diminuiu a qualidade?
King Mickey encounters
mano. Era minha Gente, o YouTube tá morrendo.
Diz, who finally removes his mask to reveal his true identity as Ansem the Wise.
Olha aí, gente, ele voltou. Quem lembra dele? O verdadeiro Ansem. Aí você me pergunta, tá, mas onde ele tava? Onde é que ele foi? Como é que ele voltou? Não sei. Não lembro.
Reuniting with his old friend, Ansem the Wise expresses his regret to Mickey over his past actions, including his role in Riku's transformation. Back in the hall, Sora is confronted by Xigbar, who taunts him by calling him Roxas and questioning his worthiness as the Keyblade's chosen one. They engage in battle, with Xigbar using his sharpshooter arrow guns while manipulating space to his advantage.
Ah, manipulando espaço até eu, né? Hunter, obrigada pelo follow.
Sora is ultimately able to defeat Xigbar, asking him why the nobody called him Roxas.
o povo fazendo o jogo, mano, e o cara das faixas vermelhas, sei lá, fazer... Não, imagina alguém assim, nossa, mano, eu acabei de ter uma ideia irada pra um design. Olha aqui que legal, um cara cheio de faixa vermelha. Porra, ideia massa, né? Mas como é que a gente vai botar no jogo? Não tem mais espaço. Ah, faz ele ser aquele cara lá que sumiu, aí a gente traz ele de volta, boa ideia.
Xigbar simply laughs and retorts, "Wouldn't you like to know?" before fading away. Sora finally reunites with Kairi before coming face to face with who he initially recognizes as Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Kairi helps Sora realize that the man before them is indeed their friend Riku. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sora embraces Riku, who admits that he did.
Essa parte eu acho muito cringe, mano. Sério. É que é muito estranho, porque o Sora é um menininho, e daí o Ansem é esse cara, tipo, nossa, olha meus bíceps. E daí, ele é muito estranho, não consigo. Só essa, tu para, tá? Kingdom Hearts não é cringe.
Overwhelmed with emotion.
Kingdom Hearts é viagem no tempo, é alma presa dentro do corpo, é alma dividida em uma outra alma, uma confusão, é confusão total, é.
Sora embraces Riku, who admits that he didn't want to be found in his altered form, explaining that to harness the power of darkness necessary to defeat Organization 13, he had to take on the form of Xehanort's Heartless. Despite his appearance, Sora insists that Riku is still himself and proposes that they'll finish the battle together. Meanwhile, Ansem the Wise and King Mickey set up a device designed to reclaim the hearts stored in the artificial Kingdom Hearts and encode them as data, hoping to stop the organization's plans.
Codificá-los como dados.
Ansem acknowledges.
Isso é uma coisa que eu acho engraçada também na franquia do Kingdom Hearts. Tipo, eles metem no meio, assim, tipo, tecnologia, mas a tecnologia, ela é mágica. Doideira.
That hearts are unpredictable and expresses his uncertainty about the outcome. Meanwhile, Sora, Riku, Kairi, Donald, and Goofy advance further into the castle, entering the Proof of Existence, a room resembling a graveyard with monuments representing the fallen organization members. Soon, they're confronted by Luxord, who manipulates time and traps Sora's friends within large playing cards. After a strategic battle, Sora defeats Luxord, who fades away while mistakenly calling him Roxas. Sora corrects him, stating his own name. The cards then disappear, releasing his friends. The group then enters a large chamber, where they confront Saïx, who is gazing at Kingdom Hearts above. Saïx also refers to Sora.
Eu lembro que esse final do segundo jogo eu acho meio cansativo, porque você fica enfrentando um por um os manos da organização até chegar lá no final, e no final ainda tem mais uma outra batalha gigantesca. Eu acho meio cansativo esse final. Meu nome não é Kakaroto, é Goku.
As Roxas,
Eu sem entender
which the
nada.
boy points out is starting to grow old. Saïx dismisses this, saying different name, same fate, and attacks them with his claymore, creating a barrier that separates Riku and Kairi from the battle. Sora, Donald, and Goofy.
É porque ia ser roubado, ia ser muito roubado ter o Riku Xehanort ali na batalha, então eles tiveram que dividir.
Goofy then engage Saïx, who draws power from the moon. After an intense fight, the group successfully defeat him, and as he fades away, he laments never receiving his heart, reaching out to Kingdom Hearts as he vanishes.
Complicado, né? Batalha do Kingdom Hearts 3 contra o Xehanort gigantesco. É, também.
After the battle, Sora
Porque também você fica enfrentando um atrás do outro de novo.
wonders why everyone keeps calling him Roxas. Riku explains that Roxas is Sora's nobody, formed when Sora briefly became a Heartless to save Kairi.
Yes.
Riku recounts that Xemnas found Roxas, who could wield the Keyblade, and brought him into Organization 13, but Roxas eventually betrayed them. Riku then tells Sora about his own battle with Roxas, in which he was forced to embrace the darkness within him, transforming into Ansem's form to defeat Roxas. Sora expresses a desire to meet Roxas, to which Riku points to Sora's heart, implying that Roxas resides within him. The group soon find Ansem the Wise, with the device aimed at Kingdom Hearts. Suddenly, the device begins to malfunction, and Ansem the Wise admits his failure to understand hearts, realizing that they cannot be contained or encoded into data.
Eles têm que ser libertos.
Xemnas then appears, mocking Ansem the Wise and blaming him for the creation of the Heartless. Ansem the Wise counters by criticizing Xemnas' ambition to create a new world, calling it an empire of ignorance. As the device becomes unstable, Ansem the Wise urges the others
I'm unstable, Mimi. Nossa, eu acho que o Mimi é o único que vai pegar essa referência aqui no chat.
to run, accepting that it will self-destruct. He asks Mickey for forgiveness and bids farewell as the machine explodes.
Meu Deus, o tadinho aqui,
He asks Mickey for forgiveness and bids farewell as the machine
tadinho.
explodes in a burst of light, scattering the hearts contained within the artificial Kingdom Hearts everywhere, and causing a massive influx of Heartless toward the castle.
Vixe.
The group are knocked out in the explosion, and when they regain consciousness, they find Riku restored to his true form, though initially still blindfolded. Sora joyfully recognizes Riku, who safely removes his blindfold. Riku admits that he was deceiving himself by trying to handle everything on his own, joking that it's because he's not a total sap like Sora.
É porque my friends are my power, Riku. Você não aprendeu? Mickey aparecendo todo trevoso pra falar com o Squall e o Sora é muito engraçado. Sim, sim, também. Eu tava falando agora, o Mickey às vezes ele tem essa vibe quase, tipo, medonha, assim, no Kingdom Hearts. É engraçado. É porque ele é muito forte.
The friends' reunion is cut short, however, as they observe Kingdom Hearts darkening and masses of Heartless approaching.
Pois é, e agora?
Sora asks Riku what to do, and he declares that they must face Xemnas, the organization's last survivor. As they make their way through the final areas of the castle, Maleficent and Pete appear, offering to hold off the Heartless to allow the group to proceed to take out Xemnas.
Olha aí, ó, o inimigo do meu inimigo é meu amigo de novo.
He acknowledges that they are following their own hearts, and decides not to interfere with their choice. At the altar of Naught, they confront Xemnas, who laments the destruction of his Kingdom Hearts and demands that the Keyblade wielders gather more hearts for him. Sora, Riku, and Mickey predictably refuse, causing Xemnas to ask why they hate the darkness and those who exist between the light, like the nobodies. Mickey explains that they don't hate darkness, but fear it, because of those who lurk within it. Riku states that the nobodies mess up our worlds. Xemnas argues that they had no choice in their existence, but Sora retorts that as nobodies, they don't truly exist or feel sorrow. While Xemnas acknowledges that he cannot feel sorrow, he transports Sora to a distorted version of Memory Skyscraper, separating him from the others. In this warped environment, Sora is forced to battle Xemnas alone, and after a fierce fight, Sora is able to defeat him, and Xemnas fades away.
Separou e perdeu ainda.
Sora reappears at the altar of Naught, where the group sees a surviving Xemnas floating above, hovering inside of Kingdom Hearts. Xemnas calls upon Kingdom Hearts to lend him power, declaring he will give it as many hearts as needed to become complete and erase those who oppose him. A door appears, leading into Kingdom Hearts itself. Riku notes that once they enter, there's no turning back, and that it will be victory or oblivion. Reflecting on their past, Riku reminds Sora of when they stood on opposite sides of a door, but now stand side by side. United, they prepare to end the conflict once and for all. Sora, Riku, and Mickey raise their Keyblades together, and their combined beams of light open the door. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Donald, Goofy, and King...
Vamos combinar que não tinha a menor necessidade da Kairi entrar aqui, porque ela não tem como lutar, mas tudo bem.
Mickey all enter the door, finding themselves in an otherworldly realm where Xemnas confronts them. He remarks on the foolishness of following one's heart before attacking them by hurling a building in their direction.
Ai, é foda.
The door through which they entered then closes abruptly, separating Mickey and Kairi on the other side.
Agora sim, ok.
Sora and Riku determine that they can face Xemnas on their own, navigating through a series of obstacles, slicing through barriers, and dodging more flying buildings. Xemnas then appears, piloting a massive mechanical dragon-like construct. Sora, Riku, Donald, and Goofy then engage in
agora que eu vi, sumiu a legenda de novo.
A fierce battle against this formidable machine.
Oxi. Será que a legenda só morreu mesmo? O vídeo é longo demais. Cara, what the fuck aconteceu com a legenda? Ah, tá. Acho que agora vai ir.
machine, targeting its energy cores and evading its
Caraca,
power.
A legenda só morreu. Ela só não quer mais traduzir. Não pode ter legenda no 2K, mas tava 2K até agora há pouco, pô, não é possível. E apareceu em inglês ali também.
Powerful attacks.
Eu acho que ela só desistiu. Eu vou deixar ligada, né? Vai que ela volta.
They eventually reach Xemnas, who sits armored on a throne atop the machine. After another intense fight involving various weapons and tactics, they finally defeat him. Back at the altar of Naught, Xemnas falls to his knees, lamenting his need for more hearts and expressing his inability to remember feelings beyond anger and hate as he fades away, not understanding Sora's urges that other emotions
Deu o tempo de legenda automática.
exist. The group celebrates their victory, but Riku hesitates to return home with them, feeling unworthy due to his past embrace of the darkness. Sora playfully lifts Riku's spirits, making him laugh and remember he belongs. Suddenly, the area begins to collapse, and Riku attempts to open a path for their escape, but fails. Mickey realizes that Riku can no longer open corridors of darkness, as he no longer belongs to the realm of darkness. Naminé then appears and opens a portal for them, and Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Pluto pass through. Before Sora, Riku, and Kairi can follow, however, Naminé emerges from the portal to speak with them. Roxas emerges from within Sora, and after reuniting with one another, he and Naminé realize that they can be together whenever Sora and Kairi are together. Naminé then merges back into Kairi, and Roxas into Sora. Kairi exits through the portal, but as Sora and Riku attempt to exit through it as well, it closes, leaving them stranded behind. The massive mechanical dragon piloted by Xemnas reappears.
Caraca! Mano, o dragão mecânico gigante do Xemnas vai em direção a eles.
Attacking them. Riku finds a hovercraft, and together they confront the machine, destroying parts of it in an aerial battle. However, Xemnas transforms into an even more powerful armored form. Sora and Riku then land on the head of this new construct to face him once and for all.
Vambora.
Despite being blasted into an abyss and facing overwhelming attacks, Sora and Riku combine their strength and skills to defeat Xemnas.
Naminé foi criada no Kingdom Hearts 1 quando a Kairi atravessa o Sora. Que daí o coração dela sai do corpo dela, então, tipo, meio que é criado um Heartless e daí ao mesmo tempo é criado um Nobody, né?
Final confrontation in a gray void. Xemnas declares that nothingness is eternal. Sora and Riku refute his claims, stating that while light and darkness may be eternal, he is not. They engage in one last climactic battle, overcoming Xemnas' final onslaught, including a relentless barrage of attacks.
Mas é bem legal você lutar com os dois, cara, é muito massa. Você ficar lutando junto com o Riku é um momento muito legal na saga, porque você tava sempre separado do Riku, né? Aí nesse momento você luta junto com ele. É legal, é legal.
Riku ultimately defeats Xemnas once and for all. The leader of Organization 13 finally fades away. However, Sora and Riku immediately find themselves surrounded by more nobodies.
De novo.
Exhausted, Riku collapses, feeling they have reached the end. Sora refuses to give up and helps Riku to his feet. They walk together, with Riku admitting his past jealousy of Sora's ability to follow his heart. Sora confesses he also admired Riku and wanted to be just like him.
Eles são muito bons.
They soon find themselves at a dark beach, the Dark Margin, where the pair sit and ponder their fate. After a short while, a bottle washes ashore.
Não é que deu certo, cara, incrível. Acho que num futuro muito distante a Square vai meio que refazer a franquia, tipo a Capcom, sabe? É que assim, eles já fizeram os remakes, né? Já tem disponível pra jogar no PC, tudo. Eu não sei, não.
Containing a letter from Kairi. Reading it aloud, Sora realizes his heart's connection.
Olha o CGI!
With Kairi's. A bright light then appears, and the door to light suddenly appears before them. Sora helps Riku up, and they step into the light together. The pair then emerge back on Destiny Islands, reuniting with Kairi, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Pluto. Their friends rush to greet them, and there's hugs all around as a heartfelt celebration of their return. Sora pulls out the Wayfinder lucky charm that Kairi had given him and gives it back to her, as he briefly sees Roxas and Naminé smiling at each other as his hand joins hers.
Acabou, tá tudo bem. Como é que ainda tem 3 horas de vídeo? Ué.
Time later, in Disney Castle, Jiminy Cricket reflects on the 2 journeys he's documented in his journals. While reviewing them, he discovers a mysterious message he did not write. Their hurting will be mended when you return to end it. Perplexed, he rushes to inform King Mickey about the strange entry, and Mickey deduces
Ai, ele é tão pichuco correndo
he
no
rushes to
corredor
inform
gigante.
King Mickey about the strange entry,
Coitado.
and Mickey deduces that someone must be in need of help. Chip and Dale then set up a computer system to digitize Jiminy's journal for analysis. As they begin the process, the computer displays various worlds from the journal, but they are suddenly covered by red and black glitchy blocks. An alarm then sounds, and Chip and Dale realize that the journal's data has become corrupted and suggest finding someone with
Agora é o Chain of Memories? Ah, o Coded. Eu tava tipo, não, o Chain of Memories já foi, qual que é agora? Mano, agora é o Coded, esse aí é outro, pelo amor de Deus.
within the data
O Mickey
that
lendo o
can
livro,
fix the
o
glitches.
livrinho.
They then decide to recreate a digital version of Sora.
Mano, esse jogo aqui, ele também virou só filme e tem um motivo muito óbvio, porque, tipo, ele não precisa existir. A história desse jogo não precisa existir, mano.
Within the journal data, to explore the datascape and repair the corrupted data with his Keyblade. This data Sora awakens in a digital version of the Station of Awakening, standing on a large
Ainda não teve o DDD. Oh, mas eu adoro o Dream Drop Distance, tá? Não pode falar mal do jogo, ele é muito bom. Eu adoro ele.
green stained glass platform. Confused, he examines his surroundings as Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy watch his progress from the real world via the computer monitor. Suddenly, they notice a mysterious man in a black cloak alongside Data Sora, who doesn't respond to his
O que me incomoda é que nesse pré-KH3 o Sora fica com a aparência de criança, parece que ele não cresce. É que é uma cópia dele, né? Uma cópia virtual.
Before disappearing up a staircase made of stained glass steps. Jiminy notes that he never wrote of this man in his journals. Mickey then urges Data Sora to follow the stranger, and Data Sora climbs the stairs to another platform, but loses sight of him. After Data Sora uses his Keyblade to battle some arriving Heartless, an ornate door appears. Guided by Mickey's voice, Data Sora uses the Keyblade to open the door, and stepping through, he finds himself on his homeworld, Destiny Islands. There, Data Sora notices strange red and black blocks scattered around. King Mickey then communicates with him remotely, explaining that although they haven't met in this version of the world, they're friends, and he asks Data Sora to help solve a mystery by exploring the island and investigating the odd blocks. As Data Sora looks around, he learns from his friends that more mysterious blocks are appearing, and that a suspicious man in a black hood was seen heading towards the secret place. Data Sora goes to the secret place.
Eu acho também, esse Heartless basiquinho, ele é fofinho mesmo.
But doesn't find the cloaked figure.
Eu gosto daqueles que são os cogumelinhos e daí você tem que lançar magia de acordo com a cor deles.
Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and Data Sora hears a voice speak out another riddle. There's a road for the taking if you end our world's aching. Data Sora then draws his Keyblade, and back in the real world, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy watch the feed on the monitor disappear into a flash of white light. Jiminy then notices another new entry in his journal, containing the riddle that Data Sora had just heard. Unbeknownst to them, during this flash of light, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy are also encoded into the datascape. Also unbeknownst to them, Pete had snuck into Disney Castle and is also transported into the datascape, where he summons Maleficent. In the datascape Destiny Islands, Data Sora suddenly sees the cloaked figure in the secret place, who tells him that the world is now connected. Leaving with one final riddle, to make this place whole, the key holds the place, the figure disappears, and a keyhole materializes on the door in the secret place. Guided again by Mickey, Datasora uses his Keyblade to unlock it. This transports him to a fragmented version of the island under a dark sky, filled with debris. There, he confronts a version of the giant Darkseid, battling and defeating it before a vortex forms and pulls him in. Back in what they believe to be the real world, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy notice another new entry, stating, "There are more hurts than the one you have just undone." They also witness a scene on the monitor showing
Uma vibe quase de terror nesse jogo, né? Meio tipo, oh meu Deus, tem essa coisa falando através do computador. Uma creepypasta.
Riku interacting with the cloaked figure during the island's destruction, a scene Jiminy doesn't recall documenting. Datasora then arrives in the Datascape's version of Traverse Town, where he again encounters the cloaked figure, who gives him a fragment of light that allows him to materialize and open another keyhole. Defeating a powerful Heartless inside, Datasora locks the keyhole, clearing the world of its red, glitchy blocks. Back in the real world, Mickey and the others notice another scene that Jiminy didn't record, this time showing Pluto in Traverse Town, before jumping through a dark portal. Suddenly, Heartless invade the castle, much to Mickey's surprise. Donning his...
e ali são cenas reais, né? Tipo, realmente o Pluto tava em Traverse Town quando o Sora apareceu lá. Aquela outra cena lá que eles não viram também era real, só que o Jiminy não presenciou, né?
Keyblade, the king fights them off, but finds the door leading out of the room mysteriously locked, preventing them from exploring the rest of the castle. Suddenly, a new entry appears in the journal, stating, "Undo the hurt to unbar the way." Knowing their best hope is to
Socorro, tô preso dentro do jogo.
To continue repairing the data in the journal, the group turn their attention back to the monitor to watch Datasora continue his journey. Datasora proceeds to Wonderland, where the glitches have caused memory loss among the world's inhabitants.
Pô, e o pior é que esses cubinhos aí são feios, né? É porque esse aí também era algum jogo de algum consolezinho, sei lá qual console. Aí, tipo, era um gráfico bem feinho, assim. Então, na hora de fazer o remake, fica muito estranho, porque o gráfico tá bom, mas é feio, mano.
He helps restore their memories by collecting fragments called Inklings, and unlocks the world's keyhole, repairing the data. The hooded figure appears again, speaking in riddles about the world's connection between memory and
Tá achando que é o Selbit pra ficar de charada?
reality, before disappearing through a dark portal. Datasora quickly follows him. Unexpectedly, Datasora finds himself inside the data version of Disney Castle, with Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy. They then realize that they have somehow wound up within the datascape of the journal. The cloaked figure then appears, quickly shedding his hood to reveal a Data Riku underneath. He explains that he is an embodiment of Jiminy's journal, created to protect its data after it was corrupted by bugs. He informs them...
Não faz nem sentido, porque, tipo... Como que é um caderno? Como que um caderno tem bug?
That someone is hacking into the data from the outside, severing their link to the real world. To return home, they need to fully repair the corrupted data. Datasora volunteers to bash the bugs to help his friends escape the datascape. Datasora later arrives at Olympus Coliseum and communicates with Data Riku. Data Riku informs him that a bug interfering with their link is located there, and he must find the keyhole to access the world's core and eliminate the source of the bugs. Datasora then teams up with Hercules, the world's hero.
Eu não tô entendendo por que ele tá demorando tanto nesse jogo. Tipo, de verdade, poderia ser bem mais rápido, porque o jogo não tem necessidade de existir. E, tipo assim, ele não falou, tipo, de nenhum mundo quase em nenhum dos outros jogos. Não falou do Hércules, não falou de nada. E daí agora ele vai falar? Tipo, eu não sei por que ele vai demorar tanto tempo falando desse jogo.
And Cloud Strife, a dedicated warrior.
O Cloud, nem foi falado do Cloud até esse momento do vídeo. Agora ele vai falar.
To stop Hades, king of the Olympus Coliseum's underworld, who is exploiting the bugs.
Não, eu vou deixar,
Together,
quero ver qual vai ser o ponto dele.
Defeat Cerberus, and thwart Hades' plans, realizing that a greater threat is manipulating the glitches. Back in the Disney castle, Mickey and the others observe that the data recovery has reached 10%. Data Riku explains that eliminating the bugs grants him deeper access to associated memories, which appear on the monitor. Jiminy notes that these memories don't belong to any of them. Suddenly, Data Sora is shockingly confronted by an approaching Pete. Mickey is shocked to see Pete inside the datascape, questioning how he even got there. Pete claims that he owns the digital world, before running off through a data portal.
Será mesmo?
Mickey urges Data Sora to pursue him, and he follows Pete through the portal.
Que bom que os portais sempre ficam abertos por muito tempo para dar tempo do pessoal seguir, né? Que bom.
Sora arrives in Agrabah, where he joins Aladdin to rescue Princess Jasmine from Jafar, who is using the bugs to freeze time and seize power.
Ainda bem.
With Genie's help, Data Sora confronts and defeats Jafar, restoring the world. Outside the Cave of Wonders, Data Sora encounters Pete, who reveals that he and Maleficent have been exploring the datascape. Pete reveals that it was he who severed the link between the datascape and the real world, trapping Mickey and his friends inside. Maleficent then appears and confronts Data Sora, shattering his Keyblade, leaving him defenseless, before she summons a horde of Heartless to attack him. Just then, Data Riku and King Mickey arrive to dispatch them and protect Data Sora.
Que bom que eles estão dentro, né?
Maleficent then declares her intent to immerse both the datascape and the real world in darkness. Data Riku tries to confront her, but is ensnared by her dark magic. Maleficent claims that Data Riku belongs to the darkness and will serve her purposes. She disappears with him, and Pete mocks them before escaping as well, leaving Data Sora and the others alone. Back at Disney Castle, Data Sora and King Mickey reunite with Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy Cricket to discuss the troubling situation. Maleficent and Pete have captured.
Aliás, olha que bonitinho, tem a caminha do Pluto aqui, cara. Ai, que bonitinho.
Cricket to discuss the troubling situation. Maleficent and Pete have captured Data Riku, and only one world still remains plagued by bugs. Data Sora attempts to summon his Keyblade, but remembers it was destroyed by Maleficent.
Vixe, agora?
Mickey explains that the Keyblade was a data construct, programmed from the outside world.
It wasn't programmed to harm the crew.
Without it, Data Sora must find another way to help. Determined to save Data Riku, Data Sora decides to confront Pete alone, venturing into Hollow Bastion, where he soon finds his adversary. As Data Sora follows Pete, he soon finds himself trapped by Heartless and data blocks. Goofy discovers Sora's absence and comes to his aid.
Pois é, não chegou a aparecer muito ainda da batalha, né, no Kingdom Hearts. Ele tá mostrando mais as animações, mas é muito engraçado a forma como o Donald e o Pateta lutam nas lutas, mano. O Pateta, ele realmente faz esse girinho aí, é muito legal. Vai lá, Mimi.
Followed by Donald. Donald and Goofy insist on helping Data Sora, even without the Keyblade, because their bond is their true power.
My friends
They catch up to Pete in the Grand Hall, where he traps Donald and Goofy inside of crushing data blocks.
No KH4 eu creio muito que vai ter o mundo do Viva a Vida é uma festa, pelo fato do mundo dos mortos e pode se conectar. Então, pois é, a gente tava falando até mais cedo aqui na live que a gente acha que no KH4 não vai ter muita coisa da Disney. Acho que vai ser, tipo, bem menos do que em relação ao KH3. Mas combinaria mesmo esse aí. Você viu que o pessoal já tá teorizando que vai ter o mundo lá dos elementais? Eu não lembro qual é o nome do filme. Mas por causa da Keyblade que o Sora tava usando, é legalzinho também. Eu nem assisti esse filme ainda, acredita? Vou dizer que você tá de parabéns, porque eu nunca conseguiria assistir um vídeo de 6 horas sem fazer mais nada, só no segundo monitor. Ô, Batata, pelo amor de Deus, né? Tu tem quase a minha idade. Tu tem a minha idade? Tu tem a minha idade. Tu não é geração TikTok, não. Eu, hein?
Pete taunts Data Sora, claiming he's just an empty shell without a heart. Despite this, Donald and Goofy declare that Data Sora is their friend, and that their hearts are connected.
Ué, tu recebeu um AD sendo sub? Como assim?
Moved by their words, Data Sora's Keyblade reappears, with their proven friendship awakening a new power within him. King Mickey then arrives and reveals that this Keyblade is a manifestation of Datasora's own strength of heart, forged from the real bonds he's made on his journey, not just a mere Data replica like his old one. Pete attempts to escape, but is pursued by Datasora. A keyhole appears, and Datasora decides to enter it alone to prove himself by saving Data Riku and stopping Pete.
Ah, precisava? Não, né? Mas tá bom, vai.
Keyhole, Datasora confronts Pete, who summons a bug-infested...
Eu não iria reclamar se diminuísse a Disney, eu ia agradecer, porém se tiver Disney, tomara que tenha Star Wars, eu também queria Star Wars. Aqui assim, eu gostei, pra mim o Kingdom Hearts 3 é o melhor, é o que eu mais gostei. Eu sei que muita gente não gostou e eu acho sim que tem falhas, né, eu reconheço todas as falhas do jogo, mas eu me diverti muito no Kingdom Hearts 3. Mas eu acho que tá na hora, né, de focar mais na história original do jogo nesse quarto.
Data Riku to fight him. Data Riku struggles against Pete's control, but ultimately succumbs, attacking Datasora, pleading to be destroyed to stop the bugs. Unwilling to harm his friend, Datasora battles Data Riku to subdue him without causing permanent damage. After a fierce fight, Data Riku collapses, enveloped by the red glitch blocks, and a new keyhole appears above him as Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy catch up to Datasora. Realizing that the bugs inside Data Riku are the cause of his condition, Datasora decides to enter Data Riku's data to debug him from within. Despite the concerns about the risks, Mickey reassures Datasora that although he'll enter alone, his friends are always with him in spirit. Determined to save Data Riku and restore the Datascape, Datasora enters the keyhole. Inside, Datasora finds Data Riku within a blank void of code, struggling to contain the spreading bugs threatening to corrupt the entire Datascape. Data Riku then urges Datasora to escape with a piece of data which was inserted into the data of Jiminy's journal by an unknown party, but Datasora, true to his real version's nature, refuses to abandon his friend.
Aww.
Data Riku then directs Datasora to portals leading to different worlds created from his memories. Sora journeys through these worlds, Destiny Islands, Traverse Town, Wonderland, and Agrabah, eliminating bugs in each one while learning that Data Riku had been the one to pull Mickey and the others into the Datascape. After clearing the worlds, Datasora confronts the source of the bugs, a manifestation of corrupted data that has taken on Data Riku's form. Realizing it's not the real Data Riku, Datasora battles and defeats this entity, thereby purging the bugs from the actual Data Riku. As the Datascape begins to stabilize, Datasora reunites with Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy in Hollow Bastion. Data Riku arrives and creates a gateway for Mickey and the others to return to the real world. Before leaving, they share their hope to one day bring Datasora to the real world with them.
Okay.
Back in the real world's Disney castle, however, Data Riku speaks to them from the other side of the monitor, explaining that once the journal is restored to its original state, their recent adventure within the Datascape, as well as all of their memories together, will be erased.
Yeah.
Although the group is left devastated, Datasora helps them accept this outcome, knowing the connections within their hearts transcend memories. Just as the restoration is about to complete, however, a new threat emerges. The Datascape begins to collapse due to a powerful glitch originating from Datasora's own Heartless created from when he saved Kairi. Realizing the danger it, as well as Maleficent and Pete's continued interference, poses, Datasora decides to confront this Heartless to protect both the Datascape and the real world. Datasora enters the collapsing Datascape.
Ó, eu vou ter que dar pontinho pra esse jogo. Porque o design do Heartless, todo tatuado, colorido, ficou muito legal. Então, Hunter, eu também não sei por que ele tá dando tanto detalhe nesse jogo, mano. Não precisava, sério. Eu também acho que eles correram... O que eu senti no Kingdom Hearts 3 em relação à história, né, original do Kingdom Hearts é que eles passaram muito tempo, tipo assim, vai acontecer alguma coisa... mas nunca chega lá, sabe? Aí você fica viajando entre os mundos da Disney e, tipo, vai acontecer, mas não chega lá. E no final acontece tudo de uma vez. Isso que eu achei ruim no 3.
And encounters Maleficent and Pete battling the powerful Heartless. Despite their past, Data Sora tries to help them escape. However, in a flash of light, Maleficent and Pete suddenly vanish.
Oxi, inúteis.
With encouragement from his friend Mickey, who appears to assist him, Data Sora engages in a final battle against his extremely powerful Heartless. Together, they combine their forces to defeat the entity. Finally,
Oxi, saiu hoje um novo EP. Hoje? Pera, já saiu? Hoje começa a Casa do Dragão de novo? Sério? Meu Deus.
restoring stability.
Mas numa terça? Não, hoje é segunda. Numa segunda?
To the datascape. As the digital world reverts to its original state, Data Sora and Mickey find Maleficent and Pete.
Ah, ontem à noite. Ah, nossa. Ah, eu tenho que assistir. Eu falando isso de forma triste, mas é porque eu tô meio com medo dessa temporada, mas eu tenho que assistir. Não sabia que começava ontem.
With Data Riku, who swiftly escorts them back to the real world. Data Sora and Mickey then share a heartfelt goodbye, promising that their experiences and friendships will remain in their hearts, even if their memories fade. Meanwhile, Maleficent and Pete, now back in their own realm, discuss the Datascape and its similarities to the ancient Book of Prophecies, hinting at a possible link between the two. The evil fairy godmother decides to take the data for herself, hoping that it may one day help her obtain the Book of Prophecies' abilities to conjure new worlds. Back in the Disney castle, Mickey and his friends celebrate their return. They look up at the computer monitor to see a message from Data Sora, thanking them.
Que bonitinho.
Realizing that they never figured out the meaning behind the added message, their hurting will be mended when you return to end it, Data Riku suddenly appears on screen with a message. He informs them that a new world has suddenly appeared inside the journal's datascape. This world contains extra data that someone must have added after the journal was restored. They realize that since Data Sora's memories have been reset to their initial state, he won't remember the previous events and can't be sent in to explore this new data. Determined to solve the mystery, King Mickey decides to re-enter the datascape himself. Inside, Data Sora awakens in Traverse Town, confused about his surroundings. Mickey approaches him and explains that Data Sora holds the power to solve the mystery of the message and asks for his help. Although he's left as confused as everyone still listening to this video, Data Sora agrees to assist. Mickey then guides Data Sora to unlock a keyhole using his Keyblade, transporting him to the digital version of Castle Oblivion. There, Data Sora encounters a mysterious cloaked figure who gives him a card that will allow him to explore illusions of worlds from the journal.
Meu Deus.
As Data Sora uses the cards to visit different worlds, such as Traverse Town, Wonderland, Olympus Coliseum, Agrabah, and Hollow Bastion, he meets illusions of
Cara, jogar esse jogo deve ser insuportável, porque já vai ser a terceira vez que ele viaja pelos mesmos mundos, mano.
Familiar characters, but forgets them after each encounter. The cloaked figure suggests that Data Sora should let go of the hurt caused by forgetting these friends to avoid being consumed by darkness. However, Data Sora insists on holding on to the hurt, believing it is crucial for eventually remembering his forgotten connections. He decides that feeling the hurt of losing his friends is better than feeling nothing for them at all.
Concordo.
Eventually, the figure confronts Data Sora directly, attacking him to make him experience true pain. After an intense battle, Data Sora defeats the figure, who is the Data version of Roxas, his own nobody.
No way.
Data Roxas then reveals that he was testing Data Sora to see if he could accept the hurt within his heart. His role completed, Data Roxas then merges with Data Sora, entrusting him with the restored memories as well as the pain that comes along with them. Mickey then arrives, and together they proceed to a room where they meet the Datascape's version of Naminé.
Meu Deus.
She reveals
Oi,
that she was the one who left the mysterious message in the journal. Data Naminé explains that while repairing Sora's memories, she found hidden ones deep within his heart of people connected to him, memories that are painful and could harm his heart if not handled properly. To help Sora confront this hidden hurt, she had added the extra data, the message, and the bugs to the journal, hoping he would learn to face and accept the pain. Data Naminé tells Data Sora that Sora is the key to saving the people that are connected to these memories, including Roxas, Axel, Xion, Terra, Aqua, and Ventus. She emphasizes that when the time comes, Sora must hold on to these memories and awaken them to help those connected to him. Data Naminé then begins to fade away, asking Mickey to pass along her message to the real Sora in the outside world. Mickey promises to do so, recognizing the importance of the task ahead. Data Sora then leaves her with a final message of thanks as she vanishes from the restored datascape of Jiminy's journal. Returning to the real world, Mickey sits down and writes a letter addressed to Sora. Sometime later...
Tipo assim, ele poderia ter resumido isso muito mais resumido. Essa parte do finalzinho é importante e tal, mas esse jogo ele é realmente muito inútil, assim. Tipo, esse jogo não precisava existir. Eles poderiam ter resumido essa parte do final, tipo, numa cena de flashback, num outro jogo, alguma coisa assim. Eles não precisavam ter feito um jogo disso aqui. De verdade. Me dá agonia esse jogo. Meu Deus. Eu acho que o Kingdom Hearts 4 pode lançar no que vem. A tecnologia avançou muito. Não acho que vai ter essa demora como foi do 2 pro 3. Foram 14 anos de espera, meu Deus. Foi bastante tempo, né? Cara, sinceramente, eu acho que 2028. Eu acho que ano que vem ainda não. Mas eu espero que eu esteja errada, né? Quanto mais cedo, melhor.
The real Sora and Riku sit together by the Paopu tree on Destiny Islands, and Kairi approaches them with a letter bearing King Mickey's seal. They then open and read the letter, detailing Mickey's experiences in the datascape, as well as his learning that Sora's next journey is to awaken the memories sleeping within his heart to save those connected to him from their hurting.
Agora vai vir
At some later point, on the Dark Margin Beach, we find a cloaked Ansem the Wise, who had survived the blast that destroyed his machine, but wound up stranding him on the beach, which exists on the precipice of darkness. Suddenly, Aqua, still wandering the realm of darkness, comes across Ansem the Wise and introduces herself, but he reveals that he cannot remember who he is or how he got there. Aqua expresses her desire to return to her own world to fulfill a promise she made to her friends, Terra and Ventus, and Ansem the Wise mentions that she reminds him of a boy he once knew, who wields a keyblade to protect the light across many worlds. Aqua asks if the boy is Terra or Ventus, but the man says it's neither. He confesses that in the past, consumed by vengeance, he did terrible things to this boy and his friends. In an attempt to atone, he hid the results of his research within the boy while he slept, hoping that the boy could set things right and save those whose lives he had once ruined. He refers to many, including himself and Aqua, as waiting for their birth by sleep, a chance at a new beginning.
Oh my god, falou o nome do jogo! Só que o Birth by Sleep já passou, né? Não vai ter outra sessão do Birth by Sleep, acho que não. Agora vai vir o Dream Drop Distance, que é o DDD. Então, a Aqua ainda presa aí, né? Esperando.
When Aqua asks for the boy's name, the man reveals that his name is Sora. Hearing his name, Aqua is moved to tears, regaining the hope she had lost long ago.
Aww.
Sometime later, on Destiny Islands, Sora sits on the Paopu tree, holding the glass bottle containing Mickey's message. Riku approaches and asks Sora if he's made up his mind. Sora tells him that he has, stating he's gotta help those out there who need him. Kairi arrives and gives him her wayfinder once again, and tells him, see you soon. Sora accepts it, and the three friends stand together, united by their friendship, as Sora prepares to embark on his next journey.
Aww.
Sometime later, King Mickey meets with Master Yen Sid at the mysterious tower to discuss recent developments.
Cara, a história do Dream Drop Distance é muito legal. Eu vou sair no banheiro e colocar meu aparelho de novo. Já venho. Voltei. Ai. Vambora. Não tem fim, não tem.
Mickey informs Yen Sid that they're close to discovering the location of Ventus's sleeping heart, leaving Terra as the only one of their friends whose location is completely unknown. Yen Sid then raises concerns about Master Xehanort's potential return.
Ele fazendo carinho na barba.
A startled Mickey quickly notes that Sora defeated both halves of Xehanort, Ansem, who commanded the Heartless, and Xemnas, who led the Nobodies. Yen Sid explains that this is exactly their problem, as the destruction of both Xehanort's Heartless and Nobody guarantees the restoration of the original Master Xehanort. With his heart freed and his body vanquished, the two halves will reunite to become whole once again. Yen Sid warns that Xehanort is likely planning something, as someone of his caliber would have prepared for such an eventuality. Mickey expresses confidence that he, Sora, and Riku are ready to face whatever comes next. However, Yen Sid points out that while they're strong, Sora and Riku are not true Keyblade Masters like Mickey.
Porque não fizeram o exame da marca.
Sid then hints at the possibility of needing more Keyblade Masters to defend against multiple incarnations of Xehanort, much to the surprise of Mickey. Yen Sid then instructs Mickey to summon Sora and Riku to undertake the Mark of Mastery exam, hoping they attain the rank of Keyblade Master to prepare for the impending threat. Around this time, others who had both their Heartless and Nobody forms defeated begin to reconstruct, including the Organization 13 members that Sora defeated. The first human to reawaken is Breg, who looks around to find himself within Ansem's lab in Radiant Garden, among multiple other unconscious reformed humans strewn out on.
É meio engraçado se for pensar, né? Tipo, os corpos só ficaram ali jogados assim quando eles criaram os Nobodies e é isso.
On the floor. Breg then notices that he's joined by one other, the young version of Xehanort, traveling through time to enact his master plan of assembling 13 different versions of himself. Young Xehanort points out the importance of his older self, Master Xehanort's Keyblade, and Breg acknowledges its connection to the ancient Keyblade War. Breg soon mentions that he has his own plans to take care of, gesturing towards the unconscious men on the floor and asking, "So, which poor soul will it be?" referring to which reformed human young Xehanort wants to use as one of his vessels.
Complicado,
Young
né?
Xehanort simply chuckles before speaking another name, Sora.
Ai, não vai ter
Meanwhile, Sora, Riku, Donald, and Goofy arrive at the mysterious tower with King Mickey, who takes them before Yen Sid. The sorcerer reveals his fear that Master Xehanort is likely to soon return and cause trouble once again.
Vai causar
To prepare
problemas.
for this threat, Yen Sid tells
Olha o Riku cortar o cabelo.
Sora and Riku that they must undergo the Mark of Mastery exam to finally become true Keyblade Masters. Sora, seeing it as a simple formality, believes he and Riku have already proven themselves alongside Mickey. However, Riku expresses self-doubt, admitting that darkness still has a hold on his heart, and surmises that maybe testing himself would be a good idea. Seeing Riku's uncertainty, Sora agrees to take the exam alongside his friend. Yen Sid explains that to overcome Xehanort, they need to rescue those trapped in sorrow and slumber, the individuals connected to Sora that Mickey mentioned in his letter. To achieve this, they must find and unlock 7 sleeping keyholes within the worlds that Sora had previously saved from the Heartless, but had never returned completely. Yen Sid details that these worlds still sleep, cut off from outside connections, including the Heartless, but are inhabited by creatures called Dream Eaters. Hey.
Mano, eu adoro os Dream Eaters. Ai, esse jogo é muito bom. Eu lembro que quando eu joguei ele, eu fiquei realmente é embasbacada com quão bom ele é. Ele é muito divertido, é muito legal a mecânica dos Dream Eaters. Cada um deles faz uma coisinha diferente e daí você usa eles e sobe em cima deles, é muito legal.
Remember those from like 3 hours ago? Yen said...
E foi mencionado lá no início, né? A Spirit é um tipo de Dream Eater. Pois é.
Further explains the two types of Dream Eaters. Nightmares, which devour happy dreams, and benevolent spirits, which consume the nightmares. Yensid then gives Sora and Riku the task for their exam. Enter these sleeping worlds where the Dream Eaters, like the Heartless during his original journey, will guide them to the keyholes at the heart of each world, which they can then unlock to finally reawaken them. Yensid then sends Sora and Riku back through time to before their first quest started on Destiny Islands.
Olha que fofos.
There, they take their raft out to sea, but as they do so, they're attacked by Ursula, the villainous half-woman, half-octopus from the Little Mermaid-themed world of Atlantica. Unfortunately, the battle causes their raft to capsize, throwing Sora and Riku into the surrounding waters. As the pair descend, a keyhole suddenly appears towards the surface of the water, and their Keyblades materialize. Acting seemingly on their own, the Keyblades aim at the keyhole and emit a beam of light that engulfs them. Meanwhile, on the water's surface, a figure in a brown robe with a crossed symbol on
Convenientemente, as Keyblades aparecem, agem sozinhas.
Its chest gazes down into the water. This figure is none other than Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, prior to his defeat at Sora's hand and still waiting on Destiny Islands.
Tô sabendo.
Unknown to Sora at this moment, Ansem marks Sora with an X-like sigil, which allows the organization to keep their eye on him. Sora then awakens inside of Traverse Town, finding his clothes changed, seeing the new X on his ensemble. He then meets Neku Sakuraba, a participant in a...
Caraca, tem isso. Eu sempre esqueço o nome desse jogo aí, mas é um outro jogo que eles resolveram meter no meio do Dream Drop Distance. Qualquer jogo da Square que não dá certo, eles botam no Kingdom Hearts eventualmente.
Mysterious game involving a countdown timer and survival challenges.
The world ends with
Neku is reluctant to trust Sora, but eventually teams up with him to fend off nightmares and help search for his missing partner, Rhyme. Meanwhile, Riku arrives in a different version of Traverse Town, where he encounters Joshua, a cryptic figure who explains that the world has been split in two, with each half hosting its own version of events. Both Sora and Riku face challenges and nightmares, culminating in battles against powerful bosses, like the Hako Monkey. Look at that guy. And interactions with a figure in a black coat who soon reveals himself to be the time-traveling young Xehanort.
De novo, cara.
By sealing the keyholes, they awaken Traverse Town and move on. As Sora and Riku progress through more sleeping...
Mano, por que esse cara parece que tá indo mais rápido com o Dream Drop Distance do que com o Coded? Ele deu mais detalhes no Coded.
Worlds, it becomes clear that their journey has greater implications than simply passing their exam. Sora continues to encounter young Xehanort.
Não, DDD não é ruim. Coded que é tenebroso, o cara ficou lá um tempão falando, ai, eles foram pra Ágraba, limparam os bugs, aí eles foram lá pra não sei aonde, limparam os bugs, meu Deus!
Who taunts him, calling his heart a prison, while a time-traveling Vanitas appears beside him. The young Xehanort continues to appear to both Sora and Riku, bringing along different versions of himself from throughout time, including both Xemnas and Ansem. During another meeting with Sora, young Xehanort reveals the extent of his time-traveling manipulation before suggesting that everything happening in the Sleeping Worlds is part of a grander...
Cara, eu acho que eles deveriam trazer mais um mundo de Tron no Kingdom Hearts 4. E colocar o Tron Legado. O Tron Legado é o melhor.
Scheme. Riku and Sora then continue to see other time-traveling figures joining young Xehanort, including Dark Riku, the heart of the Riku replica recovered from the events at Castle Oblivion and given a new replica body. Meanwhile, another human reawakens after his nobody, Axel, was defeated. This human, Lee, finds himself within Ansem's lab on Radiant Garden, seeing Dylan, Alias, Evan, and Ienzo beside him. He realizes that they've become whole again, but notices that Bragg and Isa are missing. As the others awaken, Lee takes it upon himself to figure out what happened to the two missing former Organization 13 members. Back at the mysterious tower, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Yen Sid await Sora and Riku's return from their exam. Suddenly, a raven flies through the window, carrying a message. Mickey immediately recognizes the raven as Maleficent's, and the letter from the sorceress states that she has kidnapped Queen Minnie, instructing King Mickey to return to Disney Castle immediately.
Eu não lembrava disso.
Recognizing the urgency of the matter, Yen Sid urges Mickey to return to the castle, with Donald and Goofy electing to join him. When they arrive at Disney Castle, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy find Maleficent alongside Pete, who is holding Minnie captive. Maleficent demands that Mickey give her all of the data from the data worlds from Jiminy's journal, in exchange for Minnie's freedom. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by an arriving Lee, who frees Minnie while scaring Maleficent and Pete
Como que o Lee sabia que ele tinha que ir aí?
off. Mickey scolds him for using a corridor of darkness to reach them, but ultimately thanks Axel for saving them. Lee then corrects Mickey, giving him his real name, before asking if they've got it memorized. I just realized this is my first time making reference to that, but it's like kind of Axel and Lee's thing. They pretty much say it anytime they're on screen. Sorry, like, I'm just now bringing that up.
Realmente, poderia ter comentado antes, né? Realmente.
Yeah. Moving on. Lee, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy then return to Yen Sid at the mysterious tower, who explains that he suspected Xehanort's interference in Sora and Riku's Mark of Mastery exam almost from the start. He reveals that completing the exam involves finding 7 doors tied to 7 pure lights, after which Sora and Riku would return as true Keyblade Masters. He notes that the members of the organization have become whole beings again, and Xehanort's own restoration is inevitable. Knowing they'll soon need help, Yen Sid grants Lee the ability to wield his own Keyblade, sending him off with the 3 fairies to learn how to use it. After he leaves, Mickey and Yen Sid discuss Riku and Sora's safety. Yen Sid believes that if Xehanort anticipated their plans, he would have needed to be present during the Destiny Island's fall to darkness, but he doubts that Xehanort could have had that foresight. Considering the rules of traveling through time, Yen Sid mentions that Xehanort couldn't transport his body across eras without having an existing version of himself at both endpoints. Mickey then recalls, however, that Xehanort once gave up his body, possessing Riku, which sparks concern that Xehanort's cunning might be greater than even they.
Caraca, mano, repetiu 3 vezes a expressão
which sparks concern that Xehanort's cunning might be greater than even they expected. Mickey then states that he wants to help Sora and Riku directly, but Yen Sid reminds him that he cannot just enter the dream worlds. Mickey figures that Sora and Riku will eventually reappear in a place reachable from their world. He then remembers advice from Master Aqua to follow the hearts and you'll find the
Lembrou da Aqua, né? Que tal ir lá resgatar ela, não?
way, deciding to trust his instincts. Donald and Goofy want to join him, but Mickey insists on going alone, explaining that if something happens to him, Sora, and Riku, Donald and Goofy must remain behind to protect their world. Yen Sid notes that while he was unable to locate Sora, he senses Riku's presence in the realm between. Mickey vows to trust his heart and find Riku and Sora to bring them back safely. When Sora unlocks the 7th sleeping keyhole, he finds himself within the world that never was, where he learns that his entire quest has been manipulated by Xehanort's allies. An arriving Xigbar reveals that Sora's journey through the sleeping worlds and the Mark of Mastery exam itself were all orchestrated, but leaves as quickly as he appeared. Young Xehanort then arrives and takes Sora into a dream, where he shows him where it started. The moment on Destiny Islands when Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, arrived back in time to send young Xehanort on his master plan.
A silhueta dessa capa é muito engraçada.
Sora is then taken through various memories of his own, as young Xehanort comments on all of the times Sora has visited the various worlds, be it in reality, in his memories, in the datascape, and now in his dreams. Sora then finds himself in the world that never was, where he briefly sees Naminé, who then transforms into Xion. While Sora doesn't recognize the girl, he still feels her pain through him and sheds a tear.
De novo.
He later encounters Roxas, who further hints at Sora's importance. Terra, Aqua, and Ventus also appear superimposed over Riku, Kairi, and himself, but they shift and disappear. Finally, Sora awakens back on the world that never was, and finds Xigbar, who admits to putting Sora into a second sleep, but denies creating the visions. Those were dreams formed by Sora's own heart. Xemnas then appears to join Xigbar, revealing the organization's true goals. They finally explain that the organization's main intention was to make multiple Xehanorts using gathered vessels. While most of the vessels in the original Organization 13 proved unworthy, either through their defeat or through their traitorous means, Xemnas hints at their backup plan. Xigbar then offers Sora a place in the organization, but Sora declines, declaring that his friends are his power.
My friends are my
power! Xigbar
power!
departs in a corridor of darkness, leaving Xemnas to fight Sora. Xemnas attacks, again throwing buildings and using energy barriers in a grueling battle. Summoning all of his might, Sora is able to defeat him once again.
De novo.
Exhausted from the battle, Sora collapses as darkness seeps from him. Young Xehanort reappears through a corridor of darkness, revealing that Sora is actually in the deepest level of sleep and beyond rescue, revealing that these sleeping keyholes were a trap, leading Sora here as their 13th vessel. He shows Sora the X sigil on his chest, marking him, which has given the organization his location the entire time. Sora's vision then blurs, and the young Xehanort explains all of their selves from across time have gathered to make Sora their final 13th member.
Não vai dar, cara.
Young Xehanort then returns to his own time, so he is able to grow into the man who will set these entire events in motion.
Vai ter pelo menos uma batalha contra o Xehanort. Vai ter, não, é óbvio.
As Sora's heart succumbs to darkness, his body falls into a deep sleep and is placed on one of the thrones in the castle that never was his round room. Inside of his heart, as Sora plunges into a dark void, Ventus's heart emerges to protect him, offering his armor to shield Sora from the darkness surrounding him. Thanks to the armor, Sora is able to rest within his own heart, awaiting help from his friends.
Riku, cadê você?
Meanwhile, unlocks the 7 sleeping keyholes and finds himself at the world that never was as well. Searching through the corridors, he finds a sleeping Sora floating inside of an orb, surrounded by swirling darkness. When Riku tries to awaken him, the swirling darkness detaches and forms into a hooded nightmare figure with glowing red eyes. Riku then summons his Keyblade and battles this nightmarish figure until its eyes dim.
Mas ficou legal também esse detalhe na manga desse cara aí.
And it fades away. With the nightmare gone, Riku pleads with Sora not to chase dreams that will lead him nowhere. Suddenly, images of Memory's skyscraper flicker in and out. Ansem then appears and states that Sora cannot be awakened, and that both of them remain within layers of dreaming. He explains that dreams hold memories, sleep holds dreams, and darkness holds sleep, insisting that Sora's heart now belongs to darkness. Ansem then reveals that Riku himself remains trapped within a dream of a dream. Ansem explains that at the start of the Mark of Mastery exam, Riku sensed something amiss and without even knowing it, dove into Sora's dream. This made Riku act unknowingly as a dream eater for Sora, fending off his nightmares. Ansem chides Riku for failing to protect Sora, wasting the darkness he locked away inside of himself. Refusing to give
Inception tá diferente, né?
give up, Riku is urged by Ansem to set his darkness free to rescue Sora. Riku recalls why he's on this journey, to determine if he's fit to wield a Keyblade after giving into darkness once before. He decides that there's no point in holding back the darkness now, and resolves to use it to save Sora.
Ai.
Ansem then summons his guardian, the Dark Figure, for another battle. Riku fights Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, as well as his Dark Figure, through intense attacks. After defeating them, Ansem is encased in a dark orb, guarded by an even larger form of the Dark Figure. Riku is able to break through and pierce the orb with his Keyblade, dispersing the Dark Figure and overcoming Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, once again. After defeating Ansem in the Abyss, Riku opens his eyes at Memory Skyscraper. He realizes he's returned to the real world, but still possesses Dream Eater abilities, meaning Sora is still asleep and he's still connected to his dreams. He sees the large floating castle nearby and deduces that Sora must be there. Finding no direct path, fellow Dream Eaters arrive and assist Riku in summoning a Bridge of Light to cross.
Whee!
Inside the round room, Riku locates Sora seated asleep at the center. Before Riku can reach him, young Xehanort appears and pushes him away, explaining that Sora was their target for the chosen 13th
Às vezes a gente tem que saber o momento de parar, de desistir.
Vessel of Darkness after Riku proved too resistant and Roxas became too aware of his own condition. The organization's true goal was always to divide Xehanort's heart into 13 vessels. Riku then looks up to see all of the thrones occupied by hooded figures, the real Organization 13. Young Xehanort details how he traveled from the past to ensure that all of Xehanort's incarnations would gather here and now. He then points to a final throne with a mass of darkness taking form, claiming that his most future self will arrive soon. Suddenly, a flash of light interrupts them, and King Mickey arrives, using a time spell, freezing all but himself and Riku. Mickey urges Riku to grab Sora, but time soon resumes, and Mickey is knocked away. Young Xehanort and Riku then battle in a realm beyond time. Young Xehanort conjures a clock and manipulates time around them, but Riku endures and shatters it, returning them to the round room. Unfortunately, the highest throne is now occupied, as Master Xehanort now appears in the flesh.
O Bro tem organização do mal falsa de fachada pra organização do mal real. Total, é isso mesmo.
Before them. Mickey confronts him, and Master Xehanort explains his entire plot to reforge the Keyblade, including his failed first attempt that led to the current fates of Mickey's friends, Terra, Aqua, and Ventus.
Certo.
Xehanort further reveals that it was he who manipulated Maleficent to seek out the 7 Princesses of Light, while he gathered his 13 Vessels of Darkness. He explains his ultimate goal, to pit 7 Guardians of Light against 13 Seekers of Darkness in order to finally reforge the Keyblade. Mickey calculates that he, Riku, Sora, and his 3 missing friends form 6 Guardians, but Xehanort points out that both Sora and Terra are already within his grasp, leaving the heroes short of their required numbers. As Sora's throne rises higher, Xehanort announces that Sora will become their final vessel, needed to complete his 13 darknesses. Riku and Mickey rush into action to rescue Sora, but are promptly stopped by Xehanort's vessels. As all hope seems lost, a fiery chakram interrupts Master Xehanort. Lee then arrives, rescuing Sora at the last moment.
Tá, daí você me pergunta como é que o Lee apareceu aí.
Saïx then reveals himself as well, and Lee recognizes him as his old friend Isa. Mickey and Riku break free, and Lee stands ready alongside them. When Ansem's guardian subdues Mickey and Riku, Donald and Goofy arrive in typical comedic fashion to help free them.
Cara, é realmente os amigos do Sora são o poder dele. Sem os amigos ele não faz porra nenhuma.
Master Xehanort calls this attempt off as time runs out, vowing that they'll finish this at the fated place once the 7 lights and 13 darknesses are ready. The organization then fades away, for now. Later, everyone returns to the mysterious tower, where Sora remains asleep. Yensid explains that Sora's condition differs from normal sleep. However, since Riku unlocked the sleeping keyholes within Sora's dreams, he should now be able to awaken Sora's heart. Although Mickey offers to go, Yensid states that Riku is the best candidate. Riku accepts the task, remembering how Sora had saved him once. Responding to his friend's call, Riku dives once more into Sora's heart to rescue him from the darkness and repay his friend.
As memórias.
Within the abyss that is Sora's dream, Riku confronts an armored nightmare. After a difficult battle, Sora is freed from the armor, but disappears into a hole of darkness. Left standing on a stained glass platform, Riku finds Sora's Keyblade and uses it to unlock a keyhole. Suddenly, light engulfs everything. When Riku comes to, he finds himself on Destiny Islands at sunset, facing apparitions of Roxas, Ventus, and Xion, each asking him questions about himself. Eventually, an apparition of Ansem the Wise appears.
Mano, por que o Ansem the Wise tá aí?
Having left data in Sora's heart as a clue. Ansem the Wise
ok, ele deixou dados dentro do coração do Sora para servir de pista para quando e se alguém entrasse no coração dele.
Hints that Sora can save all of the hearts that are connected to him, before confirming that he is now safely awakened since Riku defeated the nightmare and spoke to the 3 young people connected to Sora's heart.
Tá vendo como o Coded nem precisava existir realmente? Porque a Namine não precisava ter falado nada pra ninguém, porque o Ansem já tinha colocado dados dentro do coração dele. Não tinha por que existir o Coded.
Riku then departs Sora's dream through a keyhole, returning to Yensid's tower with Ansem the Wise's data. Finally awaking once again, Riku calls out to Sora. Sora, now conscious and cheerful, thanks his friend for his help. Yensid then declares Riku's success in the Mark of Mastery exam, naming him a true Keyblade Master for his efforts. However, Sora, having fallen victim to Xehanort's manipulations, still needs some practice. Regardless of his failure, Sora is still elated at his friend's success.
Aí o plot do terceiro jogo é que o Sora tem que conseguir o poder de acordar, que é o mesmo poder que o Riku conseguiu. Então ele vai ter que reaprender tudo e, enfim.
Lee then surprises everyone by revealing his desire to become a Keyblade Master, and shocks them further when he summons his own fiery Keyblade. As Sora prepares to leave, he reassures the group that he has some things to take care of, and promises to return soon. He then unlocks a keyhole in the sky and departs. Sometime later, Sora finds himself back in Traverse Town, reuniting with his loyal Dream Eater companions. Surrounded by the spirits he met during his journey, Sora expresses his thanks for their
gente, eles são muito bonitinhos. Cara, é muito legal esse jogo, sério. Eu tenho que rejogar.
support. Meanwhile, Ventus, still asleep within Castle Oblivion, lets out a smile.
Aww.
Sometime later, back at the mysterious tower, Yensid briefs Mickey on the stakes ahead. The need to protect the 7 pure hearts, the Princesses of Heart, from Xehanort's plans to forge the Keyblade. To do so, they must force the Clash of 7 Lights and 13 Darknesses before Xehanort is forced to use them. Yensid reveals that one more Guardian of Light is required, and Riku arrives with a surprising guest, Kairi, who is also capable of wielding a Keyblade. At some point...
Aí você me pergunta, mas como é que ela consegue? Se eu não me engano, é por causa da Aqua. Aquela hora lá que ela conhece a Kairi, ela também deu o poder de coisa. Eu acho que é isso.
Master Xehanort meets with Xigbar and Saïx at the same boulder in the Badlands where he once met the Lost Master, sharing how that meeting shaped his destiny. Xigbar interrupts, pressing for details on their current predicament. They are still short a 13th vessel for their plan to forge the Keyblade and summon Kingdom Hearts.
E aí?
Xehanort reassures him, while Saïx provides a status report regarding their plan to locate the new 7 hearts, the 7 who had inherited the princess's light. Xigbar adds that Luxord is carrying out a mysterious mission that will benefit their plans in the long term, though he keeps the details vague. Saïx also confirms that Luxord is carrying out a mysterious mission that will benefit their plans in the long term, though he keeps the details vague.
É a 6ª vez que precisa proteger as princesas. Sim.
Saïx also confirms that the hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, the Riku replica, and young Xehanort have reassembled and are now actively seeking the 7 Guardians of Light. Xigbar calculates the numbers, identifying 11 vessels accounted for. Xigbar, Saïx, Luxord, Marluxia, Larxene, Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku replica, young Xehanort, and Master Xehanort himself.
Entendi.
This leaves 2 slots to be filled.
2.
Xigbar presses for clarification, and Xehanort reveals that his heart, having resided in Terra's body, was restored to its original form, making Terra Xehanort their 12th member. The discussion then turns to the final vessel. Saïx details that Vexen created 20 replicas, the first 12 being incomplete puppets. Among the remaining prototypes, the Riku replica and Xion, originally labeled number I, stand out. Saïx identifies number I as a perfect candidate due to its connection to Sora's memories, and Xigbar is intrigued by the symbolic nature of number I being an imaginary number. Saïx volunteers to retrieve Vexen, while Xigbar vanishes to attend to his own tasks. As Saïx disappears, the images of the other organization members atop the 13 surrounding pillars fade, leaving Xehanort alone. Smiling, he echoes the phrase that has guided him throughout his journey. May your heart be your guiding key.
Tem que superar, né, guarda?
Sometime later, Sora, Donald, and Goofy return to meet with Yen Sid at the mysterious tower to begin their next mission. Yen Sid explains that in order to defeat Xehanort, they must finally reawaken their allies who remain in slumber. He acknowledges that Sora's Mark of Mastery exam failed to equip him with the necessary power of waking, and reminds him that his strength was diminished when Xehanort nearly made him a vessel. Sora is tasked with regaining his lost strength and mastering the power of waking, starting by seeking guidance from a hero who recovered his own strength, Hercules. Donald and Goofy promise to support Sora on this journey, and the trio set off in the gummy ship. However, they soon find that the old travel routes are now closed. While Sora struggles to determine their direction, Goofy recalls a phrase from their past adventures, "May your heart be your guiding key." Inspired by these words, Sora uses his Keyblade to open a portal, setting their course for these words. Sora uses his Keyblade to open.
Que Keyblade é essa? SG? Que é isso, mano? É mod? É mod? Ah, tá. Ah, é o Suggestive Game, é a logo dele. Meu Deus, ele botou um mod. Caraca, o cara usou o mod da própria logo no vídeo. Sabe muito.
Portal, setting their course for Olympus Coliseum to begin their new quest. Meanwhile, Pete and Maleficent arrive on the world as well, searching for the elusive black box the Master of Masters gave to Luxu ages prior, hoping whatever it contains will give her the power to finally control all of the worlds. Sora, Donald, and Goofy find Hercules and assist him in stopping Hades' latest plot to take over Olympus Coliseum. Meanwhile, Pete and Maleficent arrive on the world as well, searching for the elusive black box the Master of Masters gave to Luxu ages prior, hoping whatever it contains will give her the power to finally control all of the worlds. Sora, Donald, and Goofy find Hercules and assist him in stopping Hades' latest plot to take over Olympus Coliseum.
Mas eu pago o YouTube Premium, mano. Por isso que na hora eu fiquei até confusa. Eu falei, que isso? Vai aparecer um AD? Mas não, porque eu tenho Premium. Eu fiquei, ué. Eu acho que o YouTube não gosta de vídeos longos.
Before leaving the world once again. Afterwards, Pete and Maleficent dig up Pandora's box.
Abaixou a qualidade de novo, mano? Abaixou a qualidade.
Elsewhere on the world. However, Maleficent dismisses it as unimportant before the pair leave to continue their search.
Então, mano, qual é dessa caixa aí? Eu não lembro se foi falado o que é essa caixa no 3. Foi falado?
Find Hercules and assist him in stopping Hades' latest plot to take over Olympus Coliseum before leaving the world once again. Afterwards, Pete and Maleficent dig up Pandora's box elsewhere on the world. However, Maleficent dismisses it as unimportant before the pair leave.
Mas, tipo, é só de coisa do mundo do Hércules mesmo? Ou é alguma outra coisa?
Leave to continue their search. From the shadows, Xigbar secretly watches these events unfold. After their departure, Luxord arrives through a corridor of darkness to confront Xigbar with a cryptic riddle about a black goat hiding a letter while a white goat is tasked with finding it. Xigbar, caught off guard, tries to brush off Luxord's inquiry with sarcasm and vagueness, but Luxord presses him further. Luxord, who was tasked with finding the box, speculates that it has nothing to do with Xehanort's grand clash between light and darkness. Instead, he suggests that the order to find the black box may have come from Xigbar himself, hinting that Xigbar may have some kind of personal connection to it. Xigbar denies knowing the box's contents, claiming only that it contains secrets vital to Keyblade wielders and that its origins are tied to the earliest days of Keyblade history. Despite Xigbar's attempts to deflect, Luxord questions his true intentions, suggesting
Qual você achou mais chato no KH... Mano, eu nem lembro quais mundos tem no KH3. Eu lembro de Frozen, de Enrolados, de... Hércules, Monstros S.A. Eu nem lembro. Que mais que tem? Não sei.
That Xigbar is racing to find the box before its secrets can come to
Toy Story é legal.
light. Tossing Xigbar a playing card as a parting gift, Luxord asks him who he really is, before stepping back into the corridor of darkness and disappearing. Now alone once again, Xigbar mutters to himself, asking the same question about Luxord.
Pois é, né? Porque você tá sabendo de alguma coisa. Quem que ele é? Não sei, não lembro. Big Hero. Big Hero é legal. Eu gostei bastante do Big Hero. Eu não achei Frozen chato. É que eu sou muito fã de Frozen. É o meu filme preferido de princesa.
While Sora continues his quest, King Mickey and Riku embark on their own.
Finalmente lembraram da Aqua. Legal.
Searching the realm of darkness for Mickey's old friend, the still lost Master Aqua. Unfortunately...
Oxe, a legenda voltou e tá em português. Pera aí. Não, é esse aqui, porque senão ela não vai. Lembra que a legenda tinha parado?
Trail runs cold once the pair reach the dark margin, which they both recognize. While Mickey fears that Aqua has fallen too deep into darkness for them to reach her, Riku remains hopeful, suggesting that Aqua may have found her way back to the realm of light, much like he and Sora once did. A possibility Mickey unfortunately doesn't entertain. Suddenly, a swarm of Heartless emerges, combining into a formidable, massive demon tower. Riku and Mickey fight back valiantly, but the overwhelming force of the Heartless proves too strong. Riku is struck down by the demon tower and is momentarily thrust into a void of darkness. There, he hears a mysterious voice speak to him, offering cryptic words of help before Riku loses consciousness. When he awakens, Mickey is by his side, having fended off most of the Heartless, saving him from the abyss. However, Mickey reveals that during the ordeal, Riku's Keyblade had been shattered. Mickey suggests that they return to Master Yensid's tower to regroup and prepare, but Riku hesitates, not wanting Aqua to endure the same nightmare that he did. Mickey reassures him, likening Aqua's strength to Sora's, a strength that can overcome any darkness. As the pair prepare to leave the realm of darkness, Riku plants his broken Keyblade into the dark sand, leaving it behind and remarking that it's for...
Então, né, ainda dava pra usar, vamos combinar. Dava pra usar, pô. Porque eles nem usam as Keyblades, tipo, pra enfiar, eles só, tipo, batem, sei lá.
...the other me, revealing that the voice he had heard in the darkness was that of the Riku replica Vexen had created, still wandering the desolate realm after his defeat. Meanwhile, Sora, Donald, and Goofy meet with Master Yen Sid in the mysterious tower, still grappling with Sora's failure to regain his lost strength and the power of waking. Despite his lighthearted approach, Sora remains frustrated by his inability to fully recover his abilities, while Yen Sid encourages him, emphasizing that Sora's strength often comes from unexpected moments of magic. The discussion is then interrupted by the arrival of King Mickey and Riku, returning from their expedition to the Realm of Darkness. Mickey and Riku share the grim news that Aqua's trail ends at the Great Abyss beneath the Realm of Darkness, where they presume she is trapped. Riku theorizes that someone deeply connected to Aqua could dive into the abyss to find her, but the options are slim, as Ventus is hidden and Terra is missing. Yen Sid then laments the loss of Master Ericus, who could have helped if not for Xehanort's actions. Sora impulsively declares his intent to save Aqua, surprising everyone, but quickly admits that he doesn't know why he said it. Still,
é porque o coração do vento está dentro dele.
Yen Sid tasks Mickey and Riku with retracing Aqua's journey through the worlds to gather more clues, while advising Sora to focus on regaining his power of waking. Mickey and Riku also report that their Keyblades were damaged in the Realm of Darkness, prompting Yen Sid to send them to Kairi and Lee, who are training under Merlin, along with new protective garments to shield the two pupils from darkness. A jealous Sora prompts Yen Sid to then provide everyone with new outfits, including a special outfit just for him from the Good Fairies.
Ooh.
Yen Sid also gives Sora a Heart Binder, a charm to strengthen his gift for connecting with others. With the group reassembled, including Jiminy Cricket to document the journey, Yen Sid sends them with his parting words, "May your heart be your guiding key." Sora, Donald, and Goofy then set off once again in the Gummy Ship. While traveling through space in the Gummy Ship, Sora, Donald, and Goofy are surprised when a new device, the Gummy Phone, starts to ring.
Mano, quando eu descobri que teria celular no KH3, eu fiquei gag. E, mano, é muito legal o sistema de tirar foto. Eu adorei esse sistema de tirar foto.
Chip and Dale are revealed to be on the other end of the video call, explaining that the phone, created by them, allows inter-world communication and comes with handy features like taking pictures and recording data, much to an eager Jiminy's delight. Through the phone, they surprisingly connect with the recompleted and now awakened Ienzo in Radiant Garden, who has been busy decoding secret research left behind by Ansem the Wise in his laboratory. Ienzo reveals that through the research, he's learned that Sora's heart houses more than just his own, and that it contains another. Sora confirms that he's suspected as much, figuring Roxas's heart lives inside of his, much like how Naminé resides within Kairi. Ienzo and the rest of the Radiant Garden team promise to continue the research into Ansem the Wise's data, pledging their help now that Xemnas, and by extension Xehanort, no longer have a hold on them. Sora then declares his intent to find and save Roxas, following his heart just like Mickey and Riku are currently following Aqua's. Donald and Goofy
na moral, olha que lindo esse jogo, olha a textura da roupa. Eles meio que arrasaram demais no KH3, tô ansiosa. Tô muito ansiosa porque o 4 é pra ser ainda mais realista. Nossa, vai ser lindo.
Their support, and Sora summons his Keyblade, directing the group to their next destination, Twilight Town. Arriving in Twilight Town, Sora and his friends begin to search for a way to bring Roxas back.
Ai, verdade! Tem o Ratatouille! Oh, eu adorava as coisinhas do Ratatouille, é muito legal.
Sora reflects on his connection to Roxas, recalling their encounters in the Sleeping Worlds and the Datascape, and resolves to follow the feelings Roxas left in his heart. Suddenly, a group of Dusks attack, and a mysterious voice questions whether they are seeking their liege. After defeating the enemies, the trio encounter their old friends, Painter, Pence, and Olette, who are eager to help them track down clues about Roxas. The group heads to the old mansion, where Pence attempts to use Diz's transporter to access the alternate, simulated Twilight Town that Roxas was trapped in. However, the system is locked, prompting Sora to contact Ienzo for assistance. Ienzo remotely connects their computers, explaining that the virtual Twilight Town must contain Roxas's full data, and volunteers his group to search through it as well, hoping that it will allow him to decrypt Ansem the Wise's data faster. During the conversation, Ienzo warns that Evan has disappeared, fearing that he may have aligned with Xehanort and the real Organization 13. As they leave the mansion, Sora encounters Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, as well as Xemnas, who claim that Roxas should have never existed and attempt to sway Sora by claiming that even if he were to save Roxas's heart, it wouldn't have anywhere to go. Undeterred, Sora claims that he'll just put Roxas back in the data of Twilight Town. Goofy also expresses hope, noting that both Ansem and Xemnas were halves of Xehanort, but now all three versions can exist simultaneously just fine. Ansem and Xemnas shrug this off, believing that the only way for Sora to bring Roxas, his nobody, back would be to give his heart to darkness once again. Sora refuses to get lost to the darkness, fighting off the pair's heartless reinforcements after they vanish. Back in town, the trio reunite with Uncle Scrooge McDuck, who introduces them to his new bistro and its talented chef, Little Chef, a rat named Remy. After helping gather ingredients, Sora gets an...
Cara, eu gostava muito do minigame de quebrar o ovinho, porque eu era muito boa. Eu arrasava em quebrar o ovo.
Impromptu cooking lesson under Little Chef's guidance. Afterwards, Hayner, Pence, and Olette rejoin them, and Sora asks them to wish all their hearts for Roxas's return, something the trio promised to do. Unbeknownst to them, Ansem, Xemnas, and Xigbar observe from the shadows, discussing their intent to manipulate Sora's journey to cause him to unwittingly become Xehanort's final vessel, keeping alternative plans in motion just in case he foils them again. Meanwhile, as Kairi trains to become a Keyblade wielder under Merlin's guidance in a secret forest, she writes a heartfelt letter to Sora, determined...
Olha a geometria dessa roupa de couro. Caraca! Muito linda.
To take a more active role instead of simply waiting for him to come rescue her. She mentions her training partner, Lee, who continues to apologize for the actions of his former self.
Lee, skinny
Although
legend.
Initially wary of him,
Born skinny bitch.
Kairi states that she's grown to understand him. Lee, however, struggles with a lingering sense of loss, tied to the memories he cannot fully recall. As she finishes her letter, Lee arrives and offers Kairi a sea salt ice cream bar to celebrate their progress.
Tirou do si.
However, as the sunset casts its twilight, a fleeting vision of Xion, whom he doesn't fully recognize, overwhelms him with tears. Lee apologizes and abruptly leaves, asking Kairi to call him Axel, a name that holds deep personal meaning. Another side note, despite his request, I'm going to keep referring to him as Lee to differentiate from his nobody, Axel. For Pete's sake, this video already has way too many characters with the same name to keep track of. Not that Pete. In Radiant Garden, Mickey and Riku investigate the site where Aqua disappeared into the realm of darkness while attempting to save Terra. As they delve into the events of the past, they reflect on how Terra's body was taken over by Xehanort, becoming the vessel that split into Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas. Mickey connects the dots, realizing that Terra is still under Xehanort's control, likely as one of his 13 vessels in the real Organization 13. Meanwhile, Sora, Donald, and Goofy arrive in a seemingly ordinary child's bedroom. However, they quickly realize that they've been transformed into toys. They discover Heartless spawning in the room and spring into action, catching the attention of Sheriff Woody, Buzz Lightyear, and the other toys. After they fight the Heartless off, two of the toys, Rex and Ham, mistake Sora for a video game character named Yozora, the hero from the title Verum Rex. Woody
Isso é importante, tá?
Two of the toys, Rex and Ham, mistake Sora for a video game character named Yozora, the hero from the title Verum Rex.
Lobo,
Woody and Buzz also mention that several of their friends, including their owner Andy, have gone missing. The group ventures into Galaxy Toys, an enormous toy store where the toys mention a man in a black hood was previously seen. When they arrive, young Xehanort appears before them and infests the store.
Aliás, é no mundo do Toy Story que tem esse meme aqui do... Calma. Esse aqui, ó. Calma, não. Esse é o Her. Cadê o Him? Esse aqui. Caraca, tem várias versões aqui no... Aqui no canal. Tem essa outra aí que é do... Que é do jogo lá, qual que é o nome do jogo? Até esqueci o nome do jogo. Esse...
With Heartless, revealing that they are actually within a copy of the toy's world, which he created to trap them inside of to study their hearts. The group then battle their way through the store, as Rex enthusiastically shows Sora merchandise for Verum Rex along the way, some of which feature Yozora, whom the toys still believe is somehow connected to Sora. As they return home, young Xehanort confronts the group again, but this time uses darkness to manipulate Buzz, who succumbs to the control and turns against his friends. Young Xehanort then traps Sora within a digital recreation of Verum Rex. Sora manages to fight his way out and...
o cara jogando com essa... Com todo respeito, viu, meu querido? Mas essa Soki Blade aí tá muito feia, viu?
Escape back to the real world, rejoining Woody to rescue Buzz. Woody and Sora then confront young Xehanort, rejecting his claims that loneliness and darkness are the heart's true nature. Woody, the heart...
Oh my god! Oh my god! O meme!
His claims that loneliness and darkness are the heart's true nature. Woody, in a heartfelt standoff with young Xehanort, shatters the darkness holding Buzz captive, and together they drive Xehanort away before defeating the King of Toys, a massive heartless manifestation. Afterward, the toys decide to remain in the copy of Andy's room, believing that their connection to their owner will guide them back to him in time. As Sora, Donald, and Goofy depart the toy box in the gummy ship, Sora calls Ienzo to check on his progress. Surprisingly, King Mickey answers, revealing that he and Riku are still in Radiant Garden. Sora decides to ask them for advice on how to acquire...
Meu Deus, tem ainda Nossa, tem mais versões. Tem a versão do DVD. Who let her slay? Who let him cook? Eu nem sabia. Não, eu sabia, mas eu não lembrava desses aí, não. Muito bom. Isso, Backpack Battles. Esse aí. Eu tinha esquecido o nome do jogo.
A body for Roxas to inhabit when he returns. They then suggest the use of replicas, the nearly human vessels that the previous Organization 13 developed.
Mano, o Rico parece mais com o cara lá do Verum Rex, pô. Igualzinho. O Letter Slay.
Riku explains that replicas can house hearts, and even take the form of the heart inside of them, making them the perfect solution to restore Roxas. Sora is encouraged by this information, and...
Mano, é muito engraçado o jeito que o Sora tá falando no celular, cara.
Roxas. Sora is encouraged by this information, and Mickey promises to ask Ienzo for more details.
E tipo, o Mickey tá falando com o celular assim, ó.
Brings up the mysterious black box that Maleficent and the organization are searching for.
Millennials.
Mickey and Riku share their recent discovery about Terra, urging Sora to keep an eye out for any signs of him during his journey.
Mano, imagina o nariz do Mickey assim na câmera na frente do Riku.
Mickey assures Sora that the rest of the team will handle Roxas and Naminé's situations, urging him to focus on his mission to restore his power of waking.
Dito isso, eles são muito fofinhos.
Sora, Donald, and Goofy arrive in the Kingdom of Corona, where they encounter Rapunzel, a girl with extremely long hair, and Flynn Rider, amidst Rapunzel's journey to see the lanterns that appear on her birthday. While
And at last I see the light, and it's like the fog has lifted. And at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new.
The pair, the group are shocked by an arriving Marluxia, who reintroduces himself to Sora, who doesn't remember their last encounter in Castle Oblivion, revealing his own return to the new, real Organization 13.
Então, mas por que o Marluxia tá aí ainda? E ele não morreu, então não era pra ele ter voltado a ser o Larian? Por que o Larian tá do lado do Xehanort? Já não sei mais também.
He later alludes to his group's interest in Rapunzel, hinting at her role in their plan involving the new Seven Hearts. After Marluxia knocks Sora out, his friends are able to reawaken him. Unfortunately, Flynn is gravely wounded during a confrontation.
Mano, não pode ter sangue no jogo.
Able to reawaken him. Unfortunately, Flynn is gravely wounded during a confrontation in Rapunzel's tower, but he sacrifices Rapunzel's magic by cutting her hair in order to save her from her evil mother Gothel's manipulative grasp.
Oh, assim, eu sei que tem gente que reclama do Kingdom Hearts 3 porque você meio que vai seguindo os filmes certinho, sabe? Pelo menos alguns especificamente, o Enrolados faz bastante, o Frozen faz bastante. Porém, pô, é mó legal. Tipo assim, eles recriaram as cenas do filme, mano. É muito legal.
Gothel, robbed of the magic that was secretly keeping her young, then meets her demise. Rapunzel's tear miraculously revives Flynn, and the two are finally free to live their lives together as she...
Ele tá pelo rolê igual a outra do raio. Não, a do raio eu sei que tá pelo rolê, mas ele? Não sei, mano.
She then reunites with her real family. Meanwhile, Maleficent and Pete watch on, still searching for the mysterious black box. Maleficent then decides to diverge from Sora's path, before the pair exit into a corridor of darkness. Meanwhile, in Radiant Garden, Riku...
Mano, no Kingdom Hearts 3, é a Malévola só assim aparecendo, falando umas palavras misteriosas com o Peach e saindo. É só isso.
And Mickey learned from Ienzo and Alias about Evan's disappearance, leaving his research on replicas incomplete. Ienzo suggests that Evan couldn't leave the world on his own, but Riku speculates that he may have been taken by the organization, which could use his research to create replicas to bolster their ranks. Realizing the looming threat, Mickey and Riku...
Ai, gente, o Riku tá bonitinho, né? Ele fica bonitinho, hein? A Nami, né? Está muito bem servida.
Riku decide to warn Master Yen Sid and their allies. Elsewhere, in the Badlands near the Keyblade Graveyard, Saïx confronts a cloaked figure who expresses his desire to rejoin the organization. The figure, revealed to be Vexen, now a nobody once again, expresses disdain for humanity.
Então, por que tipo... É que sequestraram ele pra daí ele virar nobody de novo? Meu Deus.
Only wanting to complete his research on replicas. Vexen explains that his replicas, if given...
Depois de 40 ele tem 17. Não, mas eu tô falando pra Nami, né? Somos dois, namoradinhos.
Hearts could surpass mere copies to become just as real as humans. Saïx, while intrigued by this prospect, warns Vexen not to fail in delivering the organization's final vessel. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then arrive in the world of Monsters, Inc., transforming into monster versions of themselves to blend in.
Mano, olha que fofinho.
They meet monsters Sully and Mike, as well as Boo.
Eu não vou mentir, eu não gosto tanto do design do Sora nesse mundo. Eu acho um pouco estranho, mas é fofinho ao mesmo tempo.
Sully is trying to protect. After a brief misunderstanding, the trio joins forces with Sully and Mike to combat unversed and heartless that...
Lembrando que a Nami não é nada mais que o Sora Jag, não é? Joga esse treco de volta, senão o bicho pega. Olha que bonitinho o Pato Donald. O Pato Donald ficou muito fofo.
Invaded the factory, threatening Boo and the company. The group then discovers that Randall, a former villain, has returned with the help of Organization 13 to harness negative emotions for energy. He has also unleashed a giant unversed, the lump of horror, to stop them. Working together, the group defeats the creature, with Sully ultimately using clever tactics to banish Randall through a door, to never return again. Suddenly, Vanitas, now collected as a member of the real Organization 13, arrives and introduces himself. While he attempts to
aliás, o Sora não sabe qual que é a cara do Vanitas. Ele nunca viu. Nunca conheceu ele.
Claim Ventus's heart, which he confirms still resides within Sora, Sully and Mike step in to stop Vanitas,
tu também não?
locking him away using the factory's door system.
Então
Sora, Donald, and Goofy then return to the gummy ship, where Sora grows impatient, insisting that they need to head to the Realm of Darkness to help Riku and King Mickey, despite still not gaining the power of waking. Suddenly, the gummy phone rings with Ienzo on the other end, who shares updates about his group's progress.
Mano. Perdeu pra Aqua 20 vezes, perdeu pros monstros do Monstro S.A. Esse cara só perde. Não, todo mundo ali da organização só perde e jura que vai conseguir ganhar. Jurou. E aí, YouTube? Tá querendo ou não?
He explains that they found some of Evan's research on replicas and are investigating further.
Oi, Camis! Obrigada pela rede. Oi, gente, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Quem não me conhece, sou CerealForMe, criadora de conteúdo de Dead by Daylight. Geralmente eu jogo DVD na live, mas hoje estamos fazendo uma live diferenciada, na qual eu estou reagindo a um vídeo de 6 horas de Kingdom Hearts, contando a lore dos jogos, da franquia inteira. Começamos 2 da tarde, estamos até agora. Se você gosta de Kingdom Hearts, vai curtir também. Se você não conhece Kingdom Hearts, essa é a sua chance incrível de conhecer. A única coisa é que o vídeo em inglês não tem legenda, porque a legenda tava funcionando antes e parou, não quer mais funcionar. Eu não sei se é por causa do tamanho do vídeo, sei lá, mas simplesmente não funciona. Mas, sejam todos muito bem-vindos, gente. Obrigada, Camis. Bom descanso aí pra você. É nóis, viu? Eles ficaram preparando o Sora pra ser o 13º. Era só visitar o mundo do Final Fantasy e pegar o Sephiroth. Eles já têm a cor do cabelo e o feat. Não, eles não tancam o Sephiroth, não. Se eles não tancam, pô. Estou pleníssima. Ai, que bom. Boas férias, viu? Arrase. Eu tô bem, e você? Tudo certo?
Importantly, Ienzo reads a passage from Ansem the Wise's data, revealing that Sora harbors 3 distinct hearts within him. Roxas, another heart long tied to Sora, and a third that has been with him most of his life.
Que é o Ventus. Então é Roxas, Xion e Ventus. 3. E lembra que antigamente tinha também, né, a Kairi. Muita coisa. Obrigada pelo like, Camis. Valeu, é nóis.
The data theorizes that by reuniting each heart with its corresponding memories and providing a suitable body, all 3 individuals can be restored. Sora and his friends speculate on the identities of the 3 hearts, concluding that Roxas and Ventus are 2 of them. However, the identity of the third, Xion, remains a mystery to them.
Sejam muito bem-vindos.
Meanwhile, on the shores of the Dark Margin, Aqua sits alongside a cloaked Ansem the Wise, both gazing at the horizon. She reflects on the strange connection she feels to the distant waters, linking them to the Destiny Islands. Ansem, with a mix of wisdom and regret, muses on the in-between nature of the waters, a boundary between light and dark. Aqua resolves to wait there, believing that someday, one of her friends will come for her. Their quiet moment is then interrupted by the
Tá meio roxa, eu acho que ele trocou a roupa, porque lembra que eu falei que dá pra customizar nesse jogo? É o 0.2. Eu acho que é por isso, ele mudou.
One of her friends will come for her. Their quiet moment is then interrupted by the arrival of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, who confronts his former master. The heartless Ansem demands to know the whereabouts of a girl whose memories Ansem the Wise might have reconstructed. The girl who was once known as Subject X. Ansem the Wise refuses, but the tension erupts, and Aqua is forced to intervene. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, dismisses her as a lost guardian of light.
Ela tá 100% com skin. 100%.
And summons his dark figure, flinging Aqua into battle. Without her Keyblade, Aqua tries to fight, but the dark figure's power proves too strong. It
Só pode fazer live até 8h30? Como assim? Por quê? Nossa, quebrou tudo. Cara, 4h56. Deixa eu atualizar.
Now would be a great time to revisit a franchise I covered over 6 years ago here on the channel.
56,
this time,
né?
Meanwhile, on the shores of the Dark Margin.
É raro aparecer o badge da Flor Azul, porque apareceu pra mim. Eu vi que o Gassi mandou lá. Eu não sei se eles atualizaram e, tipo, a próxima leva de pessoas que vão receber vai ser azul, ou se vai ser aleatório. Eu não sei.
Margin, Aqua sits alongside a cloaked Ansem the
Daí começa a
Wise,
travar.
both gazing at the horizon.
Tá pra todo mundo
She
agora?
reflects on the strange connection she feels to the distant waters, linking them to the Destiny Islands. Ansem, with a mix of wisdom and regret, muses on the in-between nature of the waters, a boundary between light and dark.
Então, a legenda tá aquela lá que eu falei que buga. Eu vou só desabilitar de uma vez. Porque, tipo assim, se eu deixar na legenda em inglês e mandar ele traduzir, ele come a segunda parte da frase. Toda frase ele come a segunda parte. Aí se eu boto no inglês gerado automaticamente e daí eu traduzo, ele funcionou, tipo, na maior parte do vídeo. Mas agora ele parou de funcionar. Então ambos não funcionam. Os não bilíngues se ferram, mas aí é culpa do YouTube, né?
Aqua resolves to wait there, believing that someday one of her friends will come for her. Their quiet moment is then interrupted by the arrival of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, who confronts his former master. The heartless Ansem demands to know the whereabouts of a girl whose memories Ansem the Wise might have reconstructed, the girl who was once known as Subject X. Ansem the Wise refuses, but the tension erupts, and Aqua is forced to intervene. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, dismisses her as a lost guardian of light, and summons his dark figure, flinging Aqua into battle. Without her Keyblade, Aqua tries to fight, but the dark figure's power proves too strong. It conjures a massive orb of darkness, which shoots towards Aqua, sending her hurtling into the shadowy waters. As she sinks, the darkness overtakes her, spreading through her heart. Ansem the Wise is forced to watch helplessly from the shore as Aqua is fully consumed by the darkness, losing consciousness. Sora, Donald, and Goofy receive a call from Chip and Dale, informing them that Merlin has left a message about a book and is waiting for them, presumably at
Merlin e livro só pode significar uma única coisa: Mundo do Pooh.
Twilight Town's bistro. The group then arrive in the kingdom of Arendelle, where they encounter Elsa, the queen struggling to control her ice powers. They discover she is being targeted by an arriving
Ai, gente, essa música é muito boa.
Larxene, who suggests Elsa may be one of the new 7 hearts that the real Organization 13 is seeking.
Elsa.
Larxene hints that Elsa's internal conflict with the darkness could determine her fate.
Obrigada pelo like, Gusta.
If only she could just let it go.
Let it... Eu gostei da piadinha.
The trio then navigates a labyrinth of ice created by Elsa's powers, dealing with both Heartless and Nobodies as they try to reach Elsa to offer their help. However, Larxene continues to interfere, and despite their efforts to protect Elsa, her emotions spiral out of control, leading her sister Anna to be struck by her magic, which ends up freezing her heart. Sora and his friends confront and defeat the Heartless, witnessing Anna's act of true love.
Gente, sério, isso aqui não é o filme, tá? Não é. Tipo, eles refizeram, gente. Eu fico gag, de verdade.
Sora and his friends confront and defeat the Heartless, witnessing Anna's act of true love, which thaws her frozen heart, filling it with light as well. This event helps Elsa regain control over her powers, ending their world's eternal winter. Larxene reappears to...
Tem umas comparações que a galera postou no YouTube e, tipo assim, dá pra ver a diferença, mas é que ficou muito, muito bom. Ficou muito igual.
Taunt Sora, claiming that the organization has already gathered their 13 Seekers of Darkness.
Tá mentindo?
She warns Sora that his failure to find the missing Guardians of Light will force the organization to use the new 7 hearts, including both Elsa and Anna, to complete their plan instead. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then return to Yensid's tower, where they update the sorcerer as well as Mickey and Riku on the organization's progress. They reveal that the organization claims to have gathered their 13 darknesses and are targeting the new 7 hearts, successors to the original Princesses of Heart. Yensid confirms that this shift is due to the passing of light from the original princesses to new bearers, and they speculate that Kairi is among the new 7, though her focus remains on training as a guardian of light. Sora volunteers to rescue Aqua once again so as to not waste any more time, but Yensid sternly reminds him that he still lacks the power of waking. Riku and Mickey reaffirm their commitment to searching for Aqua, while Sora returns to his journey to build his powers. Meanwhile, in the Badlands, Marluxia, Larxene, and Demyx meet, discussing internal tensions among the organization's ranks.
Mais
They
performático.
discuss the return of Vexen, as well as his work on advanced replicas capable of...
Mal posso esperar pra Kingdom Hearts 4 ter piada de Chicken Jockey e Success. Não vai ter, não vai ter.
perfectly mimicking humans. Larxene inadvertently reveals that she misled Sora into thinking the organization is already prepared with 13 Darknesses, a strategy that an arriving Xemnas supports to induce panic among the Guardians of Light.
Ainda tá rolando, Zeca.
Luxord then arrives as well, and
Demix super performático. Não fez nada desde a aparição, né? Pois é.
Xemnas clarifies the organization's purpose for the 4 members before him: to awaken the ancient Keyblade legacy that lies dormant within them. Xemnas doesn't elaborate on his cryptic revelation, simply chuckling at their shocked reactions instead. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then sail to the world of pirates.
Esse é o melhor mundo do Kingdom Hearts 3, tá? Sério. Piratas do Caribe no Kingdom Hearts 3 é melhor. Mano, é um mundo enorme. E é tipo mundo aberto. É um jogo dentro do jogo. É muito bom. Muito bom. E lindo. Muito bom.
To team up with Captain Jack Sparrow and prevent Luxord from obtaining a black box, which contains the heart of Davy Jones. Kairi and Lee, meanwhile, continue their training in the secret forest. Kairi, wearing her new protective outfit, expresses her desire to free Naminé, who still exists within her, paralleling Sora's efforts to bring back Roxas. She knows that Naminé's individuality and experiences are special, feeling a responsibility to restore them instead of trapping them within herself. Lee then shares a memory from his childhood about meeting Ventus, recalling their momentary friendship as well as his surprise when he met Roxas, who looked identical to Ventus years later. After losing both of them, Lee admits his fear of losing more of those he cares about, but Kairi reassures him that at least he no longer has to carry his worries alone. In the realm of darkness, King Mickey and Riku, with a new Keyblade, battle the Demon Tower of Heartless, but are quickly overwhelmed.
Essa Keyblade do Riku
the Swarm of Heartless disarms them, leaving Riku injured, and Mickey consumed by the darkness.
Não aguento.
Meanwhile, in Twilight Town, Ansem the Wise and Ansem Seeker of Darkness appear near the old mansion. Unbeknownst to them, Hayner, Pence, and Olette spot them and eavesdrop. The Heartless Ansem demands access to hidden data, again accusing Ansem the Wise of withholding information about Subject X, who holds key information concerning the battle between light and darkness. While Ansem the Wise admits his guilt in past experiments on Roxas and Naminé, he claims to have no information regarding the girl's disappearance. The trio soon intervenes, distracting the Seeker of Darkness to help Ansem the Wise escape. However, the Seeker of Darkness's guardian, the Dark Figure, arrives to subdue Hayner. Mid-attack, however, he is unexpectedly saved by an arriving group of Dusks. These nobodies, seemingly protecting the trio, allow them to regroup with Ansem the Wise and flee to safety.
What?
Once safe in the sewers, the trio learns from Ansem the Wise that he knew Roxas well. They show him the photo of Roxas with them, hoping to uncover more about their lost friend. Suddenly, Vexen appears, revealing that he had become a nobody again only to plant himself inside of the new organization, to secretly work against them and foil Xehanort's plot. He admits that the Dusks protecting the group were his doing, and, having had a similar change of heart, pledges to aid Ansem the Wise in atoning for their past mistakes.
Esse cara.
Meanwhile, in the world of San Francisco, Sora, Donald, and Goofy arrive to discover Dark Riku causing havoc. Using the old combat chip of a robot named Baymax, Dark Riku tests creating a heart from data, making a heartless version of Baymax by forging a heart from conflict and despair. Luckily, Sora is able to help the superhero group Big Hero 6 restore Baymax's original programming before departing in the gummy ship. Unfortunately, Sora receives a distressing call from Chip and Dale on the gummy phone. They report that they've lost contact with King Mickey and Riku, who are now effectively lost in the Realm of Darkness. While Sora notes that they don't even know how to open the Realm of Darkness after the door to it closed when they defeated Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Chip and Dale reveal that Mickey was able to open doors to the Realm of Darkness thanks to his special Keyblade, the Kingdom Key D, which is from the Dark World. Letting his heart be his guiding key once again, Sora opens another gate with his Keyblade.
Essa Keyblade aí não aguenta.
After emerging onto Destiny Islands, Sora, Donald, and Goofy find a mysterious Keyblade buried in the sand. The blade, which unbeknownst to them once belonged to Master Ericus, unlocks a hidden door by the secret place. Determined to face the dangers of the Realm of Darkness alone, Sora convinces his friends to stay behind to look out for him before he enters it. Meanwhile, inside the Dark World, Riku and King Mickey are still overwhelmed by the Demon Tower Heartless. Suddenly, Aqua, fully engulfed by the darkness after years in the realm, appears before them as Anti-Aqua. Filled with resentment and despair, she blames Mickey and Riku for abandoning her. Riku's attempts to reach her fail, and he is overwhelmed by both the Demon Tower and Anti-Aqua's fury. Sora then arrives and intervenes, wielding the Keyblade that he found on the islands, and he joins Riku to release a burst of light energy that dispels the Demon Tower and frees
friends are my
Mouse.
power.
Anti-Aqua, however,
Dessa vez o Mickey não perdeu a camisa.
continues the battle. Sora takes up the fight alone, facing her mastery of the dark arts and her teleporting, illusory attacks. After a grueling duel, Sora strikes a final blow, shattering the darkness, consuming Aqua. As Aqua falls into the depths of the dark water, she begins to accept her fate.
No.
She then hears Sora call out for her, and he reaches in, his hand glowing with light. Aqua then awakens to find herself finally returned to the Realm of Light, lying on the shores of Destiny Islands, the place she once sacrificed herself to save. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sees visions of Ventus and Terra, though she soon realizes that they are Sora and Riku. Mickey welcomes his old friend back, and Sora tells her, "You're home." As Aqua begins to cry tears of joy surrounded by her friends, she finally feels the warmth of light that she had fought so long to protect. Meanwhile, in Radiant Garden, Vexen secretly meets with Demyx to enlist his help. Though initially hesitant, Vexen convinces him that their mission is a
Cala a boca, Demyx, e obedece. Ele falou bem assim.
chance for atonement and redemption. Vexen then reveals that someone else in the organization, one of the Chosen Ones, is already secretly on board with them. Confirming that he won't have to fight, Demyx finally agrees. In the castle, Ienzo continues his efforts to reconstruct Roxas's heart, frustrated by the lack of a suitable vessel. Suddenly, a corridor of darkness opens, and Demyx emerges with a mysterious bundle. Ienzo is then stunned to see his former master, Ansem the Wise, step through the portal after Demyx.
Receba, Gustav.
Overcome with emotion, Ienzo apologizes for having believed Xehanort's lies about Ansem's descent into madness. Ansem reassures him, admitting his own failures as a mentor and expressing his gratitude for Ienzo's growth. This heartfelt reunion emotionally moves everyone present, including Alias and Dylan, who quietly observe. Demyx, eager to wrap things up, directs their attention to the white-cloaked bundle that he delivered. The others uncover it to reveal a replica, a blank vessel provided by Vexen to restore Roxas. Later, Sora, Donald, and Goofy accompany Aqua down a foggy path.
Do nada, o Sora agora é ruivo. Toda hora eles trocam a cor de cabelo dele, mano, juro.
Leading to Castle Oblivion. Aqua, determined to fulfill her promise, reassures the trio that she must wake Ventus, despite their concerns about her strength. They arrive at the eerie castle, and Aqua uses her former master Ericus's Keyblade to re-unlock its original form, the Land of Departure. Inside, they walk through the Golden Halls to the Great Hall, where Ventus lies asleep in the center of 3 large chairs. Aqua rushes to his side, overcome with emotion, but Ventus doesn't wake. They are suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Vanitas, who mocks their reunion and declares his intent to reclaim his brother. Aqua, fueled by determination, engages Vanitas in a fierce battle, creating a magical barrier to keep Sora, Donald, and Goofy out.
X1.
However, Vanitas exploits a moment of vulnerability targeting Ventus with a powerful attack that cracks the barrier. Aqua then sacrifices herself to protect Ventus, knocking her to the ground, defenseless.
De novo, mano.
As Vanitas raises his Keyblade for a final strike to Aqua, Sora feels a sudden pull within his heart. In the depths of Sora's heart, Ventus's voice calls out, urging Sora to call upon the power of waking, assuring him that it has always been within him, waiting for this very moment. Sora focuses with all of his heart, finally unlocking the power. Ventus thanks Sora for keeping him safe before Sora uses his Keyblade to finally release Ventus's heart from within him. In a burst of light, Ventus awakens and shatters the barrier, rushing to Aqua's defense. Vanitas, though shaken, smirks, warning that now that his brother is awake, their conflict is far from over. He then vanishes, leaving the group to finally reunite. Ventus helps Aqua to her feet, and she reassures Sora that she's fine. Ventus then turns to Sora, momentarily startled by his resemblance to Vanitas, but refers to Sora as his second chance.
Aww.
He then looks over to Aqua, who tells him, "Good morning, Ven," to which he replies with his own, "Good morning, Aqua." Shortly after, the 7 Guardians of Light, Sora, Mickey, Riku, Ventus, Aqua, Kairi, and Lee, all assemble before Yen Sid in the mysterious tower, with Donald and Goofy. Yen Sid acknowledges their incredible efforts, especially commending Aqua and Ventus for their return. Aqua and Ventus express their gratitude for being rescued, and Mickey apologizes for their inability to find Terra. Aqua reassures him that Terra is their responsibility and promises to bring him home. Riku also apologizes to Aqua for not helping her sooner, but she dismisses it, proud of the progress he and Mickey have made as true Keyblade Masters.
Não sei se vocês se lembram, mas a Aqua ficou 10 anos no mundo da escuridão.
Yen Sid then turns the group's attention to their newest Keyblade wielders, Lee and Kairi. Aqua recognizes Kairi as the little girl she protected in Radiant Garden years ago, amazed to see her now training as a Keyblade wielder. Lee interrupts, feeling out of place with all the connections everybody but him seems to share, something Ventus quickly fixes when he recognizes him from when they met when Lee was just a boy. As confusion rushes over the group, Jiminy jumps in to save the day, distributing gummy phones with summaries of their adventures so far to help get everyone up to speed.
Jiminy Cricket salva o dia distribuindo celulares. Porque do nada tem o Mickey, Pateta e o Ah, não é do nada, Gusta. Tu perdeu toda a lore, mano.
While the reunion is heartwarming, there's still some noticeably absent, namely Roxas, Naminé, and Terra. Each member voices their commitment to bringing their friends back, with Aqua and Ven vowing to rescue Terra, Lee promising to find a way to bring Roxas back, and Kairi pledging to help Naminé. Yen Sid acknowledges the group's strength and unity, encouraging them to rest and prepare for their journey to the fated place the very next day. Despite the absence of some of their friends, he expresses hope that they will soon stand together. Later, as Aqua and Ventus descend the steps of Yen Sid's tower, they marvel at the starry sky above them, a sight they haven't been able to share in a long time. Ventus reflects on his...
Eu só não gosto muito desse cabelo novo da... Você não gosta... Eu gosto do look, eu não gosto do cabelo. Eu gosto mais do cabelo do 2.
Dreams during his long sleep. Visions of Aqua, Terra, Sora, and even strange animal creatures, who, unbeknownst to him, are Dream Eaters. Aqua reminisces about the places she's been, finding solace in the thought that things will soon return to normal. The pair then hold their Wayfinder charms to the sky, agreeing to share their stories once they get Terra back. Meanwhile, Maleficent and Pete walk through Twilight Town, with Pete complaining about their failing treasure hunt. Maleficent finally declares that their search is over, not because it's a lost cause, but because the box doesn't exist yet. She cryptically explains that the upcoming Keyblade War will reveal it at the destined moment. Pete grumbles, still seeking his moment of glory, but Maleficent promises that once the box is in their possession, their true work will begin. She then vanishes into a corridor of darkness, and Pete reluctantly follows. Sitting atop the clock tower, Lee reflects on his failed attempts to bring back Roxas. He eats a sea salt ice cream bar, holding 2 extra for his lost friends. Saïx appears, unexpectedly sitting beside him to simply chat. Saïx playfully taunts Lee for carrying the ice cream and reminisces about their shared past, sneaking into the castle, apprenticing to Ansem the Wise, and searching for Subject X.
Eu sou o único do chat agora que nunca jogou. Não, tem mais gente, tem mais gente. Dante, obrigada pelo follow. Eu vou seu nariz.
That is, until Lee gave up. Lee defends himself, admitting that he couldn't keep up with Saïx's relentless pursuit, especially after their transformation into nobodies. Saïx then likens Roxas to Subject X, both friends that Lee has lost forever. Lee refuses to accept this, passionately declaring that he'll bring all of his friends back, including Saïx's original form, Isa. The pair promise to settle things the next day, before Saïx smirks and departs through a dark corridor, leaving Lee to stare out at the sunset, alone once again. On the Destiny Islands, Riku sits alone on the beach, staring at the ocean. The Riku replica appears beside him, revealing that he has been with him for a while. He reflects on his perceived failure as a replica, recounting how he was about to succumb to darkness before Riku gave him a purpose. Riku listens and tells him to take the time he needs to see his final task through. Nearby, Sora and Kairi sit together, watching Riku.
Eu também, quando eu joguei no PS2, eu tinha 6 anos. Eu não entendia porra nenhuma, só via um menino com um sapato gigante e as princesas da Disney. Era isso.
Riku, to them seemingly talking to the empty beach. Kairi explains that Riku needs some time alone, and Sora respects her suggestion. She then surprises him by handing him a Paopu fruit, expressing her desire to always be a part of Sora's life, no matter what happens in the coming battle. Sora promises to protect her, but...
Ele não falou no vídeo, mas a lore é que quem dividir uma fruta Paopu vai ter o seu destino entrelaçado para todo o sempre. E lá no primeiro jogo, o Riku e o Sora estavam, tipo, batalhando pra ver quem que ia compartilhar essa fruta com a Kairi. E daí, agora, o Sora... Ai.
Kairi gently counters, instead telling him to let her keep him safe. The next day, the 7 Guardians of Light arrive in the Badlands, standing at the edge of the Keyblade graveyard. Master Xehanort approaches them, delivering a monologue about the cyclical nature of light and darkness and the promise of another Keyblade war.
Fala.
Flanked by Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, and young Xehanort, he declares their intent to extinguish the Guardians' light and recreate the legendary war. A massive swarm of heartless, nobodies, and unversed then descends from the sky, sparking an all-out battle. The Guardians fight valiantly, eventually clearing the field. However, as they regroup, Ventus spots Terra in the distance and rushes towards him. Despite Ventus's joy, Aqua immediately recognizes that Terra is not himself. As she pulls Ventus back, Terra's appearance shifts, his hair turning white and his eyes glowing yellow. Terra Xehanort emerges, taunting the Guardians and vowing to tear their hearts from their bodies before forging the Keyblade. The battle then begins, with Terra Xehanort moving at lightning speed, incapacitating Ventus and overwhelming the rest of the Guardians. Donald then takes a stand, casting a massively powerful spell called Zeta Flare, which knocks Terra Xehanort away, but leaves Donald collapsed from exhaustion. As the Guardians attempt to recover,
Lembra que eu falei, gente? O Donald é dos magos mais fortes do universo de Kingdom Hearts, gente.
Demon Tide erupts from the ground. Despite Aqua, Sora, and Riku's efforts, the swarm quickly overpowers them. One by one, the Guardians are swept away. Aqua, Ventus, Kairi, Lee, Goofy, and Mickey all vanish into the vortex. Sora, overcome by grief, falls to his knees and gives up. Riku, however, refuses to give in, standing against the oncoming tide and fighting valiantly. But the swarm soon overtakes him as well. Darkness then engulfs the battlefield, leaving Sora alone. As foretold, darkness prevails and light expires. However, much like in the game Xehanort once played with Ericus when they were boys,
let him cook.
Comes from the past. Sora suddenly awakens in the final world, an ethereal expanse of mirrored sea and sky. Greeted by a Chirithy, Sora learns that his heart and body have perished, leaving him hanging by a thread between life and death. Chirithy explains that his incomplete form is only sustained by someone else's determination, and that Sora must piece himself back together in order to return to the real world. Sora then discovers phantoms of himself scattered throughout the endless expanse, collecting them to reform his body. Along the way, he encounters mysterious stars, remnants of hearts with stories of love, loss, and hope. One star, who can't remember her name, speaks at length with Sora about someone she was close to in her lifetime, someone who's had his heart replaced with another's. When Sora offers to send along a message, the nameless star whispers his name into Sora's ear, Yozora, the hero of the Verum Rex video game seen in the Toy Box world. Another star then introduces herself as Naminé, explaining that she ended up in the final world after being separated from Kairi's heart during the chaos. She reveals that Kairi is the one fighting to keep Sora whole, and encourages him to return to save her. Naminé also mentions that while sifting through Sora's memories, she made a connection to Terra, offering to trace his presence to tip the scales in the Guardian's favor. Sora promises to return and properly thank Naminé once Kairi's safe, eventually gathering his remaining pieces and returning to Chirithy. Before he moves on, Sora offers to help Chirithy find its own missing pieces, but Chirithy declines, explaining that it is waiting for someone who may not even remember it. Sora promises to visit Chirithy again, asking for guidance on saving his friends. Chirithy reminds him of his past experiences restoring hearts and urges him to trust in the power of waking. Sora then summons a keyhole and channels all of his light to create a gateway to the next step in his journey. As he prepares to leave, Chirithy imparts one final piece of advice. May your heart be your guiding key. Sora then steps into the light, returning to the Keyblade graveyard just before his final moments. As the demon tide overtakes them, Sora witnesses Riku trying to shield him. As Riku is again overwhelmed, Sora finds himself spiraling into the abyss once more. Awakening in Hercules' world, Sora reunites with Jiminy and encounters the Lich, a special Heartless whose purpose is to capture and drag hearts into the depths of darkness. Sora pursues the Lich across various worlds, battling it through waves of enemies and challenges. With each encounter, Sora liberates a friend's heart. Riku, Goofy, Donald, Aqua, Ventus, Mickey, and Lee, until all are freed except for Kairi's. When faced with young Xehanort, Sora learns of the dangers of misusing the power of waking, which comes at a dire cost. Undeterred, Sora presses on, driven by his unyielding love for all of his friends. Guided by the light of Kairi's heart, he finally finds and frees her. Together, they return to the Keyblade graveyard, feeling stronger and safer in each other's hands. As the Guardians recover and regroup, Ventus spots Terra and rushes to him, but Aqua quickly realizes that he's Terra Xehanort. Terra Xehanort then prepares to strike them down with his Keyblade, but he's suddenly stopped. Terra's old armor, the Lingering Will, then appears, still animated by the last remnants of Terra's vengeance toward Xehanort. The two then clash in a spectacular battle, while the Guardians face another massive swarm of Heartless, Nobodies, and Unversed. The Guardians are again faced against the Demon Tide, and despite their combined strength, the creature proves nearly unstoppable, growing larger and more destructive with each strike. Sora, determined to protect everyone, leaps into it, but...
No! Ah, não, cara. Justo nesse momento.
Suddenly, he finds himself enveloped in a bright light. Sora is then surprisingly greeted by a mysterious boy in a red scarf whom he doesn't recognize. The original Keyblade Master himself, Ephemer.
Quem lembra dele?
Asking Sora if he needs some help, Ephemer returns him to the battlefield before summoning a legion of Keyblades from across time and space. Riding the wave of Keyblades, Sora ascends the storm, battling through...
Para de morrer, YouTube! Que isso? Tá duro, dorme!
Riding the wave of Keyblades, Sora ascends...
Agora vai cair o bitrate da live, porque vai ser muita coisa na tela.
The storm, battling through the Legion of Darkness, calling upon the light of the player of ancient times, along with all of his Keyblade-wielding allies, before unleashing a 5-pointed star of energy that obliterates the dark core. The demon tide collapses in a dazzling explosion of light, and the Keyblades from the past converge before disappearing into light. Their victory is short-lived, however, as from the dust emerges Dark Riku.
Aliás, deixa eu ver se apareceu essa parte. Tem um detalhe muito legal nessa... Aqui, ó. Tá vendo essa lista de nomes? É nomes de quem jogou o jogo mobile e acho que completou o jogo, uma coisa assim. Mas são nomes de players. Muito legal, mano.
Of the player of ancient times, along with all of his Keyblade-wielding allies, before unleashing a 5-pointed star of energy that obliterates the dark core. The demon tide collapses in a dazzling explosion of light, and the Keyblades from the past converge before disappearing into light. Their victory is short-lived, however, as from the dust emerges Dark Riku, mocking Riku and goading him to face his past failures. Suddenly, Xigbar also emerges from the shadows, taunting the Guardians and introducing the looming darkness of Master Xehanort, manifesting as a towering, shadowy figure. Demon towers and Heartless swarm the battlefield again, and the Guardians quickly become overwhelmed. Suddenly, they're saved by a blast of blinding light, and Master Yen Sid appears bathed in its glow.
Cara, é muito legal porque assim... O Yen Sid meio que não faz nada, ele só fica, tipo, todo o jogo conversando com eles. Então você fica tipo, mano, o cara é mó forte, ele tem que fazer alguma coisa, cara. Aí ele finalmente chega e faz, é muito legal. Ah! Não tem gameplay, só cenas? O quê? Aqui no vídeo ele colocou bem pouco de gameplay.
Using his powerful command of light, Yen Sid is able to create a barrier, parting the Sea of Heartless to create a path for the Guardians of Light to forge ahead.
No vídeo, Ele
As Donald and Goofy volunteer to stay behind and assist Master Yen Sid, Sora reluctantly agrees to move ahead with the others, trusting that his friends will rejoin them later. The 7 Guardians of Light step into the heart of the Keyblade graveyard, amidst a field littered with countless Keyblades left behind by their fallen wielders. There, the real Organization 13 awaits, and the 7 Guardians of Light finally stand against the 13 Seekers of Darkness. At the center of the crossroads, Master Xehanort then enacts the plan he's waited his entire life for. Plunging the gazing eye into the ground, Master Xehanort reshapes the battlefield into a labyrinth known as the Skein of Severance. Various simultaneous battles then erupt between the figures of light and darkness, with Sora rushing between fights to lend his assistance.
Muito legal
Sora
essa parte.
encounters Riku engaged in a battle against Dark Riku, Xigbar, and Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Riku struggles against his dark doppelganger, whose taunts cut deep, but Sora arrives to even the odds. The battle intensifies, with Xigbar raining arrows and Ansem unleashing waves of darkness. Despite Riku being momentarily incapacitated, allowing Ansem to escape, the pair are able to eventually defeat Dark Riku in battle. As the darkness dissipates, the Riku replica emerges from Riku, removing the dark version of himself from the vessel, leaving a blank replica behind. With this final act of sacrifice, the replica saves the vessel for Naminé, fading away with a quiet farewell. Meanwhile, Xigbar, cryptic as always, retreats, hinting that Xehanort will one day bequeath him the Gazing Eye Keyblade.
Vazou, né?
Nearby, Mickey faces Luxord, Larxene, and Marluxia, with Xemnas overlooking the battle.
Sora
Sora arrives just in time to support him, but Luxord traps Mickey inside of a playing card and challenges Sora to find him. Despite the chaos caused by Larxene's lightning and Marluxia's scythe, Sora manages to outwit Luxord, freeing Mickey and earning a wild card as Luxord acknowledges Sora's skill before fading. With Luxord defeated, Sora and Mickey focus on Marluxia and Larxene. While Marluxia's attacks grow more desperate, Sora's strikes bring clarity to his fading heart, allowing him to remember his past and reclaim his sense of self.
Meu Deus, mano. Vai, Mickey. Faz que dia legal aí. Não, você não falou isso. Legal. Legal. Que dia legal.
Genuine laugh, Marluxia thanks Sora before disappearing. Larxene follows, her relentless speed and lightning proving formidable. But Sora and Mickey work together to defeat her as well. In her final moments, Larxene reveals that her loyalty to Xehanort was half-hearted at best, hinting at an unspoken connection to another, likely referring to her original persona Elrena's connection to her friend Strelitzia. She then vanishes, leaving the battlefield empty after Xemnas retreats.
Então, e outro ponto importante aqui, né? Todos esses nobodies estão morrendo, mas aí eles estão voltando pro corpo original, sabe? Então, a menina aí, que eu esqueci o nome dela, a original dela agora vai, tipo, acordar.
Sora then finds Aqua and Ventus, engaged in a fierce battle against Terra's...
É porque agora ela tá com o olho amarelo porque ela é parte Xehanort. Todos que são parte Xehanort têm olho amarelo.
Xehanort and Vanitas. Aqua takes the offensive against Terra Xehanort, while Ventus squares off against Vanitas, with Sora supporting both battles. Despite their strength, the Guardians of Light work together to defeat their foes. As Vanitas' connection to Xehanort breaks, his mask shatters, revealing his true face. He admits that he is a piece of Ventus, created to embody his darkness, and acknowledges the connection between himself, Ventus, and Sora. However, Vanitas rejects the light, claiming that he must accept darkness, because he is darkness. With a final chuckle, Vanitas then fades away. The battle then resumes with Terra Xehanort, and as it rages, Terra's will begins to break through Xehanort's control. However, Xehanort maintains his grasp, using Chains of Darkness to subdue Aqua, Ventus, and Sora while lifting them into the air. Ventus whispers a heartfelt plea to Terra, recalling the promise they had made long ago. Suddenly, the Dark Figure, the guardian that Terra Xehanort's heartless Ansem once inherited, arrives and turns against its creator, shattering the chains and freeing the captives.
Essa parte é muito legal.
The Dark Figure, now revealed as containing Terra's heart, confronts Terra Xehanort. Despite Xehanort's attempts to summon his Keyblade, the Dark Figure seizes him and speaks with Terra's voice, stating that, "One day, I will set this right." With a powerful beam of light from his Keyblade, Sora then helps Terra reclaim his body and expel Xehanort's influence. As the light spreads, Terra collapses to his knees, finally free. He turns to Aqua and Ventus and thanks them for lighting his way back, before the trio shares an emotional, long-awaited reunion.
Como assim DLC do 3? Faz parte do jogo normal isso aqui, é o final do jogo normal até agora, pô. Nem chegou na Remind.
Sora then fights his way over to Kairi and Lee, currently engaged in a desperate battle against Saïx and the mysterious hooded figure. As the battle intensifies, Saïx rains devastation upon them, leaving a desperate Lee to cry out for Isa, his former friend. His words, however, fail to reach Saïx, who prepares a final blow. Xemnas then arrives, belittling Lee and preparing the killing strike himself. However, as he goes to deliver it, the hooded figure grabs him to save Lee. Sora then pleads with the figure, and his words break through as he speaks their name, Xion. As her hood falls away, Sora's suspicions are confirmed, as Xion is revealed underneath, her identity fully restored.
No!
Xemnas, however, dismisses her as a useless puppet and prepares to eliminate her. At this moment, Roxas's heart emerges from Sora as a beam of light pierces the battlefield. Roxas then appears in the light, fully reformed into a replica body, thanks to multiple others, including Ansem the Wise, Ienzo, who Roxas would recognize as Zexion, surprisingly, and Sora. Xemnas then grabs Kairi and escapes with her, leaving Xion, Roxas, and their original form, Sora, to take on Saïx while Lee rests.
Levaram a Kairi de novo.
The trio fights side by side, coordinating their efforts to break through Saïx's defenses. Once defeated, Saïx falls to his knees as the dark influence of Xehanort leaves his body. As Saïx fades, he has a final heartfelt conversation with Lee, confessing that
Oi, Tive, obrigada pela raid, gente, sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Quem não me conhece, sou a Cereal, criadora de conteúdo de Dead by Daylight, mas hoje estamos em uma live especialíssima, vendo a lore completa de Kingdom Hearts. É um vídeo de 6 horas, falta meia hora, e estamos amando. Se você é fã de Kingdom Hearts, vai gostar também. Se você não é, sua chance de conhecer... A gente tá no final, né? Então, assim, mas a sua chance de conhecer a franquia... É, a única coisa é que o vídeo é em inglês e não tem legenda. Até tinha, mas parou de funcionar, então... Estamos só aqui mesmo. E tá bem legal, tá divertido. Coragem, sou fã, né? Fazer o quê?
His sacrifices were driven by his desire to find someone they both cared for, Subject X. However, when Lee made new friends, Saïx grew jealous. Despite their past conflicts, Lee reassures him that he never forgot his friend. The two then share a quiet, emotional goodbye, addressing each other by their real names, Lee and Isa, one last time before Saïx disappears. With Saïx gone, Lee...
Mas lembrando que esse era o Nobody, então agora que ele morreu, o verdadeiro vai levantar.
Roxas and Xion turn to one another, their long-awaited reunion filled with tears of joy. Lee, overwhelmed, jokingly laments not having brought ice cream, and the three share a warm embrace. Sora then ascends to the Tower of Endings, reuniting with Riku and King Mickey.
Vamos,
A cloud of dust then rolls in as Ansem, Xemnas, and young Xehanort emerge to confront the trio. Above them, Master Xehanort perches on a high spire, announcing that during this war, the 13 darknesses and 7 lights have clashed 9 times, creating 9 keys. With 4 more keys needed to summon the full power of Kingdom Hearts, Xehanort claims that they will produce them here and now. The battle then commences with Mickey, Riku, and Sora taking on young Xehanort as well as both the Heartless and Nobody created from his inhabitation of Terra. While the combined forces of darkness prove to be a powerful match, each eventually falls to the Guardians of Light. In his last moments, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, staggers and reflects on his defeat. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he admits to Riku that part of him longed to defy his dark fate, but lacked the will to do so. He expresses a strange sense of pride in Riku, acknowledging the strength the young man had to overcome his influence. As his form dissolves, Ansem urges Riku to continue following his path. Xemnas, in his final moments, admits to feeling loneliness and regret for having dismissed the bonds that he once shared with his companions. For the first time in years, he experiences the pain of a broken heart. When Sora states that to feel pain is to be human, Xemnas responds that it must take incredible strength before fading away. Young Xehanort, on the other hand, laughs in the face of defeat. He warns Sora that he's returning to his own time to live out his life, while Sora's time is running out. He tells Sora that your journey ends here, before vanishing back into the flow of time.
Será mesmo?
With 3 more keys added to his collection, an unfazed Master Xehanort simply states that only the final key remains. Summoning Kairi, he holds her comatose from atop the spire, and, without hesitation, strikes her with his keyblade, shattering her body into fragments of light. Sora screams out, launching himself at Master Xehanort, who simply knocks him back onto the ground.
Cara, não tô aguentando
Riku and Nikki
essa chave
attempt to
do
intervene,
cara do vídeo.
but Xehanort holds them at bay,
De verdade.
stopping time with a magic spell.
SG.
As the 13th key appears behind him, Master Xehanort declares the Keyblade War to be nearing its conclusion. He then rises up as the clouds part, revealing the heart-shaped moon. As the 13 keys combine, the Keyblade is finally reforged. Xehanort dons it, pointing to the sky and calling upon the return of Kingdom Hearts. In response, the light of the moon becomes overwashed with a dark glow. As Master Xehanort ascends into Kingdom Hearts, Sora falls to his knees, nearly giving up. Luckily, Donald and Goofy arrive just in time to motivate him to continue, and as the remaining 7 Guardians join together, they each lend their support to Sora. As they all focus their Keyblades, a shot of energy hits Master Xehanort in the sky, opening a portal. Sora, Donald, and Goofy then enter the portal along with Master Xehanort, taking them to their final meeting place. Shockingly, Sora and crew find themselves within the sprawling, floating world of Scala ad Caelum. While Sora can't possibly recognize the significance of the location, it's the very same place where Xehanort's journey truly began, when he was whisked.
Cara, Kingdom Hearts 3 lançou 2007 anos atrás? Já? Tá brincando comigo? Sério? Meu Deus. Oi, Mitch.
Away from Destiny Islands by his future Heartless.
Foi pra
After
PS4,
a few moments,
né?
Sora spots
ele.
apparitions of Xehanort,
né?
which morph into 12 figures with horned masks. Sora fights them off before the real Master Xehanort finally appears, musing that of all of the places they could have been sent to, they wound up in the nexus from which all worlds spring. The figures Sora defeated then crumble, revealing the pieces of Xehanort's heart that were placed in the other members of the real Organization 13.
Tá se achando Voldemort,
the fragments then return to Master Xehanort, and restored to full
Insuportável,
power,
eu lembro que
he
eu não
emerges
curti
in a
tanto essa
final
parte também, não.
armored form. Twisting the world
Janeiro
around
de
them,
2019,
Xehanort
nossa.
throws Sora into a confined space for their final battle. Testing Sora's strength and resolve, Xehanort takes him through several reality-bending stages of their fight, destroying the once beautiful city around them in the process. When Sora finally bests Xehanort in combat, his armor is shattered. While momentarily taken aback by his defeat, he laughs it off before retreating up to a higher tower. Sora, Donald, and Goofy follow him there, with Sora declaring their victory and telling Xehanort to stand down.
Pateta.
Master Xehanort then draws the Keyblade before turning it towards the sky. As dark clouds turn the gray sky black, Xehanort turns the legendary blade on Sora, initiating his final grand stand. Sora and his friends draw upon all of their combined strength to fight off Master Xehanort.
Caraca, gente! Oh my god! Oi, Marjo, obrigada pela rede, gente. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Quem não me conhece, eu sou Cereal, criadora de conteúdo de Dead by Daylight. Jogo RPG também, estou jogando Academia Umbra todo sábado. Hoje estamos numa live especial porque estamos assistindo a lore completa da franquia Kingdom Hearts até o momento. São 6 horas de vídeo, falta aí uns 20 minutos, 20 e poucos. E quem gosta de Kingdom Hearts vai curtir com certeza. Quem não gosta, a gente tá no final do vídeo, mas esse é o seu momento pra conhecer a franquia. 6 horinhas. Mas obrigada pela rede, gente. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Lucas, obrigada pelo follow. Tá no finalzinho. Tá chegando no final. Tá quase.
But, mid-fight, he calls upon Kingdom Hearts once again, as the heart-shaped moon appears in the sky. Just as Sora believes the battle to be won, Xehanort rises once again to draw power from Kingdom Hearts, enveloping the moon in darkness once again as he concentrates its power in a beam of light, shooting it at Sora.
Eu queria ter essa determinação.
Sora tries to use his Keyblade to deflect the attack, but the blast proves too powerful, shooting him into a plane between life and death once again.
Essa cena é muito legal, porque é tipo uma cena de game over, cara. Olha isso. Presta atenção. É tipo uma cena de game over, mano.
Proves too powerful, shooting him into a plane between life and death once again. As Sora floats in the void, he hears the voices of his friends, Donald and Goofy, as he awakens to find them by his side, helping to hold off Xehanort's attack. Using their combined strength, the trio are able to reverse the blast back to Xehanort, knocking him from the sky. Weakened, Xehanort drops the Keyblade and finally falls to the ground. Despite his loss, Xehanort claims that Sora is still too late, and he looks up to see Kingdom Hearts glowing with an orange, flame-like aura. Xehanort states that a purge is about to returning the world to where it started. Believing that the darkness in people's hearts snuffed out the light of the world, Xehanort believes that the only hope is a new, fresh start. Sora argues that that decision wasn't Xehanort's to make, claiming that a real leader would accept that there's no changing destiny. As Xehanort is reminded of an old friend, Goofy notices a keyhole emerging from Kingdom Hearts above. Suddenly, Sora's friends, Lee, Xion, Roxas, Mickey, Riku, Ventus, Terra, and Aqua all arrive from the keyhole to join him. Terra notices Master Xehanort and walks up to him, telling him that there's more to light than meets the eye, hinting that he's told him that before. Master Xehanort immediately recognizes who's really speaking to him, as the heart of his former friend, Master Ericus, then emerges from where it was taking shelter, inside of Terra. The apparition of Ericus asks Xehanort to hand over the Keyblade, telling him that it's checkmate, referring back to the games they once spent their childhood playing together. Master Xehanort finally accepts Ericus' advice, peacefully handing the Keyblade over to Sora. As he takes it, Ericus asks his pupils, Terra, Aqua, and Ven, to forgive their former master Xehanort before the four share a final hug, with Ericus asking Terra to look after the others for him. Master Ericus then walks over to Master Xehanort, asking his old friend if he's ready to go. When Xehanort responds with a yes, he and Ericus disappear into the light, briefly reforming into their childhood forms before their hearts emerge and return home to the light of Kingdom Hearts above. The remaining group then lend all of their power to Sora, who uses the Keyblade to finally shoot a massive light toward the sky, sealing Kingdom Hearts once again. The group then find themselves back in the Keyblade graveyard, and while they try to celebrate their victory, Sora quickly notes that his journey isn't over until he's reunited with Kairi. While Riku recommends returning to Yensid first, Sora refuses to let Kairi be alone for a second longer than she has to. While Donald and Goofy offer to go with him, Sora tells them that it's something he has to do alone. Riku convinces the group to let Sora go, and they wish their best as he opens a keyhole in the sky where Kingdom Hearts once loomed over them. As Sora departs, the rest of the group return to their respective homes as peace returns to the worlds that were tainted by the Heartless, the Nobodies, the Unversed, and Xehanort's other machinations. Mickey.
Quem estava aí ontem sabe a loucura que foi, né? Eu tinha feito a previsão de que a gente ia terminar o vídeo do Kingdom Hearts antes das 10. Eu errei, mas eu não errei por tão longe, não. A gente teria terminado 10 e pouco. Só que minha luz caiu do nada. Sério, eu fiquei... Mano, estão tentando me silenciar. Estão tentando muito. E daí, até a luz voltou meio rápido. Só que aí a net ficou muito instável. E não carregava, tipo, a maior coisa... Sei lá, quase nada. Não, foi rapidinho. Caiu por 2 minutos e já voltou. Mas aí a net não carregava a Twitch. Tipo, eu consegui abrir o Discord, o Zap... aí a Twitch não, o YouTube não, tava zoado. Aí eu falei, cara, não sei quanto tempo que vai levar, né? Então vou deixar quieto. Aí eu avisei ali o Lipe e o Mimim e falei, continuamos amanhã. Então, é isso que vamos terminar de fazer hoje, tá? Vou voltar um pouquinhozinho, só um pouquitinho, né? Eles derrotaram o Xehanort, fecharam o Kingdom Hearts, e daí ficou todo mundo assim, e agora, gente? Está tudo bem? Está tudo feliz agora? Não, por quê? Sora tem que ir atrás da Kairi agora, né? Porque ela meio que foi de arrasta. E daí, lembrando que o Sora agora ele tem o poder do acordar, ele conseguiu acordar todo mundo, porque meio que todo mundo tinha morrido. Aí ele conseguiu acordar todo mundo e voltou no tempo. Gente, ele tá OP agora, tá? E aí, qual que é o problema? Quando ele estava acordando os amigos dele, antes da Kairi morrer, uma das alminhas ali que ele encontrou avisou ele que, se ele usasse demais o poder de acordar, teriam consequências. Então, só olha.
Graveyard, and while they try to celebrate their victory, Sora quickly notes that his journey isn't over until he's reunited with Kairi. While Riku recommends returning to Yensid first, Sora refuses to let Kairi be alone for a second longer than she has to. While Donald and Goofy offer to go with him, Sora tells them that it's something he has to do alone. Riku convinces the group to let Sora go, and they wish their best as he opens a keyhole in the sky where Kingdom Hearts once loomed over them. As Sora departs, the rest of the group return to their respective homes as peace returns to the worlds that were tainted by the Heartless, the Nobodies, the Unversed, and Xehanort's other machinations. Mickey, Donald, and Goofy return to the Disney Castle, reuniting with Pluto, Queen Minnie, and Daisy Duck. Yensid then joins the celebration alongside Chip, Dale, and Jimmy.
Finalmente vai ter umas férias,
Terra,
né,
Aqua, and Ventus return to the Land of Departure, where they finally plant Ericus's Keyblade as a memorial for their fallen master. Ventus is then reunited with his Chirithy, after the boys' journey through time once separated them.
Aww.
In Twilight Town, Xion, Roxas, and Axel, through his true form as Lee, reunite and share ice
na moral, essa roupinha da Xion é tão bonitinha, cara. Ai, eu gosto muito.
Cream on the clock tower once again. This time, however, they have some new friends joining them, as Isa returns in his human form, along with Hainer, Pence, and Alec.
Olha que fofo. Gente, essa torre aí, ela deu uma crescida pra caber todo mundo, né?
Finally, in Radiant Garden, Evan and Ienzo work tirelessly with Ansem the Wise to return Naminé's heart to the replica body.
Minha linda.
They appear to be successful as Naminé awakens inside of her new form. Finally, her own true individual. Ansem the Wise then reunites her with Riku, who takes her in his gummy ship.
Ai, gente! O Knight in a charming armor.
Sometime later, Xigbar pulls Master Xehanort's Gazing Eye Keyblade from the ground of the Keyblade graveyard. Xigbar then observes the arrival of 4 cloaked figures: Ira, Envy, Aced, and Gula, the ancient foretellers of the Age of Fairy Tales. They gather at the crossroads, drawn back by a summoning from their long-lost comrade, Lushu. Xigbar then confirms his true identity, explaining that while he cast aside his old form long ago, he remained true to the mission given to him by the Master of Masters. The foretellers then demand answers about their summoning and Lushu's role. Xigbar cryptically mentions Ava, who is notably absent, suggesting that her mission diverged from theirs. He expresses his hope that they're ready for a long story, shifting their attention to the mysterious black box, again at his side. As Maleficent and Pete watch from a distance, Xigbar smirks.
A caixa que eles... olha aí, lá vem eles. A caixa que eles estavam procurando, olha aí.
Ready to finally reveal the secrets of his actions, as well as the black box, to his fellow foretellers. As Sora's journey to find Kairi continues,
agora é a DLC. Agora é a DLC do Remind. Oi, Matt, boa tarde.
Finds himself in the final world once again, greeted by Chirithy. Chirithy explains the dangers of using the power of waking beyond its intended purpose. It breaks natural laws and could lead to Sora potentially vanishing entirely. Despite these warnings, Sora decides to press on, determined to use his newly unlocked power of waking to restore Kairi's heart no matter what the cost. Chirithy reluctantly provides guidance, instructing Sora to return to the past in order to dive into the hearts of the Guardians of Light, reliving their emotions and experiences in order to uncover a path to Kairi's heart. Chirithy warns Sora, however, that he only has until the events of the past brought him back to the final world to save her. If Sora is unable to restore Kairi's heart before the time loop closes, he will be lost forever.
Ainda por cima tem tempo, viu? Oi, Nick, boa tarde.
Sora's journey takes him back to the fateful battle at the Keyblade Graveyard. As he moves through time and space, he witnesses the Guardians battling Terra Xehanort, only for Aqua and Ventus to be overpowered. Sora dives into Ventus's heart, where he confronts and defeats a heartless manifestation of darkness. This success leads him to Aqua's heart, which is consumed by fear and despair from her time in the realm of darkness. Sora battles Anti-Aqua to free her heart from its torment. The battle against the Demon Tide then escalates to the point when it consumed more Guardians, including Kairi. The past Sora is devastated, collapsing in grief as the darkness overtakes the battlefield. Future Sora then finds himself standing on his own stained glass platform within the Realm of Hearts. Here, he encounters Naminé and wonders why she hasn't returned to Kairi's heart yet. Returning to the past at the Keyblade Graveyard, Terra succumbs to darkness, transforming into Terra Xehanort, the 13th vessel for the organization. However, Naminé intervenes, summoning Terra's thoughts, manifested as the Lingering Will. The living armor confronts Terra Xehanort, engaging in the battle. Xehanort's dark figure overwhelms the Lingering Will, but future Sora intervenes, breaking the Shadow's grip and facing Terra Xehanort directly. Despite a fierce battle, Terra Xehanort gains the upper hand, using the dark figure to incapacitate Sora.
Meu Deus.
The Lingering Will then sacrifices itself to protect Sora, shattering into pieces. Sora defeats Terra Xehanort in another fight, causing the dark figure to eject from his body. Before Sora can recover, Xehanort unleashes a final, dark assault, causing future Sora to return to his past self's body. Meanwhile, past Sora arrives at another part of the battlefield to assist Riku, who is engaging in the fight.
Mano, nossa, eu nunca joguei essa DLC, eu não cheguei a comprar, e eu tinha evitado assistir coisa até o momento, porque eu queria jogar, mas eu já nem faço mais tanta questão. Só que, tipo, mano, que confusão essa DLC também, né? Meu Deus. Meu Deus.
With Xigbar, Dark Riku, and Ansem. Together, Sora and Riku take down Dark Riku, revealing him to be a replica. The Riku replica, having been inside Riku's heart, then emerges and claims the lifeless vessel, sacrificing himself to save the replica for Naminé. After the battle and Sora runs off, Demyx arrives with unexpected news. He's on a mission to retrieve the replica for Naminé. Though suspicious, Riku allows Demyx to take the vessel, warning him to handle it with care. Demyx, stating that it's Demyx time, promises to deliver it safely before disappearing through a corridor of darkness. Past Sora's battle continues in the labyrinth, and he helps Mickey defeat Luxord, Larxene, and Marluxia.
Certo.
He then assists Aqua and Ventus confront Terra Xehanort and Vanitas.
Certo.
With Sora's help, Vanitas fades to darkness and Terra regains control of his body, freeing himself from Xehanort's grip. Sora then finds Kairi and Lee facing Saïx, Xemnas, and Xion. After they defeat Saïx and free Xion, Roxas's heart returns to the battlefield by inhabiting a replica, and the trio's long-awaited reunion is completed.
Okay.
Sora presses forward through the labyrinth and reunites with Riku and Mickey at the Tower of Endings. Master Xehanort arrives, accompanied by young Xehanort, Ansem, and Xemnas, and reveals his nearly complete plan to assemble the 13 keys to summon the Keyblade and unlock Kingdom Hearts. After the grueling battle, Sora and his allies defeat Ansem and Xemnas before taking down the time-manipulating young Xehanort as well.
Tá.
Master Xehanort, observing from above, claims the new keys forged from the fallen enemies. With 12 keys in hand, he produces the 13th by summoning Kairi, crystallizing her with his Keyblade, and shattering her into light before Sora's eyes. At this point, future Sora, still within his past self, hears King Mickey's voice speak to him from an unknown location. Mickey, aware that Kairi's heart still lingers, states that Xehanort is keeping her crystallized as a backup plan to ensure Kingdom Hearts is opened. Future Sora then uses the portal his past self created in Xehanort's heart, jumping ahead and allowing him to search for the fragments of Kairi's heart in Scala ad Caelum before his past self arrives there. There, Sora battles Heartless, solves puzzles, and reclaims the pieces of Kairi's heart, each represented by radiant crystal petals. Master Xehanort then appears, mocking Sora's efforts and revealing that there are still 2 pieces of Kairi's heart left. Undeterred, Sora vows to save her, even as time begins to catch up, as his past self arrives to battle the replicas of Master Xehanort. Future Sora re-enters his past self, and Donald and Goofy stand by him as Xehanort twists the architecture of Scala ad Caelum. Future Sora pulls himself back into his heart.
Mano, enquanto eles testam a arquitetura de Scala ad Caelum.
Recalling the guidance he has long been given to follow his heart. Recognizing that all hearts are connected, he realizes he can trace those bonds through the Guardians.
Atualizou
First
sim,
through
Immortal.
Riku, then to Mickey and all the others. As he does so, each of the Guardians outside fight against the surviving replicas of Xehanort.
Oi, Mimim.
In Scala ad Caelum, Master Xehanort unveils the Keyblade, and the Guardians below are whisked through keyholes and trapped in mid-air battles with the replicas. Through their teamwork, the group hold off the enemies, allowing Sora, now re-entering their hearts, to gather the 6th and then the 7th fragment of Kairi's heart.
Ah, que legal.
Guided by the bright connection of friendship, he pieces together a shimmering pink crystal flower
friends are my
that
power.
symbolizes Kairi's restored heart. Having reclaimed Kairi's essence, she finally emerges, reformed in a flash of light.
Tá.
The 2 then embrace each other in the starry expanse, ready to face Master Xehanort in his armored form. Kairi then takes up her Keyblade, fighting alongside Sora for the first time,
Que legal.
unleashing powerful light-based attacks and memories of their bonds to break through Xehanort's defenses.
Olha só que laranjo.
Seeing Sora and Kairi stand strong, the other Guardians lend their light, combining their strength into an attack that overwhelms the old Keyblade Master and stops the return of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
With Xehanort's defeat, the threat is ended. When all is done, Sora and Kairi find themselves in the final world. While Sora notices his hand starting to fade away, he finds Chirithy and convinces it to come along and finally be reunited with their old friend, Ventus.
Tá. Ai, que bonitinho.
The pair then
Mãozinha
return to the
do
worlds
Sora.
they saved to visit the loved ones awaiting them, including Naminé, who Kairi releases from her heart into the former Riku replica.
Oh.
Sometime later, on the Destiny Islands, the entire group gathers for a joyful celebration, racing along the shore, building sand sculptures, and laughing beneath the sun. Nearby, Sora and Kairi sit together on their familiar Paopu tree as the sunset draws near. Hand in hand, the 2 gaze at the horizon. Kairi's heart is safe, and everyone else has found their place in the light they fought so hard to protect. However, as Sora looks on, his form begins to shimmer and fade, a consequence of pushing the power of waking beyond its limits in order to save Kairi. Knowing he must face the consequences of his sacrifice, he disappears quietly and without regret, leaving Kairi safe and surrounded by their friends.
Cara, agora eu quero que vocês entendam que... Mano, naquela cena ali, ó, que o Mickey reencontra a Minnie, aí o Yensid aparece no castelo, aí aparece a Naminé voltando no corpo, dela encontra o Riku e tal. Tipo assim, aquela ali é a cena final do 3º jogo. E daí ele pula pra essa cena aqui em Destiny Islands. Então, você acha que tá tudo bem maravilhoso? E daí o Sora some! Aí você fica tipo... Meu Deus? O que aconteceu? Por que ele sumiu? Aí depois lançou a DLC que daí, tipo, explica, né, melhor o que aconteceu. Mas, cara, eu acho que essa DLC não precisava ter sido uma DLC. Poderia ter feito parte do jogo mesmo. Mas, né, dinheiro.
After Master Xehanort's defeat, a more peaceful era settles in, although the remaining group continue to search for the missing Sora. At the Land of Departure, Riku visits Terra to discuss his progress as a Keyblade Master. Terra praises Riku's achievements, his leadership, strength, and capacity to save those dear to him, and the two share a moment of understanding and respect. Aqua and Ventus join them, secretly preparing for a journey of their own. With their Keyblades raised in unison, the three Wayfinders don their armor and vanish through a corridor of light, leaving Riku behind with a quiet, confident smile. At some later point, Riku begins to have a recurring dream. In it, Sora and Riku find themselves in a giant, strange metropolis. This city, a world called Quadratum, which resembles the real-life Shibuya district of Tokyo, turns out to be none other than the location of the Verum Rex video game. They are then joined in this world by its hero, Yozora, as well as the Master of Masters. In true fashion, the Lost Master cryptically observes from atop a building, holding his hands up to this world's realistic moon and masking the shape of a heart. 1 year after Xehanort's defeat.
Eita porra, calma aí. Pera lá. Nossa, Remind Limit Cut. Essa é a outra DLC, é isso? Ou é quando você faz tudo lá, que daí você pega a cena extra? Eu não sei. Essa parte aqui daí seria onde vai começar o Kingdom Hearts 4. Que daí o Sora foi parar nessa cidade aí. E aparentemente essa cidade vai ser meio que um pós-vida. Aí o Riku foi parar lá também, né? Porque foi atrás do Sora. Mas eu fiquei curiosa pra saber o que a Aqua e o Ventus e o Terra vão fazer. E, cara, tô curiosa ainda também com a caixa, né, e tal. E daí tá o Master of Masters aí na mesma cidade também. Cara, vai ser um rolê. Ainda não acabou. Ainda não. Já esqueci o começo do vídeo, vamos assistir? Não vamos, né? Qual é seu personagem da Disney de Kingdom Hearts favorito? Putz, peraí, eu teria que pensar, né? Te mandei uma saga infinita no Discord em relação ao PC lá, depois eu vejo. O que será que tem na caixa? Não sei. Sabe que lá no início, eu tinha entendido que a caixa era pra guardar a Keyblade do olho. Só que daí depois eles mostram que a Keyblade do olho ficou, tipo, aberta lá em Scarlet Kylon. Então, aí eu falei, tá, então não é isso. Então o que é? Não sei.
In Merlin's house on Radiant Garden, Riku consults Leon, Aerith, and Yuffie, updating them on the ongoing efforts to find Sora. Mickey, Donald, and Goofy scour old worlds. Terra, Ventus, and Aqua brave the realm of darkness. The Twilight Town trio studies Roxas and Xian's memories. And last but not least, Kairi sleeps, allowing her heart to be studied for any possible clues.
Ooh.
Sid, meanwhile, works on trying to decode new data reconstructed from Sora's combat abilities and the digital imprints of the real Organization 13. However, the information is locked away behind impenetrable firewalls, and even Sid's digital
firewalls impenetráveis
version of Sora can't break through. At this point, the fairy godmother appears, sent by Merlin and Master Yen Sid, focusing on
ela não tinha aparecido ainda no vídeo, né? É muito legal ela, eu gosto dela.
Riku's dreams of Quadratum, dreams that might connect back to Sora. She believes that Riku, who had journeyed through Sora's dreams before, could hold the key to finding his current location. Besides Riku's dreams, the fairy godmother mentions those of an other two that are also important to finding Sora. Meanwhile, Kairi continues to sleep within Ansem the Wise's lab, dreaming of the final world. Elsewhere, Sora awakens in the final world, now seemingly at night. At first, he seems alone, calling out with no answer. Eventually, however, a mysterious figure appears, Yozora, the hero from the Verum Rex video game. Confusion arises as Yozora cryptically asks how Sora recognized him as Yozora, as his current form isn't.
Se eu te contar, né? Se eu te contar que eu fui num mundo onde todos eram brinquedos e lá tinha um jogo com a sua cara, você acredita?
Really what he looks like. Demanding to know why the boy is using Sora's name, the landscape transforms into the why the boy form isn't really what he looks like. Sora, as his current form isn't really what he looks like. Demanding to know why the boy is using Sora's name, the landscape transforms into the stained glass platform of his heart, before warping into Quadratum. The two then find themselves atop a building, adorned with the numbers 104. Yozora states that he accidentally wandered into Quadratum, where he went through some trials before being told to save Sora. Confusingly, Yozora draws his weapons and
Tá, se você quer me salvar, por que você está pegando essas armas? Não entendi.
An excruciatingly difficult battle commences, testing all of Sora's will and abilities.
SG.
If Sora falls in this duel, Yozora crystallizes his body, promising to save him before ending up in the final world.
Huh?
Otherwise, Sora emerges victorious, leaving Yozora's role uncertain. He fades away, hinting that his time to help has not yet.
Oh, mas você só tem uma chance? Ou é tipo assim, quando você morre, aí você tem esse final e depois é uma chance só? Sério? Não tem retry? Oxi, viajaram? Fazer 2 finais possíveis numa DLC?
Otherwise, Sora emerges victorious, leaving Yozora's role uncertain. He fades away, hinting that his time to help has not yet come. Sora then finds himself within the final world. Either way, sometime later, Yozora returns to a sleek, modern city. He awakens in the backseat of a
Meu Deus, é o Wesker. Oh my god!
car, being referred to as Commander. He then recalls the same fateful words that started Sora's own
Mano, olha os poros dele! Caraca! Meu Deus!
journey, wondering if any of this is real or not.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Ha ha ha. Caraca.
During Kairi's year-long sleep, she recounts the memories of her friends' various journeys thus far, weaving together each tale that brought them all to where they are now. She recalls how Sora, Riku, and
esse agora é o jogo da música. É o jogo da música.
First yearned to see new worlds beyond their island. How Sora was chosen by the Keyblade and forged steadfast friendships with Donald and Goofy. How Riku struggled in darkness, and how that first grand adventure against Ansem set the tone for all that would follow.
We set the tone.
She remembers Castle Oblivion and Sora's fading memories, the lonely path Riku walked deep beneath it, and Naminé's delicate power reshaping hearts. She recalls Roxas and Shion's painful, short-lived days in Organization 13, and how their existence tied into Sora's heart. And she recounts how Sora's second quest brought closure against Xemnas and the organization's scheme to forge their own Kingdom Hearts. Kairi then continues through the strange happenings in the Datascape, where even digital memories and virtual worlds carried the burdens of those connected to Sora. She then remembers how Aqua, Terra, and Ventus were manipulated by Master Xehanort in an era long before Sora's story even began, and how their
Ou seja, Eita, ligou a legenda. Ou seja, o jogo de música da Kairi é o resumo de todos os jogos?
bonds, sacrifices, and the formation of the Keyblade set the stage for all of the struggles to come.
Sim.
She recalls Sora and Riku's trial through the Sleeping Worlds, how they confronted illusions and forewarnings of Xehanort's return, and how Riku's newfound Keyblade mastery and Kairi's own call to train as a Keyblade wielder prepared them for the inevitable confrontation. Kaira's recollections turn to Aqua's agonizing isolation in the Realm of Darkness, and her eventual rescue, followed by the events of Sora's final journey. She remembers how Sora sought to reclaim the power of waking, forging new ties in distant worlds, rescuing Ventus, restoring Aqua and reuniting the 7 Guardians of Light. She recalls the fateful clash at the Keyblade Graveyard and the revival of long-lost friends like Roxas, Xion, and Terra. She remembers Sora's stand against Master Xehanort in Scala ad Caelum and the triumphant sealing of Kingdom Hearts. During her introspection in the final world, Kairi relives the buried memory from her childhood in Radiant Garden. She remembers the fateful encounter with Xehanort, who used her as part of an experiment to connect with other worlds through the heart of a Princess of Light. As she reflects, fragments of her memories manifest as glowing petals. Kairi collects most of them, but is confronted by a memory of Master Xehanort. The two engage in a heated battle, showcasing Kairi's growth as a Keyblade wielder, but Xehanort's taunts remind her of the challenges she has faced and the cost of Sora's disappearance. Ultimately, Sora's presence momentarily intertwines with Kairi's, helping her overcome the memories of Xehanort and recover the final petal.
Meu Deus, my friends are my power!
Kairi then finally reawakens in Radiant Garden's lab, where Ienzo, Evan, and Ansem the Wise analyze the memory of Xehanort's cryptic words. They theorize about a place beyond the realms of light, darkness, and even in between, an unreality, or the realm of fiction. Their discussion is interrupted by Riku's arrival, who shares his dreams of a city with towering skyscrapers. The fairy godmother appears, revealing that Riku, Kairi, and one final key are needed to find Sora. She then guides them to the final world.
Será que a outra chave é o Yozora ou é alguém que a gente já conhece?
Where they meet the last key, among the lingering hearts of those passing on, the same nameless star that Sora met on his journey. The fairy godmother reveals that this star comes from the world on the other side, the very realm of unreality that they have theorized about. Though this star has lost her original form, she holds knowledge that can open a path forward, and she recognizes the name Sora, recalling his words of kindness. The star then confirms that the city of towering skyscrapers that Riku dreamed of is Quadratum. While Kairi tries to join Riku on his journey to find Sora, she accepts that she must continue her Keyblade training and grow stronger. Riku, resolved and supported by the star's cooperation, uses the power of waking to attempt crossing over to this new realm alone. Before leaving, Kairi promises to inform Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Master Yen Sid of these new revelations, ensuring that everyone is prepared for whatever comes next. Riku then draws his Keyblade, disappearing into a pillar of light. Upon Kairi's return to Yen Sid's tower, Mickey is immediately worried about Riku, attempting to rush to his aid. However, Yen Sid reminds them to remain calm and strategic, as they're facing something unlike they've ever seen before. The information gleaned from Xehanort's research hints that the ancient Keyblade Masters once crossed into another world as well, linking the mysteries of old to this new realm. Yen Sid then tasks Donald and Goofy with halting the widespread efforts to find Sora in their familiar worlds, focusing their search now on this new unknown domain. Kairi, with Yen Sid's approval, will train under Master Aqua to gain the skills she needs. Mickey is meanwhile charged with investigating threads of knowledge left behind by the ancient Keyblade Masters that might shed light on Quadratum, starting in the world.
Meu Deus, cadê o Iek sim? O Mickey.
Masters that might shed light on Quadratum, starting in the world of Scala ad Caelum. 7 days after arriving in Quadratum, Sora awakens inside of an apartment on the world. Surprisingly, he is greeted by Strelitzia.
Oh my god! Do nada, ela voltou!
The Keyblade-wielding Dandelion and Laurium's sister, who went missing all the way back in the Age of Fairy Tales. Strelitzia welcomes Sora to Quadratum, referring to it as Sora's afterlife. In the city, orbs of darkness materialize, and a massive Heartless begins to wreak havoc on the streets.
Meu Deus.
Drawn by a familiar duty, Sora summons his Keyblade and attacks it.
Ah, que bom que ele tem
At some other point, Sigurd, the figure who once welcomed a time-traveling brain to Scala ad Caelum, speaks of the possibility of returning to the realm from whence Sora came, after exiting his current one. From a nearby building, the Master of Masters stands alongside Luxu, reunited as the pair observe Sora. With this peek into the beginning of the new Lost Master arc, we reach the end of both the Key series and the Darkseeker saga of Kingdom Hearts. With this final suite of stories, the fiction will see the real as the past meets the future and finally brings a close to the massive tome that is the Kingdom Hearts story. Now, I barely ever get personal on this channel, but this year has been a tough one for myself and a lot of others I know, and I think it's appropriate to leave you all with one final quote from the Kingdom Hearts series. Remember that even when it's darkest, there's always hope. There's always a choice to fight for what's right, to protect the people you love, to believe in the light. May your hearts be your guiding key. Hey everybody, thanks for sticking around and a huge thanks.
Ah, que bonitinho, né? Já dei meu like ontem. Ó, 13 mil. Cara, muito bom o vídeo, tá? Na moral, o cara fez um trabalho de louco aqui. Um trabalho de maluco, tá? Mano, sério. Eu tava falando ontem, eu não sei se esse cara edita os próprios vídeos. Tipo, ele parece ser grande já. Ah, não, ele edita os próprios vídeos. Mas, gente, completamente bizarro, tá? Simplesmente fora da casinha. Só faz isso aqui quem é maluco. E ele arrasou muito. Tipo, nossa, certinho, assim, todas as coisas que ele tava falando, na tela aparecia o que ele tava falando. Nossa, o tempo de... Não, o cara deve ter um PC da NASA, né? Mas mesmo assim, é um vídeo de 6 horas. Mesmo com o PC da NASA, mano, algumas horinhas aí vai, né? E ele deve ter também renderizado por parte, né? Eu sei que tem como fazer, eu não sei fazer isso. Mas ele deve ter renderizado por parte também, é mais seguro. Ele é absurdo. Ele arrasou. Muito. E assim, ele fala aqui embaixo, né? Ele gravou tudo. Então, ele jogou tudo isso aqui. Gente, sério. Não, o cara tem no mínimo uns 20 HDs só cheio de vídeo de Kingdom Hearts. Porque... ele gravou todos os jogos, cara. Tinha no passado? Não, esse tipo de maluco guarda, porque no futuro ele vai precisar de novo. Muito massa, muito massa. Arrasou muito. Cara, consegui... Ó, aprendi muitas coisas que eu não sabia, né? Principalmente em relação ao mobile, como eu falei. O mobile é loucura completa. Daí ali pro meio até o 3 eu já sabia tudo. Eu não sabia o que acontecia nas DLCs do 3, eu não tinha jogado. Então legal também. E a gente teve também um novo teaser, né? Acho que já teve uns 2 teasers novos do 4 depois que esse vídeo foi lançado. Já deve ter tido uns 2. Um que foi esse ano, né? E deve ter tido mais um ano passado. Não sei quando lança. Será que ano que vem? Será que não sei? Trailer com gameplay, não foi teaser. Ó, tá. Então, assim, vamos ver, né? Vai lançar alguma hora. E eu vou jogar no lançamento, porque eu posso. E porque vai lançar pra PC. Obrigada, Nomura. Amo. Então, Olímpia, ontem quando você falou que o jogo lançou em 2019, o 3, eu falei, uou, já? Tá chegando perto da espera que a gente teve do 2 pro 3, né? O quê? Meu Deus, mano. Tá chegando perto. Assim, se você conta, né, do 2 pro 3, tipo assim, do momento que lançou o 2, não pensando nos jogos que lançaram depois, foi 10 anos? Nossa senhora. Mas gente, então essa foi a história completa até agora de Kingdom Hearts. Vamos ver aí como que vai continuar essa pataquada, né?